Welcome everybody for the fourth day of the summer school. Today we're going to have an interesting series of lectures, and just as a reminder, please do check your calendar because we did a switch to have the transformer lecture in the afternoon, so we can have Lukasz answer questions live. As in the previous days, today we're gonna visit Warsaw to discuss about sort of the research that's happening there. In particular, we're gonna go to the University of Warsaw, and we have Eva Turek, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Sorry, it's really hard for me to pronounce Polish names. And Piotr Milosz and Lukasz Kuczycki. And I'll let first Eva present the group and the university.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me share my screen first. So do you see the screen?
Yes, that's all good.
Okay. So first of all, thank you very much for this introduction, and thank you very much for inviting me to give this short presentation. So it's going to be about the area of my research group, which is machine learning, mostly in computational oncology. So we are working on method development mostly in statistical data analysis, probabilistic graphical models, which I will skip for this presentation, and machine learning and deep learning. And it's always at the service of what I think is an important cause, which is computational biology with a focus on computational oncology. And if you're interested in the details, this is the link to our website presented on the slide. So our research questions are always concerned with how to model and understand better and different aspects of research in computational biology oncology. So it's either high-dimensional experimental medical data, which we worked on in previous years, as sensitivity to cancer of cancer cells to drugs, which is more of a recent project. We also work now on analysis of medical images, generation and modeling of antimicrobial peptides. We also have actually 4 people in the group that model tumor evolution and the microenvironment. And very, very recently, I myself got involved in modeling COVID-19 spread in the population of Poland and also of Germany. So I guess more interesting for the audience of this conference is this method development in the area of deep learning. So this is a very brief overview of the projects that we are involved in now. We are working on development of convolutional neural networks and active learning for a classification of histopathological images. So we published this method called ARA-CNN in Scientific Reports last year. And this year, we are very, very actively working on autoencoders-based methods that I will describe in a moment, and on a actually very new model, which is based on conditional variational autoencoders for generation of peptides that can kill bacteria, so can replace antibiotics. So now, very, very briefly, I will describe an example PhD project that is performed in my group. The one which is focusing on drug sensitivity prediction. So the first paper of the PhD student, Krzysztof Koras, was about feature selection strategies for drug sensitivity prediction, and that was mostly based on classical traditional machine learning methods, models that were built separately for each known cancer drug. Well, not all known, but the ones that we had data for. and exploiting different feature selection strategies. And now we look at this problem in the second project from a completely different perspective. As more, this is more multitask learning problem, where we have for all our 74 drugs and for all almost 1,000 cancer cell lines, we have this outcome as a matrix. The outcome is the sensitivity measure called either AUC or IC50. And we have additional information both about the drugs, so how strongly they inhibit different kinases, and the cell lines. So we have their tissue type, coding variants, which is the mutations, mRNA, which is gene expression. And in a very, let's say, classical approach, this problem was solved by linear transformation, so linear projections of these high-dimensional features into lower dimensional space, and then simply taking a dot product to obtain these sensitivity measures. But we solve this, I think, in a much more general manner. So we use autoencoders both for drug information and for cell line information in order to project or embed these highly dimensional features into lower dimensional space. We can show that these low dimensional representations are actually very meaningful, so they convey a lot of information about the original space. And then we concatenate these features and then actually use a forward network, so highly nonlinear mapping into the outcome. So this will be submitted in fall, and then the final project of this student will be to actually move to generative models. So hopefully we will be able to generate drugs which have high sensitivity for cancer cell lines. And so I cannot make the presentation about the group without, first of all, mentioning the group members and collaborators. So these are the PhD students, external collaborators, and the master student. And then we have the collaborating labs and the funding. And finally, I want to mention that there will be a postdoc position available in my group. So if you're interested, please apply at this email. And thank you very much. If you have questions, please email at this address. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Awesome presentation. Yeah, quite interesting stuff. And then I would also let Piotr present a little bit his group and research.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you go present?
Yes, I'm doing now. So can you see this?
Yes.
That's why I'm present. Okay, is it fine now?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So first of all, thanks for introduction. And a few words about us. So we are a group which try to, from the organizational point of view, to maintain many connections. So here I just give you logos of a few institutions. So clearly we are linked with University of Warsaw, and technically we are based in the Institute of Mathematics, Polish Academy of Sciences. We also maintain some links with business. So here I mentioned this company DeepSense AI, which actually we do some project with. Also, I just for the purpose of clarity, I put this red logo of NCN, which is also a source funding. Here's my webpage. We will shortly have a group webpage, but it's unfortunately not present yet. We call ourselves our lab because we focus on reinforcement learning, on which I will talk tell shortly. From the community perspective, we hold a seminar which we kindly ask to attend, and I think it's a nice option, especially now when everyone can join remotely. We have also reinforcement learning course, which was, I mean, this year it's really finished. But we hope to hold it again the next year, and like this year it was also possible to attend remotely, so it might be a nice option. The core of the group is two senior researchers, myself and Łukasz, who is on the call. We have 3 PhD students, one postdoc, and I should also mention that there are a number of people in Warsaw doing similar stuff, which we are collaborating with, which are not technically part of our group, but we still think of our extended group. Okay, so I guess you know a little bit about RL, so I just briefly recap over slides which tell that, okay, so reinforcement learning is a stick and carrot technique, and which brings a promise that useful behaviors can be learned by trial and error method. And an agent who is learning does this only in receiving rewards, which is carrots, and like sticks, which is punishment. So here's like very shortly, we have an agent environment, and agent issues actions towards the environment that they are executed. Then it observes what has happened, and what is most important here, it obtains rewards. So why we do this? I mean, we think it's cool, and there are also quite a few spectacular successes. Like Alpha Star, Dota, Hide and Seek, and so on and so forth. And we have also our local successes. So I will just briefly, list them here. So it's I'm not sure if I should go over all the lists. You can see them later on, but we have some works like working in robotic setting, working with language, working with autonomous driving. And maybe I should say maybe a few more words about this work, which is model based for Atari, which is probably for us the most high profile work we've done so far. So it's like the aim of this work was to make reinforcement learning more sample efficient, meaning that it could learn more with less data. And how this can be done? Obviously, there are many ways which we think of and people have tried. So in this case, what we did, we gave our agent possibility to learn the model of the world, in a sense what can be maybe said as an imagination. So instead of executing an action or a series of action, an agent can first ask the model, or what is it in its head, what will be the future, and taking this information into account, it can adjust its behavior. Okay, and I think my time is over now. So thank you for your attention. I'd be happy to take questions, but I guess Razvan will manage that
Yeah, thank you both. Yeah, those are quite interesting research. So I think what we're going to do is, with your approval, we can put the email address on the chat where all the participants are, and if they have questions, they can contact you directly. If you wish, we can also put the slides, but it's sort of up to you. Just let me know after the presentation, and we can send them the slides. But yeah, quite interesting stuff. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Cool. Okay,
Thank
now.
you. Bye bye.
Thanks. Bye
Bye.
bye.
I want to introduce like basic NLP concepts in the beginning, then go over some neural
Yeah,
networks, what is
I
deep
think we're
learning.
gonna go live now. So maybe we go back to the first
Oh,
slide. Well, welcome everybody. It's my great pleasure to introduce Tomasz Mikolov, who's going to talk about using neural nets for language modeling, something that he's very well known for. And I'll let Tomasz introduce a little bit himself, and then I'll go through the lecture. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Razvan, for the introduction. So my name's Tomáš Mikolov. I used to work actually at Facebook AI Research, which is still here in the slide, but now I'm working at the university here in Prague. That's the ČVUT University, Czech Technical University. And this talk is going to be kind of like an introduction to natural language processing. And Razvan will be helping me to kind of like make it as exciting as possible. So let's see how it goes. The structure of the tutorial is a little bit long, so it's supposed to be kind of longer than 1 hour talk. So I guess we'll be not able to cover all these topics. But just to quickly describe, I will talk about like some basic machine learning applied to NLP, some introduction to neural networks to explain what deep learning is about, which I'm sure you all already have heard about. But I think that it's always nice to see some different angles on the same topic. And then I will go over some very basic applications of neural nets to distributed representation learning in text, some efficient text classification, neural net language models, and some open research problems at the end, if there will be enough time. So for the introduction, I guess I can go just quickly over it, because it's quite obvious that there's tons of need to be able to process language with computers in many of these big companies nowadays that basically are like just maintaining huge data sets made out of the text, out of video, and so on. And the text is actually quite an important part of what we are dealing with if you are working at, say, Google search or some machine translation applications, or if you want to understand the posts at Facebook and so on. There's like tons of need to be able to basically do this as well as you can. And to start like from the beginning, I maybe can say something about motivation. Like I think that some of the concepts that I'm gonna talk about are kind of like the basic stepping stones, but I think that sometimes people underestimate these basic concepts and they just want to jump right into the most fancy deep learning stuff that has been published like 1 month ago, which I think can be a mistake, because often like the new ideas are interesting, but not always they will work as well as advertised, and we can actually talk about it later in more detail, what is actually the cause. But in short, there are often like simple old solutions that are like from the last century that are just sufficient to solve a problem that you are dealing with, and the fancy solutions are not always the best option because they can be just much more competition demanding than a simpler solution. So it's actually really good to know the simple approaches and understand actually what is the core of what we are doing today, and that basically this AI stuff is still like far ahead of us, and the computers don't really understand language, but we are dealing with more like statistics. So this is still kind of like just some introduction slide. So I will just skip over it. But let's say that we have like these basic concepts that I would like to explain in a short way what they actually mean. And it's kind of like pre-neural networks. So n-grams used to be like a dominant approaches to language modeling for kind of like a couple of dozens of years. And actually, when I was doing a PhD myself as a student, people did believe that these models are going to be unbeatable forever whenever we have large training sets, because they just work so well that it's impossible to do any better. There are some equations here. Maybe I can just explain it in a simpler way. Let's assume that you want to compute the probability of a sentence, and you will just do it in such a way that you just have some probabilistic model that tells you what is the probability of the first word. Then you multiply this by a probability of the second word conditioned on the first word, and then times the probability of the third word based on the history, which is the previous 2 words, and so on. And these probabilities are estimated from count. So you take, say, all English Wikipedia, and you count how many times did you see these trigrams, bigrams, these sequences of words like this is and this is, you just count how many times did you see this. So basically see that if did follow this context like say 10% of the time, then the probability of following this is 10%. That's pretty much it. So it's really like a trivial technique that has been already used by Claude Shannon to estimate the entropy of printed English, as he did call it. It's like a very famous paper from, I think, the 50s in the last century. So really, this idea is very old, but it works also like very well in practice. I will not go over the smoothing techniques, but there are some slight issues if you apply it as I just described. You have to deal with the counts that are basically zero, and you have to smooth these probabilities so that you don't have any infinities, basically, if you just do it in the naive way. Then the other interesting concept that has been like very famous is the concept of word classes. That actually intuitively you can see that many words share kind of like the parameters in the language, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Thursday, and so on. They are all kind of like similar words in some sense. They occur in the same contexts, and if you are trying to estimate some language model or basically some mathematical model of the language, probably you should take advantage of this fact that there are some words that are sharing parameters so that you have more robust model that can be trained from less data to work basically better, to generalize better. And the most basic approach is to just assign every word to a single class. So you will form a class 1, for example, here that contains all the words that describe colors, and class 2 that contain all the words that describe countries. We will later see that this can be generalized further, where actually the words can be seen more like some vectors in some high-dimensional space, where actually you don't really have just assignment of a single word to a single class, but a word is distributed over like this space, so it can have many angles of similarity with other words. But this is basically the most basic idea that is coming at least to the 80s, when it was already like very popular, but I'm sure that it has been already used even before that. There's this cool paper from Peter Brown from 1992 about class-based N-gram models of natural language. So if you like these kind of like historical papers, you can check it. And it's basically about efficient algorithm, how to estimate these word classes from some training sets. There's this other example. Basically, why would you even want to do this? Let's assume that in your training data, you see a sentence, the weather was nice on Monday. And if you actually have some concept of classes in your model, then your model can actually already like extrapolate to understand that some other sentences can be valid. For example, the weather was nice on Tuesday, the weather was nice on Wednesday. You don't have to see these sentences in the training data. But if your model has this concept of classes built in itself, then it can already generalize to these contexts. So it can, for example, the machine translation system can say that these sentences have a reasonable probability and that they can be decoded, even if these sentences never appeared in the training data. By the way, this is exactly what neural networks later are doing, just in a more like, I would say, straightforward and even like a better way that they can actually generalize to novel sentences because of this concept of clustering and sharing parameters among similar histories. Then the other like important concept that is again very trivial, but it's very difficult to do better if you really use it in some applications, is the concept of representations of words using one-hot encoding, which basically is like an approach that you just compute a vocabulary over all your training data. Let's say that in this toy example, you just have 5 different words. Monday, Tuesday is today. And then you represent each word by a vector that has unit length and is orthogonal to everything else, which in the most basic case here is basically that you just assign 1 to the point where there's this word in the vocabulary and 0 to everything else. And actually, these representations are mostly used, often used as the basically representation of words that, for example, neural networks do see at their input layers. Of course, this can be extended to not represent just a single word, but to represent some sequence of words by using back of words representations. In this case, let's assume that that we have a sentence, today is a Monday, and then we will just basically sum all these one-hot representations to form a vector that's basically here like 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, which means that basically this back-of-words representation is like a way how to understand which words were actually in the sentence while ignoring the sentence order. So actually the back-of-words representation of a sentence, today is a Monday, or a sentence, is a Monday today, they are exactly the same, even if the word order is different. So obviously back-of-words representations are not that great because they destroy the word ordering, but at the same time they are like pretty good representations that again like transform the sentences to some numeric representations that can be used later by machine learning algorithms, and they are not that easy to overcome, especially if you extend this concept to back of n-grams representations, which already has some notion of local word ordering. The other concept that I think is like very simple and at the same time very difficult to do better than it is the concept of logistic regression. It's called in the NLP community maximum entropy models. And you can actually see there's a neural network without hidden layers, which means that you have just basically an input vector and then some output vector. So I think that in many cases when people are solving some simplistic problems in NLP, for example, text classification, then logistic regression is something that I think people should start with, and often it's just enough. Then we have also like some code shared on the web here. I guess I can share the slides later so that people can actually use these links, but it's not that important anymore. I think there's tons of like toyish examples of how to code like neural networks and logistic regression and PCA and whatever. So I don't think it's that important. Let's go further. There's this more like historical like approach to classification. I'm saying historical because again, like when I was a student, support vector machines were very popular because they are like conceptually kind of interesting. And there was this big book written by Vladimir Vapnik, statistical learning theory, that's kind of like proving that under some assumptions that are of course unrealistic, these models are kind of like perfect. But the main concept was that when you are building a classifier, you should choose such a decision plane that it will be able to distinguish the data to be basically the data points should be as far away from this decision line as possible. So I think it's nice, but I don't think we have to go over it much in detail because it's quite complicated in the end, and I would say it's not really used anymore because it was like how to say it. It was popular because it was easily accessible through the open source code that people could use as VMs very quickly. And there was a lot of fancy math around it, so it did look cool. But the interesting conclusion was that in practice, it was working more or less the same as the logistic regression, which was much simpler. And I think that's a story that I think reoccurs in the machine learning community again and again, that people sometimes believe that we have like some amazing new technique that is very complicated and works amazingly well, only after to be found after say 5, 10, sometimes even 15 years that this amazing technique is actually kind of useless and that you can solve problems with something much simpler, and it was all the time in front of everybody. Just people that kind of fail to see it, which find funny that it still is happening, but that's basically the life of researchers, that even today I would say that 50% of the things that you guys may learn about that are like super important and definitely working great are actually totally useless. But thing is, as researchers, we never really know what is actually the right thing and the wrong thing. So it's basically good to be somewhat skeptical and critical about what information you are learning about at the moment. So that's the summary of this first short part. Then there's like just some other keywords that I did put here, like that if you want to work on unsupervised dimension reduction, then you should learn definitely about PCA first before you try to use neural networks. Then for clustering, the k-means is kind of like the most basic obvious idea to try. and that's about it. Then I will go to the second part, which is sort of like some sort of like introduction to neural networks. Guess I can go over it kind of quickly because I'm sure you guys did already see it, but no, I will still try to say something about it. Here I have just some warnings again in this slide that basically neural networks in NLP are like very much used today, but they don't really solve problems that you can't solve with the previous techniques that I was showing before. Like you can solve machine translation using n-grams. You can solve text classification using logistic regression. You don't have to use neural networks. Just neural networks at the moment work somewhat better because they can model some regularities in the data that say n-grams cannot model. So it's kind of like often working better, but it's not kind of like that we would have some applications that only neural networks can solve, and you can't do well with something else. Still, like it's good to be a few percent better than the other techniques if you want to win, for example, some benchmarks in competitions and so on. So to the neural nets, there's this model of perceptrons where you have some input synapses, which are basically the incoming signals that are multiplied by the weights, which is exactly what you are learning actually. And then you have some nonlinearity. So you basically sum these incoming signals multiplied by the weights in the neuron, apply the nonlinearity, and the value that you compute in this way is basically sent to the output from this neuron. And then there's this neuroscientific terminology that the output is called axon or whatever. But maybe some slight warning that whenever people are making some analogies between these artificial neural networks and the biological neural networks, that it's very like kind of stretched because the biological neural networks, of course, are totally different thing than the mathematical artificial neural networks. And I would say that this is more like for historical purposes that we still call these models neural networks. I think that nonlinear projections of data would be a better name for these models, but I'm sure that people would not like it so much. Also, it would be more accurate. So, okay, here I have just the slide that I was just saying. And then there's this activation function. It was also like, if you would look into the history, there was a lot of like choices for the nonlinearity. The sigmoid used to be very popular in my days. Then there was this rectified linear unit, which it kind of replaced it because it was simpler and was working also better in deep networks. Empirically, of course, like we don't really have proofs for these things. But then there are also like tons of new nonlinearities. Like as you can imagine, you can just design your own nonlinearity. The main point is that there needs to be some nonlinearity in the neural network because otherwise you are just composing some linear combinations of projections which would not be able to detect some features. Basically, it can be mathematically shown that the nonlinearity is necessary, as for example was written in this perceptrons book by Minsky and Papert. Okay, so that's actually going to this example of this, like again, historical example. That's the exclusive OR problem shown here, where you have two inputs and you are supposed to say whether the inputs are the same or not. So if you have a graphical representation, then you have like the blue circles which represent 0, 0 and 1, 1 points, and then there are also the red circles which are 1, 0 and 0, 1. And there's actually no way how you can actually put this linear decision plane, like how to position it in such a way that you can distinguish with just one plane these blue and red circles. And for that, you will actually need this nonlinearity in the model. There's also like some NLP example that if you want to understand that some combination of words has a different meaning than just their sum or basically linear combination, then again you will need some nonlinearity. But back to this XOR function that was used by Minsky in his book to show that neural networks without basically hidden layers or without nonlinearity cannot actually solve this at all. And then he did extend that example show that if you have a parity function where you have n bits at the input, then you can't actually say like if the number of ones and zeros is the same or not. That's basically the parity function. You can't really say it efficiently even if you have one hidden layer, because you did prove how many neurons you will need at least. And then there's this result that if you use more than one hidden layer, that you can do it, you can solve this function much more efficiently. I think only 2 hidden layers were enough. So that was more like from my point of view, at least, like motivation to think of models that will be using more hidden layers, because they can more compactly represent some patterns. Okay, so hidden layer is something that I didn't describe yet, but it's basically the neurons between input and output layers are kind of like intermediate results of the computation. And if you have a hidden layer that has the nonlinearity, you can actually solve this XOR problem by basically having 2 neurons that detect different kind of like subregions of the original input space, and by their combination that can be linear, you can detect the blue circles by basically being on the left side of the first line and the right side of the second line, and just combine it together. Also, like, it should be said that one hidden layer is actually not enough. There used to be like this popular argument that if you have one hidden layer in your network, that is basically universal approximator argument, that you can represent any function up to arbitrary precision. It's going to be shown mathematically, but we can also see that the intuitive explanation is kind of like trivial. We can't actually represent efficiently all the functions with a single layer, a single hidden layer, which is actually the whole point of deep learning, at least from my point of view, that there are functions that you can represent quite well with more hidden layers, but with a single hidden layer, you will just need too many neurons, which means that you will have too many parameters, which means that you will need way too many training examples so that your model works well, which again means that there will be limited generalization of the model. So this is just the graphical representation, how we can draw, like, each circle is basically a neuron, then you have these weights, which are the arrows that you train. And this is basically the structure of like a neural network with one hidden layer. Then there's the objective function, which is something that we try to optimize. So it's kind of obvious. Then there's this concept of unsupervised and supervised training. When you know basically what you want your model to be doing, when you can compose a large data set of labeled examples where you have an input vector and the target desired output vector that you know that the model should be producing, then you can use the supervised learning. And the unsupervised learning, in my opinion, is kind of like still like a big unsolved question in machine learning, how to do it really well, where you actually don't know what the model should be producing. And then there's, of course, also the concept of self-supervised learning, where you will use the training data themselves to generate the training signal, which is actually the case of language modeling, as we'll see later, where you actually can use the next word in a sequence to give you basically this supervision so that your model knows pretty much what it should be doing. The training is done by many different training algorithms. I would say that the most basic and important one is the stochastic gradient descent. Again, people try to come up with many variants, and for some time they didn't even believe that it works much better. But in the end, I'm not sure myself if there are algorithms that are as successful as SGD, and that's actually quite trivial. I'm not gonna describe it in all the details, but basically there's this forward pass in the neural network where you just take the input features, you send them to the hidden layer by doing these weighted matrix times vector multiplications, as I was showing before. You basically just apply this this simple equation to every neuron to compute its output values. And that's basically all that we have to do for the forward pass. Then for the SGD, for training the network, that gets more complicated. You need basically these target output vectors, which can be, for example, using this one-hot encoding, and that needs to come from this training set, for example, produced by humans, some labels. And then once basically you compute some output vector from a neural network, you compare it to the vector that kind of like this desired output vector that the neural network should have been producing. That will tell you what is the error vector. Not only that the neural network made some mistakes, but in which neurons at the output layer were there mistakes, what was their magnitude, and then you try to minimize this error vector by changing the weight slightly in the neural net, so that next time the same training example would be seen, that the error vector would be smaller. Of course, you can be wondering why you don't just minimize the error right away after every training example, but that would be changing the weights too quickly, so that the network would be forgetting pretty much after every training example what it has been trained on before. So you just basically make small changes of the weight so that there's some smooth progress towards some final solution. And here is just the graphical representation, so that the backpropagation algorithm goes exactly the opposite way than the forward pass. So now you are propagating the error vectors by going backwards, and that's pretty much it. Then there's this concept of learning rates and so on, but I guess I can just skip that because it's kind of like the details that are actually important, but for this tutorial it's not that crucial, the same with regularization and so on. So just for the summary, I think that the SGD and backpropagation are the core algorithms that everybody should know, because they often work really well. And I'm not even sure if we can do really that much better on large data sets than these. Of course, there's tons of other things that you either have to do manually, or you can actually do by some meta algorithm that will be trying all these combinations on your behalf, like what is the type of activation function, how many hidden layers you will use, what is the size of the hidden layers, what is the starting learning rate, how quickly you reduce the learning rate, and so on and so on. But that's why it was also like difficult for people to start using neural networks back in the days, because you have to have a lot of experience with these. And I think it's getting much easier today, because you can use some hyperparameter tuning tools that will just try these for you, and will basically save you time. Then there's this slide about the relationship between neural network and logistic regression. I think I have a bit more things later in the slides, but I will skip over it because it's not that crucial. Then the deep learning, as I was explaining, the whole point is that with more hidden layers, you can represent functions more compactly, which means that you will need less parameters in your model to learn some regularities, and then it will be just easier to learn these from less training examples. So, of course, it doesn't happen all of the time. There are problems where you can just keep adding hidden layers and you will see no improvements. So again, it's kind of like empirical thing often, that for some problems, a lot of hidden layers help you, for example, image recognition. And for some tasks, like we will see later, like text classification, it's not that useful often to use more hidden layers, especially if you have very small amounts of data or very large amounts of training data. And for that, there are some examples. But in short, you should basically try it on your own and not use excessively many hidden layers, because that just makes the computation slower. And then there's this universal approximator, as I was saying, that there will be some graphical explanation. Basically, if you have some complicated function, then the universal approximator argument only says that you will be able to represent it to arbitrary precision, because you can have like neurons that will be reacting just to some very small subset of the input space. And it will basically work as a lookup table, so it will just memorize what the values to output. So the universal approximator says nothing about generalization. It just says that if you have infinitely large neural network, then the neurons can work basically as a lookup table and just memorize any function, which is fine, but it's definitely not exciting, because that's nothing about learning. It's just about memorizing. And again, that was the reference to Minsky's book. Here's just some graphical representation that you can have like more hidden layers shown as basically these boxes. So I will be showing later. But that's basically it. There's also like this interesting thing that I was already mentioning before, that often people believe, like the whole community believes, in ideas that are actually wrong. So some 10 years ago, I think it was still the case, maybe a little bit more than 10 by now, that you can't actually use stochastic gradient descent and backpropagation to train these deep networks, that is neural networks with more than 2 hidden layers, because it's just not going to work. And everybody did take it as a fact. Well, it actually turned out to be not true. And there was actually more of these examples, like recurrent networks were supposed to be unstable and also like not possible to train them with SGD, which was like from which the community did believe maybe for some 20 years, maybe from the beginning of 90s, maybe again to like 2010 or so. So there's often like a lot of these myths that turn out later are wrong. For example, I still remember as a student, one of the first examples of deep networks that did have reasonable performance were using this layer-wise greedy pre-training. So you would train only one hidden layer at a time and just adding one by one to the model before applying SGD at the end. And actually, I would say most of the community did believe that this is like super important, you have to do it. And only after a couple of years, it was actually found that it's totally useless and you can be just skipping this pre-training and just train the whole model like end to end with SGD and just do nothing complicated, and it was just working well. So just again, like some warnings that if you just jump on the ship and just use the most fancy or latest thing that was published last month, it's not necessarily the best idea that it really works well. Maybe there's just tons of training examples and very nicely labeled data sets behind it, but it's not always clear that the latest ideas are really that great. Well, it always takes basically like a couple of years for the community to realize whether it's really working or not. So for that reason, like deep learning is still like an open research problem. There's tons of things that we don't really know that well. So I would say there's a lot of hype, also like because many people just want to sell their papers, so they will just promise you anything, so that you cite them. So you know how it works. So I think that that's the end of this introduction to NLP basics, and I will be going to more like applied ideas, like how to actually learn some representations of language, of words, and how to train language models. So maybe we can have just some short break, because before I go to this,
okay, yeah, let's do a few questions. Let me present. Sorry. Okay, can you, you can see my screen? Okay, so let's go with the first question, which is, what was the inspiration behind Word2Vec?
Yeah, the inspiration, I will be actually going to this in the second part of the tutorial, because there is Word2Vec described, but I maybe can already say it.
Yeah,
maybe during the slides actually, because it's gonna be better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so leave it to the slides then.
Yeah.
Do you think current large parameter NLP is memorization or generalization, or like?
Well, I would say that it's like 99% of memorization actually. In other words, I think that we still need to come up with some new ideas so that we build models that really understand language. I think that most of the things that we have today is basically just memorization, yes.
Okay. What is your opinion of in-context learning, like GPT-2, I guess? Is specifying NLP task by natural instruction feasible in production?
I'm actually not familiar with this context learning. As far as I know, this GPT 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or whatever is the current number, is just bigger and bigger language models, which is totally fine, because like having a pre-trained language model that you don't have to train on your own is definitely going to be very useful to many people. But when it comes to some specific details, I would be somewhat like not that much convinced that you need to do something really special on top of language modeling. So yeah, not really any clear answer.
Okay. Yeah, I guess the question is also referring to this idea of using, I guess it was GPT-3 as to basically like a bot to communicate with and to do things like write code or write particular technical things. Do you think we're there yet, where we can have the systems that can actually write instructions for you, or is it not there?
I think actually the kind of like the language models are like mostly like a basic sequence prediction models, so you don't have to apply them just to language, but to like artificial languages as well, like to code. That's fine. I'm not sure how well we can apply them to like generating new code, but because there's a lot of like repetition when you are when you are coding, I'm totally convinced that you can develop tools, for example, that will be able to tell you like semantic mistakes during your coding, that will be highlighting like some parts that look unlikely from the language model perspective, so that it will be easier for you to find bugs, to correct the code. I think that would be quite doable.
Okay. Any guidelines on when to opt for SVM or logistic regression against neural nets?
Yeah, well, in a short way, I would say that I'm not a big fan of SVMs anymore, because I think that they are just overcomplicated techniques that don't do anything really important that the simpler ones do. So I would say that the logistic regression is fine as a first choice if you are solving kind of like simple tasks, like say sentiment analysis, like some simple classification where you are just basically mostly when the machine really needs to scan just some keywords from the say input sentence, and where there's not much anything complicated going on. Basically, whenever Beckhoff engrams can be a good representation, then logistic regression on top of it is like the first choice. But otherwise, neural networks are gonna be working better whenever you need to deal with the word order, like in language modeling, machine translation, tasks like that.
Okay, so and then just a last question, and I go back to the slides.
Sure.
So, what are our current beliefs that might not be true? Do you have an intuition, or yeah?
Well, I would have a lot of intuitions, but it'll be a different talk, I guess, because I would have to talk for too long. But I think that many of our current intuitions, if not all, actually about AI and like basically when machine learning is going, are like questionable at best. For example, I'm not convinced that it's such a great idea to keep trying to make references between artificial neural networks, machine learning, and neuroscience, because I think that neuroscience is such a distant topic that it's kind of like as if you would be trying to combine neural networks like the artificial ones and say archaeology, like or whatever. Like yes, you can do it, but really why? I don't really see much point, and there was so much resources kind of like spent on this direction of trying to kind of like force some bridge between machine learning and whatever is happening in the biological brains, and I didn't see any real outcome out of it. That I'm quite skeptical about it. But then there's a lot of other concepts that are today like considered as definitely great, and there are like lectures about it, like say deep reinforcement learning. Does it actually work? Or I know that I'm being too critical maybe to some things, but I think often like when you are solving these problems, like say playing some games, computer games with machine learning algorithms, that you can use as a simple baseline, like some iterative random search. In other words, like these evolutionary strategies, algorithms that were already known in the 80s in the last century, and often it will work okay-ish compared to like say this deep reinforcement learning. And I did see these examples also like published a couple of years ago, but they never go mainstream. And again, like when you actually see these techniques fail, it's when you need to generalize to some new context, when you change some pixel in some game and it all stops working. That's the case of these evolution algorithms, but it's exactly the same in these complicated new versions of the reinforcement learning algorithms. I think that we are to solve AI, that maybe it would be good if people would be thinking on their own and trying to come up with some complementary ideas to whatever we have today. Because sometimes I'm somewhat disappointed by the machine learning community in a sense that we have like so much interest and so much money in the community, but in the end, almost see kind of like tens of thousands of clones working on the same 3-4 ideas while making a little progress. So I really think that one of the things that I would like to make as a message today is that there should be more diversity. Many of the concepts that are today sold as like great solutions are actually not really working at all. And if we are to solve some new tasks that are today unsolvable, that people should be thinking about their own solutions and not really buy that something that is currently mainstream, that it's a great thing. It's often like just PR and just like some like famous groups are trying to get their papers more cited, so they will just get it to the media. But I think that the scientific progress is also there.
Cool. Let's go back to the slides. Let me
Sure.
start presenting, and yeah, I think you need to click resume.
Resume.
If you got, or is it? Or oh, sorry.
Is it visible? Because I still am in this presentation mode.
Yeah. No. If you go at the bottom of the screen, there should be where the present now was. There should be like resume presentation.
No, I don't have it, but I can exit and just
Yeah.
restart
Okay.
it.
Maybe
Okay.
exit and.
Okay, so I'm exiting it now. A bit slow. Present again. Is it now it's loading? Is it visible?
No, sorry. If you go to the to the Meet Hangouts
Oh, I see.
link, and then at the bottom where you had present.
Oh, I see actually
Okay,
here.
you
Oh,
click
okay.
resume, and then we can go.
Resume presenting.
Perfect.
Okay. Great.
Okay. So
So I'm back, slide 58.
okay.
So
let's.
now to more like practical tasks. Actually, that's the first question that we did skip, which was like when we did go to Word2Vec, and what is it actually? The very basic intuition is that if you want to apply neural networks to NLP, that I was actually facing as a student in 2006. I didn't actually know how to code neural networks a bit more than a single hidden layer. So I wanted to build a language model, and I did not know how to code actually this version that Yoshua Bengio did propose in 2003. So I did made my own version, which just used two neural networks, and each had just a single hidden layer. The first one was learning some word features in this continuous space, actually the same as Word2Vec. And in the most basic case, it was just this bigram neural language model where you encode at the input layer the previous word in a sentence, and the next word is what the network is trying to predict at the output layer. So there's basically no other context than just the previous word. That's why it's a bigram model. And it actually did work okay. You should learn some representations of words that if you look at them like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and so on, they will have like very similar vector representations, where these representations are actually like what is this this input word that is actually encoded at the input layer using one of encoding. How is it actually connected to the hidden layer? So there's this dense vector of numbers, and this was basically like the most like trivial version of the Word2Vec. And then you can actually use these Word2Vec features to create a history of, say, 5 words and train a single hidden layer neural network language model that will be predicting the next word using this sort of like history of 5 words. So that's like from my diploma thesis. So in the beginning, the motivation for me was that I just didn't know how to code the more complicated things. But when I was actually working on Word2Vec at Google, there was already like after like many years when I already had a lot of experience with recurrent networks and so on. So back in those days, that was like 2012. My main motivation was that I did see people actually learning the word features using full neural language models, which were like computationally demanding, and people even like Google Brain were running these models on like hundreds of machines, training for like weeks and weeks. And to me, it seemed totally wasteful because from my experience, it was just necessary to have like these simplistic models that don't understand the word order, but that just needs to have some context at the input layer. And I was convinced that we can basically solve the same task even better and simpler by something that is like 10,000 times faster. So you could actually train a better model like on a single machine in a few minutes than what people were doing back then with these hundreds of computers over weeks, which actually turned out to be true. And then there was this Word2Vec paper and the open source code, and many people did continue using it. So here are just kind of like the slides about like I will probably skip over it because it's a bit boring because it's the history of these word vectors, because I was not the first one to observe that there are these interesting properties of some of the vectors that similar words are close to each other and so on. And it goes back to at least Jeff Hinton and similar guys in the PDP group who were working on these in the 80s, in the last century. But again, like we don't really need deep learning to learn word vectors. It's basically just these like simplistic neural networks that just have basically this concatenation of a couple of words at the input. So just to get to some of the results, one of the things that I did observe, which actually people did find kind of like some miracle almost, that there are some of these regularities in these vector spaces where you can see that it's not just like the word classes that the word will be together with the words of the same sense in the same class. But there are different subspaces in these vector spaces. So, for example, you see that the word king is related to the word queen in some direction in these vector spaces, but in other direction it's related to the plural version of itself. And you can even form like these like analogy equations by basically just adding and subtracting the words from each other. So if you form a equation king minus man plus woman, where you replace each of these words by its word vector that was trained, for example, on English Wikipedia, then you will obtain some vector and you do the nearest neighbor search, where you discard all these input words and you look for the first different word that occurs around this result of this equation, and you will find the word queen. And there was many other examples that were working. Like we did even make some data set with JetSwike in 2012 that were like these analogy examples, and we had like some reasonable accuracy. I don't remember, it was maybe 60%, but it was definitely doing much better than just random guessing, of course. And at Google, I did make some more like semantically oriented data set, which had like these more complicated questions from like the human point of view. Of course, for a machine that just sees all these words as one of n codes, actually all these data sets are kind of tough. But it was working well. I did extend it to some phrases as well. So here is basically the graphical representation of like how the model actually looks like. So you have, for example, this Yoshua Bengio's model that I already mentioned before, where you would have three words at the input layer. Then you have some projection layer, which was linear, and then you have the hidden layer that was nonlinear at the output layer. And people who are training these models, even like people who are interested not in the language modeling, but just in obtaining the word vectors, so they would train this model for like, again, like for weeks and so on, because it was computationally very demanding. And then they would throw away the weight matrices V and W, and they would keep just the word vectors U. And from my point of view, it was totally wasteful, because you spend actually almost 100% of your time by updating the V and W matrices, while the U was the sparse matrix where you always access just a single row, because the input is encoded using one of encoding. So if you look at this, then I think it's like obvious to ask, well, can we do something better, where actually we would be updating most of the time the parameters that we actually care about? And well, you actually can, because can look back at this bigram language model that I was mentioning before, where we can actually add the context without actually adding the hidden layer. So you just basically sum all these word vectors around some position in a sentence that we are trying to predict, and you just sum them together, and that's this continuous back of words architecture. And again, trained with SGD and so on, and it was working well. This model will not be a good language model because it does not understand the word order. Like in this projection layer, where we are just summing the weighted combination of the input vectors, you don't really see very well like which word was before both word. Like the word order gets destroyed the same way as in the back of words representations. So it's not going to be a good language model, but it's totally fine. Empirically, we did see that it's totally fine if you just learn the word vectors. And there's this skipgram, which is basically just the opposite architecture, where when you take some word in a sentence and you try to predict the nearby words. And again, you don't care about the positions. And then use the SGD and everything. Then there are some tricks how to make it really fast, like the hierarchical softmax and negative sampling. But I guess I can just skip these because we don't have that much time, and that's just like the training details how to make it fast and efficient. This was basically the comparison that I was talking about. Like before the Vortevec papers was published, many people were using either Ronan Colbert's models or like a couple of re-implementations of neural networks where people would train these language models for like weeks or even months, and then they would take the word vectors and use them in NLP applications, and they were actually working kind of fine. But on these analogy data sets, you see that they are not working that well because the accuracy was at best like 25% with my recurrent network language model. But then when you use the word vectors, train on much more data, much more quickly in like a couple of minutes using the efficient algorithms, then you would do much better in these analogy tasks, like by tons. Like you can go from like run-ons to 11% to hours like 72, and later like even like 90% with fast text. So you could do definitely much better. And it was similar in the NLP task that basically the Vortevec features were working much better than the previous generation of features coming from the more computationally complex language models. And of course, this is published somewhere on the web. There are some few examples. Maybe I can just stop at some slides just so you can see that it was working quite well. Like I, for example, did like this example that you can form these analogy equations like sushi minus Japan plus Germany gives you bratwurst and so on. So it was a lot of fun actually to play with it, I must say. So that was actually pretty cool. On the language modeling side that I will be just talking about a bit later, you can also like see some cool results by sampling, for example, the new sentences. There's also this visualization where you just take some words to represent the countries and some words that represent the capital cities, and you just plot it using PCA into 2 dimensions. Basically plot these word vectors in 2 dimensions. And surprisingly, it was, at least at the time, surprisingly, it was working so well that it did arrange all the countries and capital cities in such a way that there's kind of like almost one direction which you go from the country to its capital city. So basically, the gray arrows were added manually. The model just basically just sees the Wikipedia and no labels. There's no human intervention to end up with this picture. So you see basically the power of statistics here. Okay, then there's something about phrases. Let's skip that. Of course, like intuitively, you can wonder if all these language spaces are similar across languages, and the answer is yes. We did try it between English and Spanish, where we just need to rotate these images so they correspond to each other. But basically, these high-dimensional representations of languages that you can learn from say Wikipedia or some similar data sets. These language spaces will just look like geometrically very similar, even if it's in Spanish or German or English or whatever. You just need to rotate them so they would overlap. So we did it in some supervised way back in the days, and later people did find that you can do it even like in almost unsupervised way, where you just try to make an overlap between these language spaces, and then you can actually solve in this way somewhat the unsupervised machine translation, where you don't see any labeled examples, you don't see any pairs of sentences that are translated, but you see just large quantities of monolingual data, and you can already perform some sort of translation. So it was kind of cool. Okay, there was also like this further work that we did with the FastX project, which was extending the Vortevec. There was some slight controversy coming from the NLP group from Stanford, who did develop the GLAF model, which was kind of like it was very, very similar to the Vortevec, but instead of like computing the whole model in one go, you would split it into 2 parts. And then they did train this model on like huge data set, the common crawl, basically a lot of data from the web, I think like 600 billion words. And it was working better than the Vortevec model trained on less words, which I think is not surprising. But when you would train the word-to-vec on the same amount of the data, then it turned out that it's actually much better than the glove. So I think that's why the glove model is controversial, because it's actually like a worse technique, but trained on more data than the original word-to-vec. But of course, like we did extend word2vec into fast text. Then we did add also some subword features, which is especially good for some non-English languages like Czech, for example, or Polish and so on, where you have like this inflections. The vocabulary is much larger, and you really want to see some structure over the word at the input. And then you see that if you train the glove and fast text on comparable data sets coming from similar sources, then you just get much better with fast text, which again is word-to-vec with the subword features, which maybe we are not even using in this table. We just added them at the end. So that has been published like 2 years ago. So yeah, it was evaluated on these analogies. There are word similarity datasets from Stanford actually, and Stanford question answering dataset where these features were used basically as some input features for some other systems that were doing the question answering. So that again is like open source, and it's very fast. And I think I have a couple of slides that are showing that fast text also like works for text classification a little bit later. So just let's finish the distributed word representations part. I would say that the data sets are often more important than the techniques that you are using. So you should use as large data set with as high quality as possible, and then you will learn just the best models, because otherwise all these word representational learning algorithms are nowadays similar. Then let's go quickly over text classification, because that's super useful in practice. You can actually use this continuous back-of-word architecture that I was showing to do the text classification directly. So you just sum the word features from the whole sentence, and instead of predicting the middle word or something of that sort, you will predict the label. So in this case, you need the supervision, you need the labels coming from human annotators. But then you are already solving some task that is actually useful for something in practice. For example, you are detecting the sentiment of a sentence, or whether an email is a spam or not. And actually, what I wanted to show here is the same story as I was already saying a couple of times before. Like some people that publish, like Jan Lekan with his student, for example, but also others that publish how, for example, deep learning works great for language understanding and so on. And it actually turned out to be the case that you can get better results than these 20 hidden layer neural networks or whatever with convolutions and I don't know what. You can actually get similar or even better results with just the fast text, which is kind of like just slightly more complicated than the logistic regression. And what was the most striking was this comparison between the training times. Like not only we did get better accuracy than Jan and his student, but actually instead of like training on some very expensive GPUs for like a couple of days, just a single epoch, we could train them out in kind of like a few hours, actually not hours, few seconds. Here it's the last column, so it was really much faster. So I think that's again like the same lesson as I was saying before. Like before going into complicated things, it's good to consider simple things. Not always the simple things work better than the complicated things, but often it's the case, and people should not underestimate the simple ideas because they are very powerful. Then the last section that I have like the last 10 minutes for is the neural language models, which is actually what I did start my research with in like 2006 and so on. And I did write my PhD thesis about neural language models. It's like this super old task going back to Claude Shannon, where we are trying to estimate what is the probability of a word given its history. And then you use it for machine translation, speech recognition, and many other tasks. It's very cool. But here's back the equation that you are just multiplying the probabilities of words given their histories to get the probability of a sentence or just a piece of text. But you will need way too many parameters to estimate in the n-grams, which is the count-based techniques from the last century, as I said, which were like dominant for maybe like 30 years. Or people are losing all the hope that we can do better. And then the neural networks actually, through the concept of weight sharing, they can actually overcome these models by a lot. And I can just refer to my PhD thesis if somebody wants to really read all the details. But in short, there were like many myths in the neural network community and NLP community for which reasons people did believe that these neural networks cannot work for language modeling. But even if, for example, Yoshua did publish this paper in 2003, if you would look at how much it was cited, well, nobody was really using it. Well, nobody except maybe two or three people were using it in practice, because even for people for whom it did somewhat work, it was working just on small data sets, and it was computationally very demanding. It was slow, and whenever you would use large data sets, it would kind of like stop working because the improvements were vanishing. So things were looking difficult, but I did come with this recurrent language model, which is by just going back to the basics, you take this background language model and you add the context this time by just copying the state of the hidden layer to the input features at the next time step. So you can create this cycle where this st minus one in the figure is copied from the previous time step. That's the state of the hidden layer. And then you assume that the neural network will actually learn the memory on its own using the stochastic gradient descent, where it will actually itself kind of like solve what it wants to remember. And of course, I was not the first one to come up with this concept. There was, for example, Jeff Elman, who was using neural nets, recurrent neural networks already like at the beginning of 90s. He did write some very nice papers, but nobody was actually able to make these models work because there was like this theoretical result that this model will be unstable, that either during the training the gradients will be going exponentially larger or exponentially smaller. But if they will be going smaller, then the model will have no memory. If they will be going larger, then you will be just kind of like overblowing the weight updates, and the training will be unstable. And that was kind of like the explanation why this model was not really working for everyone. I was luckily not aware of this negative result when I started working with these models, and somehow I made it work by believing that my implementation was buggy. So I did come up with some trick how to deal with this exploding gradient. So I will just skip over the vanishing gradients because there's not that much time to go over them. But when it comes to exploding gradients, basically sometimes it turns out that the gradients, as you propagate them backwards through time, they will be just getting larger and larger, and you will make way too large weight update. And basically the whole network will get destroyed at that moment. Whatever you trained so far, you will just forget it. And in my case, because I didn't know that these models are supposed to not work, I did think that I have a bug in the code, and I did come with just a simple trick that whenever I did observe these gradients to explode, because it was rare, I would clip the gradient size. So there was some maximum threshold over which it couldn't go. So there was basically this hard-coded if in the code, and that was basically sufficient so that the training would be stable even on larger data sets. And then just quickly over the results, it was basically working better than the feed-forward model on this Pentree bank data set, which is, I think, still kind of used even today. It's kind of like MNIST for language modeling. The data set was pretty much composed by some people at JHU, but I did slightly modify it and would make it public on my website. So it was one of the first benchmarks that were actually available publicly, which was also like my issue when I was a student. I couldn't really use any publicly available language modeling datasets because they didn't really exist back in the days. There were no competitions, no benchmarks. It was a really difficult field, but I was able to change it by making a couple of datasets on my own. And then again, like there's this somewhat boring part about how to make it really fast and efficient, but would need more time for it. So I'll just quickly go over the slides. There are like these historical ideas that will just compute the probability of the most frequent words using neural networks, and for the rest using the n-grams. Then there was this hierarchical softmax where we just break this large softmax at the end, but I guess I can just skip these. And there was also like some idea that I did like a lot with the combination of the logistic regression and neural network, but again, like no time for it. So that's the paper from language modeling, where some guys from Google that published that basically if you train like 10 of these very large LSTM recurrent networks, that it was working like much better than the Ngram baseline, which was I think around 60 perplexity. So, and there was like 1 billion words, so it was kind of like already proven that you can do much better with neural networks than with the engrams. I think nowadays nobody really believes that engrams are unbeatable anymore. Okay, I'm not gonna explain these LSTMs much, but there's this idea of Jeff Zweig that I did work on together with him 2012, that you can use some extra features in the recurrent nets, and from that you can derive a model that works pretty much as well as LSTM in many cases, while being much simpler conceptually. So you can actually see this as a model with 2 recurrent layers. One is just diagonal, so we just have the weights on the diagonal, everything else is 0, and the other one is the classic fully connected one. So I did publish it in 2015 as well. That's maybe for people who actually want to understand what these LSTMs learn. So I'm just quickly going over the references. Then by like 2007, there was Holger Schwenk's results about using neural networks for machine translation. He was using it in a competition somewhat successfully, and there was a lot of people who did follow on what he did, like including me and Ashish Vaswani, I think, did publish this paper in 2013, where he did even integrate it into decoding, and things are looking better and better. Then there was this idea that you can actually solve machine translation by just coming with a basically language modeling based translation. I did it in 2012, where I would just take the data set where you have a sentence written in English and then a sentence written in French. That is the translation of the English sentence. And if you have just, say, millions of these sentence pairs, then you can build a machine translation system end to end, just basically training a language model and then showing it the first part, which means the English sentence, and then you can generate the rest through sampling. Well, I was so disappointed that even if I did like the idea a lot, that it was not really working well for anything longer than very short. So I could translate like sentences of this type, like 3-4 words, but it didn't really scale much to anything else. Then when I did show it to my colleagues at Google Brain, they did replace the RNN with LSTM, and they added more hidden layers, and it was working for like a bit longer sentences. It still was not working that well, but they still did publish it under this name sequence to sequence learning with neural networks or whatever. And that was already like quite well known. And then there was like this kind of like breakthrough paper, I would say, from the Montreal group, from Bahdenau and the others, who did actually come up with this neural network end-to-end system that did that attention mechanism, so they could deal much better with longer sentences. And I would say that was the beginning of this modern neural machine translation. And then, of course, there was a lot of follow-up papers. So then the last thing that I have here, of course, like you can pre-train the language models on some unlabeled data like Wikipedia, and then just share it with the community so they can use it as features to their system the same way as Word2Vec, while the language model has an advantage that it understands the word context, the word order, and the disadvantage that it's actually much more computationally demanding than the word vector. So it's useful in some cases where you have a lot of computational resources and where you care about the maximum accuracy that you can get. And otherwise, it's like a good idea. Like nowadays, there's this GPT 2, 3, or whatever is the latest number that people are using. But I would say, like scientifically, it's still the same things again and again. And of course, people will try to add some boxes there so that it looks like a new thing. But I would say the core idea is to basically just pre-train a large language model on as much data as you can. So useful, but not really gonna take us to AI or whatever. So that's pretty much it. There are just some summary slides that I really like. These neural network language models ideas can be tracked back in the history to the 80s, but they started being used only after there were like the successful results on large data sets, which were produced by me in like 2011-12. And that's when the company started investing in this area. There's a few links here, but that's pretty much it. Okay, thanks for the attention, and I guess that we can go back to the questions.
Yeah, thanks a lot. That this was really good. Yeah, I have so many thoughts and questions, but I guess I'll leave to the participants' questions. And just I want to clap on behalf of the participants for really nice talk. And let me let me open again the questions. Okay, so there's quite a few questions, but yeah, just sort of a note. I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to go through all of them, but what I can do is I can make a doc with the questions that are left, and I'll send them to you, Tomasz. And if you have time, maybe you can answer them in text, and we'll forward them to the participants. Okay, so for the first question, what do you think are the most promising and interesting areas in NLP right now?
Most promising, interesting areas. Well, depends on what you actually want to solve. I would say that the mainstream is already like set for maybe the last 10 years. When we did see that there are like two core ideas that people should be working on. That's to make the models as large as possible. That means a lot of parameters, which means that you need, say, specialized hardware like GPUs and TPUs and whatever. And the other thing is, of course, the training data, which means that you can come up with some novel data sets. Say the Stanford question answering data set, the squad, for example, I think was interesting. So that's kind of like the mainstream NLP research to have as large model as possible, so trained on as much data as possible. If you make your work useful for the other people, that's even much better, which means that pre-trained models that others can easily use in many tasks like word vectors, language models, and so on. That's gonna always get the most attention in the short term. I think that in the long term, it would be great if you'd be trying to solve problems that are currently not solvable with the machine learning, which in my opinion is the unsupervised learning, building models that can have some real sort of like memory, and even like have some reasonable conversation with us. I think that's super difficult problem. So I wouldn't really say it's the most promising in the sense that you will probably spend a couple of years working on it without any like big breakthrough. But I think people should be really trying, because that's what the real science should be about, to try to solve what actually doesn't really work yet. While if you are trying to solve a problem that we did already solved before just by making the model 50% larger, I would say it's more like engineering than science, but that's my take on it.
Cool. So I guess second question is quite related to the first, so you probably already answered it, but I'm just going to say it anyway in case you want to add something. So what are the most important data sets in NLP to be solved at the moment, which could not be solved by transformers without actually understanding, without actually having understanding of the language, or like linguistics or things like this?
Most important, well, I would say that the most important data sets that we can solve with these statistical techniques that exist today would be, again, something like having, say, smart chatbot, some system that you can communicate with, that can remember what you are saying and use it in the future. It can be shown quite easily that if you just build, again, like a language model based chatbot system that is trying to predict or sample the continuation of a conversation based on the history, that this is like huge issues that are very visible to everyone with the memory, that you can basically define something, some concept, then ask about it later, and the system will struggle with it because the concept of memory seems easy to us as people, but all these models that we have today are having like memory systems that can be shown to be insufficient very easily through examples like I could probably manually write some examples. I did already do it before. When I did in 2013, I think I did write this this document that I didn't actually publish, but I did share it with a lot of people. It was called Incremental Learning of Algorithms, and there I did show that that you can make some text examples from which you would want to learn, for example, simple regularities of the sort that you define some task like I have 2 blue balls and 1 red cube, and then you ask the system how many cubes or balls you have, and what is red and what is blue. And if you define just a very toyish, like a childish language sentences of this sort, and then test which language model will be able to generalize in these contexts, you will find that none of them actually. It's very difficult, and then you can always like modify these examples to be slightly more complicated language, and then you see that very quickly these statistical language models are breaking there.
Cool. So for the next questions, what do you think is really attention what we all need? What's your take on attention for NLP?
Well, it depends. If you are some author of the paper and you just need all the citations, then that's definitely a good title for you. But otherwise, no, I think that this attention mechanism, although I didn't never like actually its name because it seems to be making some links to neuroscience or brains. But I think that conceptually it was one of the most exciting ideas from the last decade, and I believe that there will be Kyung-Yoon Cho presenting it maybe today, so you will hear about it more. But I definitely don't think it's all that we need, because again, like if you have like these memory tasks where you define something simple in the language and then you ask about it again, and or you try to make a chatbot that would be able to talk with you as like with the same quality as like 5 years old child, you will quickly find that it's impossible and difficult to explain what is the difficult part. But basically people can learn in very like unsupervised way, while our like machine learning techniques are more like some super parrots. Like they are very good at memorization. They can repeat whole sentences that they did see in the training data quite well. But when it comes to some sort of like generalization or some reasoning, as people call it, then that's like really like a difficult part.
Okay, let's do a couple more questions. So the next one is, what do you think about causal inference in NLP?
Causal inference in NLP? Well, I'm not sure. I never did work on it, so that would be probably not be something that I can answer.
Okay. The next question is, do you think self-supervision is the way to go for NLP? If not, can you provide one example of a task problem we cannot solve with self-supervision?
Well, it's an interesting question, because I did believe for many years that it may be enough, because self-supervision is basically like what language models are about. There's even like there were like people like say Marcus Hutter who did publish this kind of like AI competition where the goal was to compress the Wikipedia as much as possible, which can be shown to be exactly the same thing as when we are minimizing the perplexity of a language model. And his arguments were that the best model, basically the best language model with the lowest perplexity, would have to understand the language, which actually I agree with. The question is, how can we get to that point? And when we are already like at these levels of very low perplexities, well, people are even worse than these language models at some point at predicting what is the next word, but we can still understand the longer context much better. So I actually believe that self-supervision is not gonna work for building AI or like building models that really understand language the same way as if you have, say, autistic people who just observe like things that we don't care about around us because they just study some details and they're counting some objects. And so they are kind of like distant when it comes to interaction to our world. I have the same feeling from our machine learning techniques today, that they are kind of autistic as well, that they are caring too much about the details that we humans don't care about, while the important things that are important for us are kind of like hidden for these models. So I would like to see more like data sets where, for example, like say question answering, where you would have like full conversation, where you can test whether the system did understand things the same way as we do. Kind of like when you have children who go to school in the first grade, they can answer some basic questions and they can use the context. They can memorize sentences and reproduce facts and so on. And they can do it like from the self-supervision kind of, because they just observe basically the signal. So there's no like explicit supervision there. And I think that these would be like great data sets to show, sorry, that it's really difficult for the current machine learning to solve this, including whether we have attention or 50 hidden layers or whatever. It's just not going to cut it. So I think that there's some sort of like evolution of the data sets that are being used by the community and the techniques themselves. So we mostly work on problems that we can already solve, but then there are problems that the current machine learning cannot solve, and it's difficult to publish papers about these problems because if you come to ICML or whatever NIPS with a data set that is currently not solvable by machine learning, and that's it, then you will not get a paper accepted, and then it's super difficult to even work on these data sets. So I think it's kind of like this vicious cycle in some sense that the machine learning community did lock itself in some local optimum, that we are working on tasks that we already could solve 10 years ago, and we are just making the models bigger and some new fancy boxes that are not really necessary. And if we are to overcome it, then I think we should get more to the basics and realize what we actually want in the long term from machine learning and from AI research, and define tasks without actually thinking about the models that we have at the hand, and just define tasks that we believe are important and that are not unnecessarily complex, so that we believe that they can be solved.
The last question. What do you recommend when dealing with small NLP data sets?
Small NLP data sets where, well, the most boring answer that's gonna be probably most useful if you are like in working somewhere on some practical tasks, then the best thing would be to make the data set bigger, which means to try to look for different sources of the data, annotate more data. Like often people just have say 100 labeled examples, and they are trying to apply some fancy neural language models to the problem that they have, and where if they would just manually label under 100 examples, they can improve their performance much more, even if they use logistic regression as the model, than if they will spend another week or month by trying to tune some new transformer language model. So I think that depends on whether you care about the performance, like as an engineer, then I would say that just try to do whatever to get more data. And if you are like a researcher, which means that you just want to really deal with a small data set and just learn more regularities, then I think that again, like doing transfer learning from other tasks, which is to use pre-trained word vectors, pre-trained language models, that's probably gonna help your generalization, because then your system doesn't need to learn from like 10 labeled examples that Monday and Tuesday should share parameters, but you already have this given from the pre-trained language model or word vector model. So I think that transfer learning for small data sets is definitely a good idea. But even simpler answer would be, if you just care about the performance, just get more annotations. That's it. Make the small data set big.
Okay, cool. Thanks again for the lecture. This was amazing, and yeah, let's clap and yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye bye.
Okay, hello everyone, welcome back. We are live with the first slot for the tutorial Q&As. And we are here with our dear and lovely teaching assistants. So we just want to introduce them such that you know the people who helped you during the tutorials. And I will actually let them introduce themselves and tell us just a few words about the work that they are doing. So let's start with Andrei.
Okay, hello, I'm Andrei Nicoliciu. I finished my master's degree 2 years ago, and now I'm working in Bucharest at a company, a Bitdefender. I research deep learning methods for vision problems mainly. Recently, I studied how we can get some relational representation in vision problems, and how can we obtain a representation that are object-centric, but in a semi-supervised way. That's the main thing that I did, and I'm really happy to be able to come virtually to this summer school as a teaching assistant. Okay, that's all for me.
So, hello, my name is Błażej Osiński. I'm a PhD student at the University of Warsaw, and I also collaborate with a company called DeepSense AI here in Warsaw. Don't be confused with DeepMind, though the name is similar. I work mostly on reinforcement learning, and in later days, mostly on application to autonomous driving and to multi-agent systems, and also working now on things that can connect both worlds. So yeah, and I'm also very happy that after last year when I was participating in EEML, this year I'm a teaching assistant here. Thanks.
Thank you. Elena, I think you're muted. Sorry.
Yes, I was muted. Hello, I'm Elena Burceanu, and I work at Bitdefender in Bucharest, Romania, in machine learning research team, in an independent team of the product and the production line here in Bitdefender. Our purpose as a team is to become competitive in top academical research and to build a strong local community here. My main interest as a researcher is in computer vision and particularly in unsupervised video understanding. And I am currently pursuing my PhD on tracking general objects and on instance segmentation. Last year, our team was involved in organizing EEML in our town here in Bucharest, and I am glad to see it continuing this year too, despite of all the obstacles. Have a great time this week and make connections and take advantage of the impressive lineup of speakers and mentors this year.
Thank you.
Hi everyone. First of all, thank you everyone for organizing this year too, even if there were some problems with the pandemic. I'm Iulia Duță. I got a master's degree in artificial intelligence from the University of Bucharest 2 years ago. I work as machine learning researcher at Bitdefender in the team that Helena told you about. I am super excited about graph neural networks, and my research focused on how to take advantages from GNNs for structured and unstructured domains, and also on how to design methods to make those models learn easier and in a better way. Currently, I'm trying to apply GraphNets to create better video representation. So if you are interested in similar things, just ping me on Rocket Chat.
Okay, so hi everyone, I'm Piotr Kozakowski. I'm doing a PhD in reinforcement learning at the University of Warsaw. I am interested in model-based reinforcement learning in all shapes and sizes, currently researching ways to combine planning algorithms with neural networks. And I'm also working part-time at Google on time series predictions for prediction for systems. That's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, hi, I'm Piotr Stępczyk. I'm the first year student on Faculty of Mathematics, Informatics and Mechanics on University of Warsaw, first year PhD student. And also part-time, I'm head of AI at Sonar Home. It's a real estate online marketplace in Poland. And I'm also a chairman of Polish National Institute of Machine Learning Foundation. Our mission is to support development of artificial intelligence in Poland. And maybe I will put link to our webpage if you want to learn more about us on the Rocket Chat. And my scientific interests are variational Bayes methods and deep generative models. And now I'm currently investigating during my PhD research how topology of the latent space affects many aspects of deep generative models. So how the dimensionally affects the out of distribution samples, for example, or how the topology of the latent space affects this one-to-one correspondence between latent space and the data space. And I also created, and now I'm developing a Python library for building, training, and visualizing generative models. And I'm happy to be here with you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all, and thank you for the great work that you've done. I've seen you've answered so many questions on Rocket Chat, and you've helped so many people. So thank you. We're very grateful for that, and I'm sure the participants are as well. Okay, so now we will continue with just taking questions in Rocket Chat. So I think the TAs will. So just one thing. All the names of the TAs are currently on our homepage. So below the under the video stream, you can see their names and their and the links to their websites. You can go there. You can see more details about what they're doing, connect with them, and maybe establish collaboration. So thank you again. And now we will continue with the questions.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so first of all, I think I kind of owe some explanations for the tutorial on the ResNet. So I will just start very quickly just by presenting a bit. I made a figure which should be should allow you to understand much better the way the code was written last time. And by the way, I hope you can see this. So this is now GitHub solution was updated with more explanation and more comments. So I will just start presenting briefly this, and then we will go to the next tutorial, to RL, and then to unsupervised learning. So please ask in Rocket Chat in tutorials Q&A tutorials QA channel. Please post their questions that you might have, and then the teaching assistants will help you, or we will also answer questions live. So just to go briefly back to the residual connections. So as I said, there was the initial here on the. Let me see if I know how to use this. On the left here, this is the first version of a residual network that was published. And then here on the right, there's the second version, and this is the version that we have in the code. And the differences are that here in the first version, we had the nonlinearity here after the addition, which meant that we do not have a clear path throughout the network. We will always have nonlinearities. And this and the authors have found in the second version that actually training gets better. Training improves and accuracy improves when we have a clear path throughout the network. So that's why they've changed the order of the layers inside the residual blocks. So now we have this so-called pre-activation here. So inside one residual block, we have two main units, and then in each unit we have this pre-activation before the convolutional layer. So this is the main block, and then when we want to, here again we have this element-wise addition. This forces us to have the same dimension in the channels between input and output. Now, when we want to increase the dimension of the feature space, we would do a so-called projection here on the shortcut. So we use a 1x1 convolution to project into a higher dimensional space. And now this is the actual block that we are implementing. So And the second thing, besides the projection, is that we also use this bottleneck block. So instead of having the two subunits like here, which are each 3 by 3 convolutional layers, we actually have 3 blocks now, 1, 2, and 3, and one by 1, 3 by 3, and then 1 by 1. So this by here we are projecting in a lower dimensional space, and that's why we call it's a bottleneck. And then this we apply the 3 by 3 on a lower dimensional space, and this makes all the computation cheaper now, because we do all the convolutions in a lower dimensional space, and then we use the last convolutional layer to project back into the original feature space. So, and then we do here the addition. However, even when we do the shortcut, we don't do just one by one convolution here. We have to first pass through the pre-activation to normalize the features. Okay, so that's why when we go into that's why the code looked the way it looked. Okay, so first, when we just enter in the block, we have our inputs here, and then we take the shortcut, and the output will take both the value of the inputs, and then we loop. So we have these 3 blocks. We could easily just write them like every layer one by one by hand, but here the code was written in a compact form, and then we loop through the three blocks. So, and then at the first block, we check if we apply projection here. So if I need to go through the projection, then I apply the convolution. This was the convolution, the 1 by 1 for the projection. And then I continue. So this gives me this. The 2 lines from here are these. And then if I will go to here, if I need for the shortcut, or if not, I will just continue here and do my my convolutional blocks. And in this way, this is the compact form of writing this this residual block. So I hope this clarifies a bit better. Apologies for that. It was confusing the figure last time. And I just wanted to say that residual connections have been used in many other architectures, and not only for image classification. So another form, in another paper, residual connections were used in a dense in a dense manner. So in DenseNet, you are maybe familiar with. There you have blocks, and then inside these blocks, all the features, all the layers send activations to all the other layers in the block. And then another thing to note is that in UNet, for example, we also have these long skip connections like here. And here, actually, they don't do addition to combine the shortcut and the residual. They actually do concatenation. However, so when we do concatenation, we don't have the issue with the different number of feature channels in input and output of the block, but this does increase, obviously, the computational resources that are required. So yeah, this is UNet, and this is used mostly is used for semantic segmentation. So I'm sure people here who work on this or in medical imaging for semantic segmentation, they are surely familiar with that. And maybe I would just take just two more minutes, but this is a bit longer thing. I will just stop here, and maybe we can just take questions or move to the next tutorial. Let me just check if there are questions in Rocket Chat.
Looks like someone is typing, so maybe.
Okay. And maybe I could just add, because there was a good point last time, that like to highlight what were the takeaways of the tutorial on supervised. We wanted to get you familiar with JAX and Haiku, and to be sure that you all know how to implement and train a residual convolutional neural network. You train it with standard data augmentation. You use weight using weight decay and batch normalization to have a good performance. And we use the CIFAR 10 dataset, which is a common benchmark used. So when you write a paper, if you want to propose a new neural module or a new training method, this is a benchmark that usually appears in a paper. So it's good for you to be familiar with that. This was the first takeaway. The second takeaway, we used backpropagation to build adversarial examples. So this is just something for you to see. Okay, backpropagation that is used to train the neural network can actually be used for different purposes. So now we are training to build the adversarial examples. And just a note, the same backpropagation is actually used also for visualization methods. When you have a convolutional neural network and you want to see what the network has learned, so when the network makes a decision in classification, oh, this is a cat in the image, you want to see which pixels, on which parts of the image did the model rely when it made that decision. So if you use backpropagation, you can also track back into the input to build a saliency map and see which parts of the image were used in the decision. So these are different uses of backpropagation, and it's good for you to be familiar with this. Like don't just use in Keras, for example, you just do model.train and that's it. It's good for you to work with gradients directly, check their shapes, understand what is happening in the training part. And then lastly, we had the part with the self-attention. This again gives you the opportunity to implement a new network module. And self-attention that we did there, the squeeze and excitation, it's a very simple module, very easy to implement, and it's now used in several papers, in several popular architectures. For example, in EfficientNet, which is I'm not sure if it's state of the art now in classification, but it is a really strong baseline to have. It does incorporate squeeze and excitation blocks. So it's something good. It's good for you to be familiar with that. And as homework, but yeah, I didn't insist on that. If you had time to look over that, we were looking at weaknesses of these models when it comes to sort of attacks in the geometric space. So if you rotate the input images, then the network predictions will not you will not have the accuracy that you expect. So for CFAR, for example, the original network is around 90%, but then if we just rotate the images and we run evaluation, then we get back to like 30%. So that's we really need to be aware of all these problems and train our networks in a robust way. Okay, so I think that will be all. I will hand over to Ferial to continue with the RL, and I will check Rocket Chat if there are questions that I can answer there in writing. Thank you.
Hello, great to be here again. So there was a question, maybe we can answer. There is a question on, does TensorFlow use JAX in any way? So the answer is no, but they both rely on XLA, which is like accelerated linear algebra computation. And I guess to some extent they use the same tools, but it's different. Yeah, that's one question. And I don't know if you have more questions.
And maybe just to add, maybe people were confused. So JAX does not offer support for data loading and data preprocessing, and that's why we use TensorFlow for that part. And then we use JAX for all the part with the model definition and model training, in case this made some confusion.
Yeah, great. Yeah, for the reinforcement learning tutorial, so I looked and saw whether there are any questions that I could answer. So the homework was the DQN implementation of the loss, or if you wanted to be more ambitious, the training loop. But I didn't see any particular question. I'm here if you want to ask more. And Gorge is going to be there later today, and he also can answer more questions. I'm going to just maybe, should I share my screen, Bjorika, or is it fine? I don't need to, so.
Sure, if you want, you can go. You can just go present, present even on top of my presentation. It will go in mine if you want to present something.
Let me check.
Or I can also stop my presentation.
I'm presenting now. Is this working?
I am seeing, but it might be too small.
Okay. And maybe the slightly bigger. I think just one thing I wanted to point out is in the environment part, which we didn't really discuss, but the implementation of the grid board has these two tasks that we talked about. Let me go down. Okay, yeah. There is the obstacle task and the simple task. These are the environments that we played with, but we also implemented a random goal version of the task that in the construction of the environment, you can just call this task. What this one does is changes the goal location at every episode. This is obviously very challenging for tabular methods, so they can't handle this because they have to just keep a table of all specific positions of goal times the different actions that you can take at each state. So, but for the DQN and NFQ, they should be able to handle this situation, and that's why sort of the power of function approximation is can be seen. So I recommend that you play with this task as well and see how DQN and NFQ can learn later in your own time. Yeah, I think that's it. And also there is a task at the very end where we connect gym environments to DQN. And here also you can put your favorites. Let me see where, okay, here. Your favorite gym environment, it doesn't have to be cardpole. Just because here we are using DQN, you need to have a discrete sort of action space. But you can choose Atari or any other environment. And in Acme, we have some support for, if you want to choose Atari, it can sort of give you concatenated states because, you know, in Atari, they use like 4 frames and you can have a look there. And there is some documentation in Acme that you can follow. Yeah, so that's for the tutorial. But there were some questions around transfer. They were asking what happens if I want to change the observation space and action space and I mean, yeah, observation space, I think specifically. So in that sense, and the question was, should I throw my model away and like it's not useful anymore if I trained it with a different observation? And I just want to point out, you can do some transfer that is done in reinforcement learning, which is called distillation. And then you can have a teacher network that sort of, let's say, trained on a different observation and can solve the task. And you can have another network that has perhaps a different observation, but you can mimic the answers of the teacher network. Basically, we call it teacher-student network. And that way you can just do supervised learning instead of reinforcement learning to let's say, hot start the student network and then continue training. So this is commonly done. And I think there was a paper by Hinton or something in distillation is supervised learning, but I think in reinforcement learning, people also do this. And let's say there was another question regarding what diagnostic do I use or how do I know if my model is training in reinforcement learning? So that's a very good question. And one thing that I try to always do, sometimes I forget, is that when I start with a new problem and I want to have an architecture, it's like a bit tricky. What architecture am I going to use? And normally, let's say if this is the grid board that I want to like solve, whatever, I go with the simplest model and I try with the simplest architecture and I try to overfit there to just be simple level and solve that, just to see whether my model has the capacity to process the observation and can produce proper actions. And just using some diagnostic levels, the simplest type of, let's say, even if it's a robotic, I don't know, environment, you can fix the goal position, right? And you can just try to overfit to that problem and try to solve it and see whether your model can deal with the simplest case. If it doesn't, then there's a problem, right? So you need to sort of maybe play with the architecture, see maybe you have made some mistakes or, yeah, so that's really useful. Even sometimes I do supervised overfitting instead of reinforcement learning just to see if my model works and like it can solve the problem by generating some demonstrations and see if I can overfit to that. Yeah, that's a few tricks. And let me see if there is it true that RL is bottlenecked more by creating assignment rather than learning observation? In other words, little networks approximate better and faster than larger networks. I think that's true to some extent, but I think you're also...
Ariel, maybe you could read the questions, because I'm not sure people know which question you're trying to answer.
It is in the tutorials QA. Somebody asking, is it true that reinforcement learning is bottlenecked more by credit assignment rather than learning representations In other words, little networks approximate better and faster than larger networks. I think depending on the type of environment that you're dealing with, you need more complicated architectures or not. Of course, in the grid world, you don't need to care about representations, but there has been some work in like using even unsupervised representation learning that shows a lot of it adds a lot to reinforcement learning, like a lot of tricks for even augmenting the observations that has been really influential recently in reinforcement learning. But true, credit assignment is a big problem in reinforcement learning, especially if you have sparse reward tasks or or very long horizon tasks. These are really impacted by credit assignment. So that's true. But also, if you don't have good representations, then your credit assignment is going to be impacted, because how are you going to assign credit to what if your representation does not capture the state then? Let me see. How do you debug complicated models based on JAX and Haiku? It is much easier than TensorFlow. I can tell you that. But
maybe I could.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking of just saying, like in TensorFlow, you have the graph, and then once that is built, you don't have access during runtime. You don't have access on the individual components to debug. Whereas JAX should give you access. So generally, it's easier just because we've gotten rid of the graph part. But that being said, compared to TF2, I think they're somewhere at the same level, at least from my experience, like in terms of easiness of debugging.
Absolutely. So maybe
David, do you want to add? Or sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying David can take over because I think I answered most of it.
Yeah, I guess just to add to that, I guess the only thing that can potentially go wrong is if you do JIT compile, that code becomes a bit harder to debug. Usually you expect that, you should expect that it does the same thing as the not compiled one, but sometimes there are some bugs too. You find some bugs. So in our code, we actually had tests to compare things JIT compiled and not JIT compiled, just to make sure that they behave the same way.
Yeah. So maybe just to add, this is like a big gotcha in JAX, and you really have to be careful about this. And this was mentioned in the intro tutorial that was sent last week. So please check there the link and do go through the common gotchas, because you can get very nasty bugs and hard to track if you don't pay attention to that. Yeah. Okay, David, on to.
All right. So in terms of the unsupervised tutorial, there weren't many questions since the tutorial, so I guess that I don't have too much to say there. There was a homework, and I'm not sure how many of you attempted it so far. I did not see questions related to that. So I don't know what's the.
I think there is a question, if I may, there's a question regarding, are there works where observing the environment is treated as an action, such that the agent selects the action which is actually observing some aspects of the environment? I'm not sure if this is referring to active vision, but if it is, then I would like to answer to this, because I'm actually working on this now on active vision. So in active vision, you actually decide. So let's say you have a large environment and you cannot observe at every step all the, like if you have a 360 camera, you cannot process all the pixels at every time step, and then you have to decide where to look. And this is the field of active vision. It's quite a big field and really exciting, and I'm working on that now. So yes, you can use. I've used, for example, like vanilla A to C. And you can train a policy to crop, to learn where to crop in the image. Another work that I've done is you train a model to blink. So like if you want to process videos, you don't need to process all the frames. You can decide to skip some of the frames, because temporal streams are highly redundant. So you can blink like humans blink. We can teach our models to do the same. And this is again related to the field of active vision. So I can send the references for this. I hope this was the question referring to. Sorry.
I think that was a great answer. I was just going to say the same thing, but much less technical than you. So I was going to say robotics, this is very important because it's very expensive, let's say, to use some of these sensors, and maybe you need to sort of pay a cost of energy or something to access or use some of these sensors, and then you want to actually select which one you want to use. And absolutely what Viorica said is much better than my answer.
But I think like we should start paying attention to this because especially as we want to get closer to like practical applications like embedded devices and self-driving cars and so on, we want to be able to process with very low we have to process with very low latency the signal that we're receiving. So then we have to start being smart about what data we are using, because not all the data is not equal. Data was not created equal, so we have to choose which what to use.
There's another question on Acme. Ariel, if you want to.
Yeah, I will answer in the chat. No worries. There's more discussion.
I think there's a question about standard libraries for visualizing neural networks. I am not sure if these are included like in some standard libraries, but there are quite a few papers, and I can recommend like GradCam. I can send. Okay, I will make a list of references that I should send after this discussion. So there is the GradCam paper or the several papers related to GradCam where they visualize saliency maps using backpropagation. Okay, I will send references for this. I think there was an earlier question regarding is Haiku inspired from Scala? I think Haiku is just a sonnet, like what is sonnet for TensorFlow is Haiku for JAX, but I don't know if there were more similarities with other.
There was another question on would you recommend RL for NLP tasks? If so, for what kind of tasks? I think there's been arguments that NLP should be trained with RL because when you're conversing, there's a lot of dynamics there. However, there's practical problems with that because you need an interactive environment in order to train with RL. And you would need a lot of data. But if maybe Ferrier can.
No, very, very good answer. Also, like you need a reward function with reinforcement learning, and sometimes it's a bit tricky what reward function to use for NLP. And let's say, if it's like you don't want to have a human in the loop, right? Like to annotate the whole data and say, oh, this looks good, this looks better. So if we can come up with some reward function that are meaningful and dense, not just sparse at the very end of generation of a document or something, then it would be really useful and interesting because if you can, NLP is a sequential decision-making task. Like you make a decision on what to say next after each word. And and I think reinforcement learning can be really useful there, but the question is what reward function, what the training precision should look like, what the task should be. And,
I guess I can potentially imagine in the future some kind of joint unsupervised reinforcement learning technique. Although maybe it already exists, I'm not sure.
But I think we have a second lecture today on NLP, and I'm sure Cho might touch on this actually. So keep your question, ask the question back also in the second lecture. So I think there is another question about RL, A to C instead of DDPG. Or maybe you're answering Ferial in the chat.
Yeah, I'm answering in the chat.
Okay. So maybe I'll just repeat, there are several questions the last time. Why did we choose JAX and Haiku for the tutorials? And just to repeat so that this is clear. We are using now JAX and Hype ourselves and not PyTorch. So for us, to prepare the tutorials would have been a lot more effort. And we also think that JAX is closer to NumPy and is just Python and NumPy in terms of syntax, and this should be easier for people to get started. And as we mentioned earlier, it's also easier to debug. So we hope that you will get on board with these libraries as well. Any alternative of TensorBoard in JAX? I think.
So I just replied to the GitHub
okay.
on this. It looks like there's some other library with which you can do something similar. But I'm not aware of a more precise.
So yeah, JAX is still fairly young as a library, so there might not be all the functionalities implemented already, but there might be additional libraries built on top to add other components.
Yeah, as far as I know, TensorBoard really just takes some logs and reads them and then plots them. So if there's some other component that writes out the logs in the correct format, it should be pluggable.
Yeah. Right? So yeah, in the same way that JAX does not offer support for data loading and pre-processing, if the TensorBoard is already good, there might be not much reason to create a new one just for JAX. What tool would you recommend for experiment tracking? I'm not sure. What to say about this?
Yeah,
I guess I'm not sure what people use open source.
I used Sacred before. Sacred is by Schmidhuber's lab, I believe. And it's okay. I mean, it has, I think, Mongo database for like tracking the experiments, and then it has a nice visualization that you can see how the experiment is performing. I had some trouble interacting with it, so in the end, I just used the good old-fashioned doc, writing like my hypothesis. I think that's really useful. Like, before you start an experiment, always write down what you're expecting to see, right? And then when you run the experiment, then you can compare what you expected with what you sort of got out of it, and then that's really useful. So I used to keep track in a doc in the end. I tried a lot of these tools, but yeah. But Sacred, I think, is one of the best ones out there, to my experience.
I think there was an earlier question, I'm not sure if that was answered, related to what was the algorithm followed for adversarial attack. So Carl will connect in the afternoon and he can talk more about that, but it's simply you optimize a noise map that you apply on your input image such that you're now maximizing a different target logit. And you still use a gradient descent to optimize for that. So now the loss that you will have is the classification, but with the wrong target, the target that you want to fool with. And then you have a second loss term, which is L2 loss between this perturbed image and the original image, because you want the new image, the perturbed image, to stay as close as possible to the original image, such that the perturbation is not visible is not visible to humans. But yeah, Carl can give more details, but it's simply just a gradient descent, a few like 50 steps of gradient descent, and to optimize this noise image.
Okay, there's a question on supervised learning. are autoencoders and its variations a competitor for GANs, or in practice they are employed for solving different tasks. So my impression is that lately, I guess GANs do usually produce like nicer visual images, but I guess, yeah, I guess I'm not really sure since this is not my expertise.
So we will probably stop soon. So there is. So sorry again, everyone, for the change in the schedule on the last minute. But there will be a similar slot in the afternoon. So prepare your questions, and later we will have Carl, Stanislaw, and Georgia. They will connect. And yeah, please prepare your questions also for later, and then they will answer. And yeah, if you have any other questions on the code, reach out to us, and we will try to clarify anything that is there. Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Ferial and David, and see you in a bit with Irina presenting DeepMind. Okay, thank you, everyone. See you soon.
Bye.
What project to work on and that kind of thing. So yeah, I think people will be happy to have this presentation. So we might take some questions, but so if there are questions, I will post them. So we have a Slido where people can send questions and upvote. Okay. And then I will project them on the screen so you can see also the questions.
Okay,
but,
great.
Yeah, I'll let you know when you're done with the presentation if there are questions.
Yeah, sounds good.
And here you can do, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to ask about the students. Like, how much do they know, and what's the typical background?
So, like in the selection, generally they had to submit an abstract of a machine learning project that they worked on. So they will have some machine learning knowledge, that's for sure.
Cool.
But they might be like maybe in the more traditional machine learning, like SVMs, or like not necessarily deep learning, but they are definitely into machine learning in some form. Yeah.
So are they undergrad level?
No. So we have, most of them are master and PhD students. And there are some undergrad, but yeah, the majority are PhD students and master.
I see. And so, also, like, is it spread across the whole of Eastern Europe?
So, no, it's actually the whole world. We have like 60 62 countries, I think.
Wow.
Because generally, yeah, with the school, it's not only about Eastern Europe. Like we give priority to students from Eastern Europe, but like we want to bring there people from everywhere in the world so that people can connect with people from outside. So yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so we would start in 5 minutes. Yeah.
Cool.
So you can just present now. If you do present now, that should.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
Okay, hello everyone. We are live now. Sorry about earlier on. I heard that you could hear us chatting here for the preps. I hope that nothing embarrassing was said. So we are here with Irina. She will be presenting DeepMind. So DeepMind is one of the Diamond sponsors, and thank you so much to DeepMind for all the support that they have provided throughout the organization of the school. So as a Diamond sponsor, the benefit is that they get to present a keynote on the machine learning projects that are developed in DeepMind. So, and we have with us Irina Higgins, a research scientist in DeepMind, to tell us about the projects that we developed there. Okay, thank you, Irina, for joining us, and please take over.
Thank you, Fiorika, for the introduction. It's really nice to be able to talk to you, although it's a shame that I can't actually see anyone. But I hope you enjoy the presentation. So it's going to be quite fast, so I obviously can't cover the full breadth of research that's done at DeepMind. But I'll try to mention a couple of our flagship projects and also talk a little bit about my own work. And I'll finish off with a quick story of how I got to DeepMind, because I think some people wonder, like, do you have to always study machine learning or computer science to work somewhere like DeepMind? Well, I didn't do that. My path was very convoluted, so maybe that will help out any of you who are wondering if they can switch fields. So as Viorka said, I'm a research scientist. I've been with DeepMind for almost exactly 5 years now. I started off in the neuroscience team, and more recently I moved to Frontiers, which is a team that essentially has people who don't fit kind of the mainstream lines of work, like deep learning or reinforcement learning. So we have physicists, mathematicians, neuroscientists, and Frontiers try to do kind of more extravagant research, if you can put it that way. But anyway, let's start from the beginning. Why do artificial intelligence at all? And why was DeepMind founded? As you know, we live in a world which has a lot of problems, like from climate change to now kind of global pandemics. And obviously we have a lot of scientific problems, like how to cure cancer. And it's very hard to make progress in solving a lot of these problems. So the idea is that if we can develop an artificial intelligence system, then that's smarter than humans, then we can kind of parallelize scientific progress. Essentially, a machine doesn't need to sleep or eat. It can just be 24/7 trying to solve these big problems, and maybe it can find solutions that we as humans can't find because of particular limitations in our processing capabilities, our memory, etc. So at DeepMind, our mission consists of 2 parts. One is to solve intelligence, and 2 is use it to solve everything else, essentially all of these big problems that exist in the world. And actually, as a company, we're also broadly split into 2 groups. So one is fundamental research, where myself and Viorika are. And our goal is to build artificial general intelligence. And then the second group, we have people, for example, in the science team, who try to directly apply these techniques. And also, of course, they develop their own to solve very well-specified problems in science, like you may have heard about our protein folding project. DeepMind is actually celebrating 10 years this year. It was founded by Demis Hassabis, Shane Legg, and Mustafa Suleyman. Demis and Shane met in 2009 at the Gatsby unit at UCL, where they were both postdocs. And kind of a year after meeting, they've decided that it was time to make it happen, put the company together. And DeepMind was founded. And you have to I don't know if you were even interested in AI back then, but even talking about artificial intelligence in 2010 was very out there. People might think that you're a little bit crazy. So it was pretty incredible that Demis, Shane, Mustafa managed to get funding and get the company going, and actually let people believe the mission and understand that building AI is not something blue sky and out there, and it was real, and it was something that we could start working on already. So in 2014, DeepMind joined forces with Google because I guess Google also realized that artificial intelligence was very important, and it really helped accelerate DeepMind's mission. So it essentially went from about a few than 100 people to around 1,000 now since joining with Google, and we're still growing. So when it comes to building artificial intelligence, one of the first questions to ask is what is intelligence, and how can we measure our progress towards artificial intelligence? So some of you may think, we can measure intelligence in humans. We have IQ tests. So why can't we just apply IQ tests to machines? The problem is that even measuring intelligence in humans is not simple. So this is a quote from Richard Gregory, who is one of the most prominent psychologists of our time. So he says, innumerable tests are available for measuring intelligence, yet no one is quite certain of what intelligence is, or even just what it is that the available tests are measuring. So that's quite pessimistic, right? And of course, IQ tests, they do measure something, and there are a lot of studies that show that whatever IQ tests measure correlates with academic performance, with a kind of general cognitive competence. But at the same time, IQ tests miss a lot. For example, they don't measure your emotional intelligence. They don't measure how fast you learn. A lot of things that are important for kind of defining what we mean by somebody being intelligent. So at DeepMind, we decided to adopt a different measure. This was proposed by Shane Legg, one of our co-founders. Essentially, this is the formula for intelligence that we're trying to maximize. Without going to the math here, we can rephrase it kind of as we want to have a single algorithm that can learn to adapt and perform well across the broadest set of tasks. So let's kind of think, does this actually reflect what we mean intuitively by intelligence? So a human would be able to cook themselves breakfast, play chess, navigate a forest. They can do a lot, and they can do a lot of these tasks pretty well. So a human would be defined as intelligence according to this definition. But for example, let's say a cheetah, it will be really, really good at navigating its geography, its forest or whatever, but it will not be able to make breakfast or like cook eggs or play chess, right? So it will be really, really good at a narrower set of tasks than humans. So according to this definition, it will be less intelligent than a human. So that kind of seems in line with what we want to achieve with our algorithms. When it comes to building AI, what we use is a combination of deep neural networks and reinforcement learning. As you probably all know, currently deep neural networks are kind of the state of the art in terms of machine learning algorithms, and they are loosely inspired by the brain. So they consist of kind of artificial neurons, which of course are oversimplification compared to real neurons. And all these simple units are connected to each other and the kind of information flows from the input to the output, and then at the output we compare what the network predicts with some sort of ground truth, with the true answer we want to achieve, and the error signal is backpropagated to the input to adjust the weights of the neural network so that it learns how to solve the task better. Reinforcement learning, you can think of it as a layer on top of deep neural networks. So our deep neural network is essentially an agent, and this agent is situated in some sort of environment. So there's a constant interaction between the agents and the environment. So the agent takes actions that in itself modifies the environment, and the agent receives new observations of kind of what has happened with the effect the actions had. The agent also has some sort of goal or task to solve. And so it might be taking random actions to begin with, but then at some point it might stumble across what it needed to do, and then the environment will give it a reward signal. And based on that reward, it can then learn that the actions it took prior to that were probably good, and they should be repeated again. So slowly the agent figures out what it needs to do and how to do it. And the difference between kind of classical supervised learning and reinforcement learning is in the amount of supervision that the agent gets. In classification or supervised learning, essentially for every observation, the agent gets an equivalent of a reward signal. It kind of gets the ground truth, it gets the teaching signal. Whereas with reinforcement learning, the agent might need to do a lot of actions before it receives any sort of supervision. And that makes learning much harder, because now you have to attribute kind of your teaching signal throughout time to actions you might have taken, thousands, sometimes time steps before the reward was received. But reinforcement learning is a very cool paradigm. So here's a very nice example where we have the same agent in both situations, on the right and on the left. So the actions the agent can take is the same. The observations it gets are the same, but the reward signals are different. And because the rewards are different, the agents learn different behavior. So it either learns to move forward or it learns to spin in place. So that shows how by shaping the rewards in the environment, we can achieve a lot of diverse behaviors by the agent. Okay. So before moving to the particular examples of where DeepMind's approach to AI worked really well, I want to tell you why we use games a lot, because you will notice that a lot of what we've done is in game environment. So as I mentioned, the way reinforcement learning works is you have to take a lot of random actions before you stumble across your first reward and before you start learning. So that requires a lot of time to learn. And if you had real robots in the real world rather than game environments, you could have problems. So first of all, taking random actions can potentially break the robot or break the environment. You don't want a 1,000-ton industrial robot moving around randomly. You also want to kind of move fast and have a lot of experience to train from. And obviously with games, you can run them in parallel, you can run them faster than real time, but you can't go faster than real time in the real world. And also games are nice because they were created by humans for humans. So they reflect a lot of what's interesting about our world. And also they're meant to be interesting to play. So they're meant to stimulate intelligence. And they're obviously very diverse, and it's very easy to measure progress because typically in games you have some sort of score. So that makes games a very nice environment to develop AI agents in. And DeepMind has really excelled at that. So our 4 flagship algorithms are DQN, AlphaGo, AlphaZero, and AlphaStar. I will go into more detail about DQN and AlphaGo, but essentially AlphaGo is an algorithm that learned to play the game Go better than the world champions. And AlphaZero is a generation of that to other games like chess and shogi. And AlphaStar is an agent that learned to play Star Wars. So what is DQN? This was our first success story, and that's essentially what brought DeepMind onto the playing field. DQN is a reinforcement learning agent that learned to play Atari games. It takes as observations the frames of the Atari, and the outputs are the different actions you can take on an Atari joystick, and inside is a neural network. So this is what happened when we tried to teach DQN to play Breakout. So at first it's taking random actions. It doesn't know what to do at all. But after a little bit of training, it's slowly is able to figure out the rules of the game. So it can it knows that it needs to bounce the ball. It then gets better and better. And at this point, it's already pretty much at the professional human level. But then unexpectedly to the researchers, what happened is that they discovered a cool new strategy that even the researchers didn't know about, where it kind of like passes the ball through a little tunnel on the left and then can solve the game much more efficiently. So that was really cool because that was the first demonstration of AI discovering something that's that the researchers themselves didn't know. And you can see here, so this is now DQN trained, and you can see that it can play all of these Atari games better than humans. So, and you can see that the games are very different from each other. So they have very different visuals, very different goals, very different controls. And by just observing the pixels and getting the score as a reward, the agent was able to figure out how to play all of them. Right, so after DQN, the next big algorithm that really defined DeepMind, you might argue, is AlphaGo. So AlphaGo, as I mentioned, is an algorithm that plays an ancient Chinese game of Go. The rules of the game are very simple. Essentially, there are 2 players. They put white and black stones on the lattices of this of a board. And the aim of the game is to kind of surround as much of your enemy's pieces as possible. The thing is with this game is even though the rules are very simple, it gives rise to huge complexity, and it's very hard to evaluate kind of who is winning. It's very hard to strategize this game, and in China and Korea, like where this game is really popular, it's seen almost as an art form rather than a game necessarily. And a lot of the play is done by intuition. So if you ask a master of Go why they placed the stone in a particular place, often they would not be able to explain why. They will just say that it felt right. And the reason why this game has been kind of this big challenge in AI is because, unlike chess, which you may know got solved in 1997 when Deep Blue from IBM beat Garry Kasparov, the branching factor, essentially like how many possibilities there are at each to make the next move at each point, is much higher in Go. So essentially, if you evaluate every possible move, you can play, there are more possibilities than there are atoms in the universe. So what that means is, if you're an algorithm and you're in a particular state of the board, like at the top of this tree, and you have to figure out what to do next, typically what you would need to do is kind of like play out every possibility to the end of the game, then figure out which of the possible choices gives you more chance of winning, and then play that move, right? But as I said, evaluating exhaustively this whole search tree is basically impossible for Go. When faced with these situations, what is typically done is something called Monte Carlo tree search, where rather than exhaustively evaluating the whole tree, you would essentially evaluate kind of like a few paths through it, and you would pick the moves in each path by kind of like randomly drawing, kind of randomly sampling a move. And then you kind of like do a few of these sample rollouts, and you would average which move is likely to be a good one. But even this strategy doesn't work very well because the tree is so wide and so deep with Go. So it's just computationally intractable. So the way AlphaGo managed to go around this and effectively surprise everyone by beating world champions is by introducing two neural networks. One is called the policy network, and the other one is a value network. So what the policy network does, so it's trained on millions of human professional games, and it takes the board state and it tries to predict a few most likely moves that humans played in similar situations. And what the value network does is it looks at the state of the board, and it tries to evaluate it, kind of tries to predict who is going to win, the whites or the blacks. And again, you can train it by using past games from professionals. And actually, in the original AlphaGo, these networks were first trained using the professional games, but then they would get trained more and more by just evaluating AlphaGo's games against itself. So essentially, it would then kind of train through self-play against itself. And in the next version, in Alpha 0, even the pre-training step was removed. So the game was essentially, the network would start from nothing and it will learn how to play all by itself. So what these networks do is they reduce the width and the depth of evaluation. So when you do this tree search, rather than having to go all the way to the end of the game, you can actually just evaluate a few steps and then use the value network to predict who is going to win, right? You don't need to actually run the game to the end to know who is going to win. And the policy network reduces the breadth by saying that, okay, rather than trying every possible move from one particular position, we take a subset of maybe 10 most promising moves that would have worked well in the past, and let's evaluate only those. And obviously, these two steps reduce the computational complexity a lot, and this is what led essentially to the win by AlphaGo against Lee Sedol, who was the world champion at the time, or one of the best players in Go. And that was a very, very exciting time to be at DeepMind. But the thing is, even though we've had a lot of success with AI, and obviously it's not just DeepMind, you would have heard of all the successes with self-driving cars, with image classification, with kind of machine translation. There are still quite a lot of problems with deep learning. So we haven't solved AI yet. One of the open problems is that these networks are quite brittle. So this was demonstrated by Zagady in 2013, and this problem still hasn't been solved. Let's say we take an image classifier, so you give it an image and it tells you what's in it. And we now have systems like this which work better than humans, so that they can identify and classify different breeds of dogs and cats, and essentially split images in 1,000 different categories much better than humans. So you give this image, this network, an image of a dog, and it correctly obviously identifies that it's a dog. But what you can do is augment it with a tiny bit of noise. And this noise is kind of selected specifically for this purpose. But essentially, to any human, the resulting image is pretty much exactly the same as the original. But such adversarial noise can actually create big problems for neural networks. For example, it might misclassify this image as an ostrich. And obviously, this can create huge problems for using these systems in real life, because if you put an artificial vision system like that in a self-driving car, and it kind of misidentify a stop sign as some other sign, obviously it can lead to catastrophic problems. Another thing is kind of a lack of common sense and real conceptual understanding of what's happening. Again, this is a demonstration from quite an old paper, but it still stands. Here, this model was trained to provide image captions. And you can see that it has a very nice language model. So the captions that it provides, they read well, they're understandable. And also they definitely do relate to the images, but they don't actually capture exactly what's going on. So the image on the left is captions an airplane is parked on the tarmac at an airport, and the one on the right is a group of people standing on top of a beach. So obviously this model doesn't understand kind of causality, consequences, kind of emotional state of people. It doesn't understand physics necessarily. So there's still a lot of work to be done. And when these questions arise, of like, how to address the standing limitations of deep learning algorithms and deep reinforcement learning algorithms, it seems like the consensus is that unsupervised learning might be useful. So yeah, if you listen to Jan LeCun or Yoshua Bengio, essentially, or Jeff Hinton, kind of all the essentially godfathers of deep learning and machine learning, that's the story that they're all telling right now. And essentially what we want is an algorithm that can learn about this world the same way as babies do. So you can see here that this baby is not getting any supervision, but it's happy to explore, learn about how the world works, so that when supervision does come, and it actually needs to learn the meaning of words or how to do something useful in the world, it can do so much faster and much more robustly than deep learning systems. So this is where my work lies as well. So I work on unsupervised representation learning. And when it comes to unsupervised learning, one thing is that it's actually a very vague thing to do. So like, if you don't have some sort of ground truth supervision that you're trying to aim at, what do you do? And when it comes to such open-ended questions, one approach at DeepMind is to look for inspiration at other fields. So in my work, I look for inspiration in neuroscience and physics, but also we have to think about linguistics, because, for example, language is a really important part of what makes humans intelligent. So it's helpful to think about its properties and anything we can gain from that to help think about what kind of representations our agents should learn. And of course, the mathematics is kind of like the fundamental thing that underlies kind of understanding in our neural networks. So my work in particular has to do with the idea of disentangled representation learning. So what that means is without any supervision, by just observing the data, we want to figure out what transformations kind of like give rise to that data. So for example, if we observe different geometric shapes, then we can probably figure out that these shapes can be generated by specifying the the shape itself, maybe the color, the position of these objects. So here's an example of a disentangled neural network. So we have a scene of a 3D scene with objects inside, and by just kind of trying to train an autoencoder-like architecture that takes the input and tries to reconstruct it, but with particular regularization inside, we get single units inside this network that control kind of like interpretable aspects of the environment. So for example, if we modify the value of one of these units and then try to reconstruct, we see that it only affects, for example, the color of one of the objects, or its size, or maybe horizontal or vertical position. So this is still ongoing work, but this work it takes a lot of inspiration ideas from physics and neuroscience, and also recently we were able to show that this kind of representation actually matches very well the representations to the same data in monkey brains. So that was very exciting to see that a model that was inspired by neuroscience is now also validated against the real brain. And these kind of models have been shown to be useful in solving some of the problems with deep learning, such as data efficiency, generalization, fairness, the ability to do abstract reasoning and transfer. And the reason for that is because we are learning a representation where, as I said, different transformations are kind of pulled out to be very explicitly represented inside the network. So then it makes it very easy to kind of ignore things that are irrelevant for the task and then easily generalize over it. And also pull out, like normally tasks would be very they would relate to some of these properties that are extracted in the representation. So we can then learn the mapping between the representation and the task much easier. So for example, we show that an agent that learns a disentangled representation that kind of factorizes some latents that correspond to the environment or the objects is able to generalize to new tasks much better. So if it's trained to pick up cans and ignore hats, and also pick up cakes but ignore balloons in the environment with a green wall, and then it's tested in the environment with a red wall, it can immediately solve that task, whereas the baselines without disentangled representations can't do that. So that's kind of the end of the science part of the talk, and I just want to finish with a quick story of my journey to DeepMind, and I'm going to start very far back in Russia, where I grew up. So this is me and my brother, and my brother was always very much interested in programming, and I kind of tagged along and started programming early on as well. But when it came to deciding on career options, my brother was very resolute on studying computer science, but for some reason, for me, it felt very dry and kind of not particularly appealing. So I thought maybe I should be a doctor instead, because I was quite good at biology. But this is where the angry mob of kind of the friends and the family started to say, well, being a doctor is not a career for a woman. You have to study for a long time. You have no life. So maybe you should consider doing psychology instead, because it's kind of like being a doctor, but you can still have a life. I was quite easily persuaded at the time, so I did move to London and started studying psychology, whereas my brother moved to Oxford and started doing computer science as planned. And he was very happy there, but I realized that actually psychology wasn't really for me, and I wanted to do what my brother did. And this is kind of, I think, one of those moments where it was quite hard to know how to switch from psychology back to something more computational and mathematical, given that essentially my degree had no maths in it at all. But I managed to find a lab at Oxford, which was called the Oxford Foundation of Theoretical Neuroscience and Artificial Intelligence. I didn't know what they did, but the name sounded cool, and I managed to persuade them to take me on for kind of like a year out to do research. So I managed to join my brother, and I started working with biologically plausible neural networks. So they used Hebb rules and they used spikes. So they were very different from the neural networks we use in machine learnings. And I tried to figure out how vision and hearing perception develops in the real brains. And at the same time, I also did spend way too much time on hobbies like playing poker or rifle shooting or ballroom dancing. I also did quite a lot of internships because I still didn't really know what I wanted to do with my life. So I tried becoming a quant, and I interned at Deutsche Bank, Goldman Sachs, and Orbis. And then a friend said, well, you're doing a lot of programming in your PhD. Why don't you try Google? And I was very lucky to get into Google research for a summer. And that was the year when Google acquired DeepMind. So they introduced me essentially to DeepMind. And once I interviewed and realized what DeepMind was about, there was no question anymore. That was exactly where I wanted to be. So finally, my story had a happy ending. So on this, at this point, I think I should stop, and I think we still have a few questions, some time for questions.
Okay, thank you so much for this fascinating talk, and thank you so much for sharing your experience. I'm learning because I did not know the details about your career, and thank you for sharing this. Actually, there are like 30 questions, but wow, we will not have time to go through all that. I will share quickly the screen, and maybe we go just through a few of them, and sure, then we will continue answering them offline.
Sounds good.
I will just pull out now the questions. Okay, can you see my?
Yes. So shall I start from the top then?
Yes. So yeah, the first question, most popular one: what are the differences between Google Brain, Google Research, and DeepMind?
Right. So I've been at Google Research and I've been at DeepMind. I have quite a lot of friends at Google Brain, so I guess I can tell the differences. So Google Research is very much embedded within Google, and essentially it's all about making Google's core products work well and work at scale. If those products require some sort of machine learning, I guess when I was interning, actually, it wasn't even necessarily about machine learning, but now a lot of it is about machine learning. Google Brain is very similar to DeepMind in terms of its research, more research oriented, it's more open-ended, but it's still, like, compared to DeepMind, it's not so much focused on AGI, right? So at DeepMind, we really want artificial general intelligence. We use reinforcement learning a lot, and we use games a lot, whereas at Google Brain, the research is maybe more diverse and there is less focus necessarily on deep RL.
Okay, thank you. Is PhD title essential for a career in research in DeepMind? How many PhDs versus non-PhD are in your team?
So PhD is essentially if you want to be a scientist, but it's not essentially if you want to do research. So we have research engineers, and for that you don't have to have a PhD. And depending on the team, a lot of the time, the work that's actually done in practice is the same between research engineers and research scientists.
What red flags and green flags do you consider in hiring the person?
That's a good question. So I think it's very personal. For me, green flags is kind of like this ability to take a lot of ideas from different fields and kind of play with them and brainstorm. So in my interviews, I try to ask a question that the person probably wouldn't have thought about and see how they deal with that. And the red flag is essentially lack of collaboration. I've interviewed some people who essentially said, I'm amazing, I don't need to work with anyone, and this is not what DeepMind is about, where our work is very collaborative, so you need that.
Is it possible to do internship or fellowship research during PhD? And if yes, in which countries and what is the procedure? Maybe this is a bit longer, but yeah, please try.
So it's definitely important, possible to do internships. As I said, I've done 5 or 6 myself during my PhD, and I think actually I would strongly encourage you to do that, because for me it was the most invaluable experience I think in my life, to be able to be there and see what the different companies are like. And even in finance, I did 3 internships, and you would think that the job is the same, but it wasn't. And the feeling in different companies and the way they operate is very, very different. And I think you wouldn't be able to know if it's a good fit for you until you go and try.
Okay. Maybe we end with this one. I want to do fundamental research in AI. What should I prefer, academic institutions or DeepMind, and why?
So I think there are pros and cons in both. I can say that DeepMind is great because it's very fast-paced. It's very kind of exciting to be there, and you have basically amazing people who all speak the same language, who are all interested in the same things, and you will get so much support that I think it's very hard to get in academia, which often is a little bit more fractured, and it's like the pace is a little bit slow. So for me personally, I didn't necessarily want to stay in academia because I found it too slow. But when I joined DeepMind, I felt so energized and excited to work that it completely changed my perspective on academic research.
Okay, and this one is really the last one about internship opportunities.
Oh, so we definitely have internship opportunities. You should apply on our website, and you can also, probably contact me or Viorica or anyone else at DeepMind who can help you with your application, maybe refer you directly.
Maybe we should just mention that the internships are on hold just for this month of pandemic, because we DeepMind does not want internships remotely, because as Irina said, it's important for you to come into DeepMind and see the environment and collaborate with the people, which you would not get in a remote work mode. So the internships are now put on hold, but they will resume as soon as this situation gets solved. Okay, so I think we will stop here, but there are still quite a few questions, but we will put this in a document and we will answer them offline. Thank you again, Irina, for joining us. I really loved your presentation, and all enjoy your lunch, and see you after that. Okay,
yeah,
thank you
for
so
having
much,
me.
Irina.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay, we're live now. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you've enjoyed your lunch and the mentorship discussions. Quick announcement at the beginning. So thank you to those who submitted the unconference proposals. Actually, they look all very, very interesting. So we decided to accept all of them for the next phase. So you will all have 7 minutes to present your pitch next in the unconference session on Wednesday. But we will send you more details about how to prepare a presentation this afternoon. And now let's get back to this lecture. So I'm happy to have with us Kyung-hyun. I will not repeat that name because I probably said it wrong, but he will repeat the name himself. So Kyung-hyun is from New York University, and he will give the second lecture of the day on NLP. And welcome, welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Well, thanks for the generous introduction. Yes, it's Kyung-hyun, and then the Bjorka, you had the perfect pronunciation there. And then nice to meet you all. Hope you're all enjoying the summer school. So, well, summer school, yes, summer school so far is virtual, but virtual summer school so far. So yeah, just to introduce myself, I am an associate professor at New York University, and then I'm going to mainly talk about the work that I did while I was at Facebook AI Research. I was there until recently, but I kind of quit. So unfortunately, I can't get any of you as an intern at Facebook AI Research anymore. But I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have anything about either New York University or the Facebook AI Research on Rocket Chat. I'll be there online mostly this week. So, so I heard that you learned about some basics of the natural language processing from Tomashi earlier today. And then I thought today, for my lecture, I'm going to focus on the evaluation part because it turned out that evaluation is very, very difficult. But before going into the evaluation, let's talk about why evaluation matters now more than before. So, when we think about the natural language, on one side, there is generation. And then, of course, generation assumes that we do have some kind of understanding of language or the text. Because without understanding, can you actually generate some, let's say, well-formed and meaningful text? That's always a big question. So let's look at two news articles on the slide. On the left-hand side, there's an article from CNN. On the right-hand side, there's an article from TechCrunch. Both of these articles talk about the startup, two different startups that focus on pets, right? Essentially, trying to build an Uber for walking dogs. Okay, that's kind of weird startup, but it turned out that there are a few of those startups there. Now, I'm going to give you about 20 seconds, we don't really have tons of time, to quickly look at the title and perhaps the first couple of sentences. Now, does any of these two articles look weird to you? Is it possible that one of them or both of them was written by a machine rather than a human journalist? It turned out that in fact, one of these was indeed generated automatically, given a title only. So I'll just give you the answer. Only if we had tons of time, we could have actually read it very carefully. On the left-hand side is the actual CNN article written by the journalist Sarah Ashley O'Brien at CNN Business. On the right-hand side is one of the examples from the paper written by Zellers et al. 2019. And then except for the title and which magazine it was supposed to be written in, the whole article was generated automatically. And then if you had read it, and then if you're not one of those VCs who have invested in the dog walking companies, then you would never be able to tell whether the article on the right-hand side was generated automatically. But unfortunately, the thing is, generation is never going to be perfect. And the reason is not because the machines are not good at writing text or they're not good at generating any kind of structured output. We know how to build these machine learning models to generate these amazing text very, very well. I heard that you're going to have a lecture by Lukasz later on about how to build a transformer to generate amazing text. So the issue is that the text is by definition fake. So if you think about images, let's say you take a picture of the word. What happens is that you're going to take a picture of the word as it is. Of course, there will be some distortion due to the choice of your lens. And if you use Snapchat or something like that, you're going to apply some kind of filters. But generally, if you took a picture of a cat, then the cat exists there in the scene. So no one is going to say that oh, that's a dog when they look at a cat. But when it comes to text, natural language is by definition fake because we ourselves made it up from scratch. There's no such thing as natural language in nature. So it's kind of weird to call it a natural language to start with, in a sense that whenever there is a something happening, and then let's say a bunch of people look at the event and then trying to describe it, every single one of them is going to have their own version of the description of the event. So what it means is that the generation is kind of by construction imperfect. And then what we see is that the machines do make this imperfect generation, do generate more imperfect text. But then the thing is, as the capability of generation gets better and better, it becomes more and more difficult for us to tell whether the generated text is imperfect or not. So on the slide, on the left-hand side, there is an article from The Guardian about the football match or the rugby match. And then there is a machine-generated summary on the right-hand side. Now, this summary is definitely imperfect. It's far from imperfect because it actually does make up a lot of, like the facts that is not facts. But then, unless you actually looked at the original article yourself and then compare this summary against the article, it's impossible for you to tell the quality of this summary based on the summary alone. You look at this summary, you notice that okay, this summary makes sense, unless you actually know what happened. So that's why we actually need to think about the evaluation even more carefully now, because all this amazing generation does imply that it's increasingly more difficult for us to evaluate how well the generated text is. So today, I'm going to focus on the so-called open-ended text generation, where there's no single right answer. Think about writing a summary. If I took, let's say, an article from New York Times, and then I want to summarize it for the K-12 students, let's say high school students, I'm going to generate one type of summary that's going to be very different from a summary that I would generate, for instance, for the finance professionals. So what it means is that there is no single right answer. There are many different right answers with the varying levels of details and breadth. So that's these two properties characterize the open-ended text generation quite well. For instance, there is a story generation, poem generation, all those chatbots that you can imagine and you may have actually already interacted with, and then lyric writing and summarization all belong to the category of the open-ended text generation. And we're going to focus on the summarization because that one is actually useful, unlike, let's say, lyric writing. I mean, it could be, but in the future, not much. So when we think about the summarization, there is one particular evaluation metric that everyone tends to use, and then that is called Rouge. And then it was proposed in 2004 by Lin. And there are many different types of, or the variants of the Rouge. And then the two major ones that are being used is the Rouge N, that is the n-gram recall between a candidate summary and a set of reference summaries. That is, we're going to look at a bunch of human written summaries. And then now we look at all those n-grams that are included in these reference summaries. And then we're trying to see how many of those n-grams have been recalled in these machine-generated summaries. So it's a recall measure. And then the other type that is widely used is so-called Rouge L. Now this one, instead of looking at the n-grams, this metric looks at the longest common subsequence between candidate and reference summaries. Now, because we're now looking at the longest common subsequence, it's effectively a dynamic n-gram that we're going to look at. So this n can be very, very long. So we're considering all possible n-gram matches, and then among them, we're going to take the n-gram match with the largest n. But anyway, so these two are the most widely used ones. But on top of that, everyone is going to report BLEU score. Everyone is going to record perplexity using an off-the-shelf language model, blah, 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 because they need to write a paper and they show it to demonstrate that they got the state-of-the-art system, out of one of many of those, according to one of many of those metrics, to please reviewers. But these two Rouge scores turned out to be widely used, weirdly so. So then you start talking to the summarization researchers who have been working on this for decades, and then we're going to ask them what they think of Rouge in order as an evaluation metric for a summarization system. And then the funny thing is that almost everyone you talk to is going to tell you that that's a horrible evaluation metric to use in order to tell the quality of summary because of the many different reasons. And then, you know, two out of many of those main deficiencies include, first one is that it actually compares against a reference summary. And then, you know, if you recall the definition of the open-ended text generation, we now know that that's a horrible way to go because there are many different right answers. And then the reference summaries, however many reference summaries you're going to collect, is that they are not going to be enough to cover all possible ways in which a good summaries can be generated. And the second thing is that these n-gram-based approaches or the word matching-based approaches don't tend to capture the importance or the important aspects of the text. That is, these metrics weigh all portions of text equally. And then it really doesn't really care whether the factual consistency or inconsistency exists or not, because they are just insensitive. Some of those functional words are as important as many of those important nouns or the verbs that you see there. So these metrics cannot really distinguish between the important salient sub-portion or the portion of the text versus the, you know, all those, let's say, boilerplate text in these summaries. On the other hand, if you read the actual papers where the new summarization systems are proposed almost every month or so, what you see is that every single paper is going to talk about how awesome their systems are based on how high their Rouge score, how high their system achieved in terms of Rouge scores. CAO 2017, you know, ends their paper by saying that, oh, you know, we now built the state-of-the-art extractive summarization system by at least 2 Rouge points. And then Paulus et al. 2017 also boasts that their model obtains 41.16 Rouge 1 score, which is an improvement over previous state-of-the-art models. And then 2018, Kaczynski et al. Also said that, oh, you know, our model is state-of-the-art as determined by Rouge score. Of course, Kaczynski et al. Kind of, let's say, you know, came around in 2019 saying that, oh, well, Rouge score is not that great. But until 2018, everyone was boasting that their systems were amazing because the Rouge scores they get is just state-of-the-art. But then, you know, that's so weird. It's really weird because, you know, you talk to the actual summarization researchers, and then they all tell you that Rouge score is not the score that we want to use. Or perhaps they would even say that we should actively avoid using those scores, right? So let's try to make sense of these two claims because it's quite important when you're trying to do research on machine learning, because there are two things you want to do. One is that you want to build a system that actually solves the problem that you want to solve in downstream. And then in that particular case, this kind of n-gram-based metric for summarization or evaluating the quality of the summarization system are not ideal because these metrics do not actually tell you whether the summarization system you have built actually is good or not. However, on the other hand, because, you know, we are interested in building a machine learning algorithms that allows us to use the data or the existing data that has been collected in order to build a system with an arbitrary objective function. So in that case, we can, of course, try to test our machine learning system or the machine learning algorithms with whatever the metric you want. So Rouge is going to be fine, except that what you're going to show is that you have actually come up with a machine learning algorithm that is able to improve this non-decomposable n-gram-based metric rather than building an actual summarization system. So, you know, it is kind of confusing, but, you know, it's a weird, let's say, dichotomy that we need to work with in the sense that we need to think about, okay, so what are we actually showing? Are we actually trying to build a downstream system that actually works for the purpose or the problem that you want to solve? Or are we trying to come up with a machine learning algorithm that works for any kind of objective function that you want it to work with? And then one of them could be the n-gram metric that has absolutely nothing to do with the quality of the summarization system or in general natural language generation system. But today, I'm going to focus on the first part. So we want to use these machine learning algorithms to actually build a summarization system. And then to do so, we want to come up with the evaluation metric that actually measures the quality of the summarization systems. So let's make some historical lessons. That's always a fun thing to do. And then one thing that we all learn as soon as we start looking at the summarization or the automatic summarization is that the intrinsic evaluation is really hard. Now, what do I mean by intrinsic evaluation? It means that we want to check the quality of the summary on its own. That is, I don't really care who's going to read this summary. I don't really care how this summary is going to be used. But all I care about is how good this summary is on its own. But then, of course, in order to answer this question, we need to ask the first question, or the question that is at the beginning of everything about the evaluation is that what is the quality of a summary to start with? What is this quality? It's almost a philosophical question. And then it's also very much dependent upon the context in which this summary appears or is generated. So because it's kind of difficult to tell, we're going to go into the paper from Ha Dome and Daniel Marcoux from 2005 who participated in DUC, which was a long-running challenges or the yearly kind of shared task on the building a summarization system. And then I was reading their paper. It's pretty well written. It's very fun to read because they're saying that everything is breaking down. But then what you notice is that essentially there is no objective way to tell what the quality of a summary is. So in this DUC, they had a bunch of different metrics they use in order to evaluate or to rank different automated summarization systems. And then some of them, or in fact, most of them, require some kind of manual evaluation as well. And even then, the rankings of all these participating systems wildly changed from one metric to another, meaning that this intrinsic evaluation perhaps is impossible to start with. Maybe it's just difficult because there's no single objective measure of the quality, but there are many different aspects that need to be captured. So the biggest issue is that it's very, very ambiguous, right? So there were 5 questions that they asked in 2005 about the quality in order to measure the quality of summarization system or the summaries generated by summarization system. Question number 1, grammaticality. So ungrammatical sentences should not be in the summary. It sounds very naive and then it sounds very innocent. That's not true. In fact, you notice that there is no such thing as D grammar for any of the languages that you actually know. It's a weird thing. So, okay, so slightly ambiguous. And then the second question, no redundancy. There should be no unnecessary repetition. And then you're like, makes sense, okay. But then you start thinking a bit, and then what if I actually repeated a phrase in order to emphasize the point? Is that considered unnecessary or necessary? It turned out that this necessity of the repetition is again not a clear-cut binary metric that we can decide, given any repetition, necessary or not. A bit ambiguous. And then referential clarity. There should be no dangling references. But then again, so dangling references within a summary may be clear-cut, let's say, criterion. However, because the summary does not exist on its own. In fact, summary is provided to a person in certain context. So the dangling references on themselves within a summary do not necessarily mean that those references are not really referring to anything, nothing. It might actually refer to something that everyone agrees on, like some kind of common sense, let's say, entities. Right? So still a bit ambiguous. There's a focus. There should be no sentence containing irrelevant information. Who decides which information is relevant or not? Difficult, right? And then it has to be a coherent body of information. I don't know. What does it even mean for information to be coherent? It's so ambiguous, right? So it's very difficult. And then another thing that we notice is that a lot of people then decide that, okay, if we cannot give a nice set of criteria to tell what the quality of the summary, then what we're going to do is we're going to simply ask people. People, we humans, should be the objective judge of the quality of the summary or the text or any kind of, let's say, generated text, right? It turned out that that's not necessarily true. So I actually did some experiments earlier on trying to evaluate the open-ended chatbots. And then we wanted to evaluate it as objectively and as well as possible. So what we did was to spend tons of money on Amazon Mechanical Turk to get the scores, right? So what we did was that we asked the Turker to talk to one of the chatbots, and then after about 5 to 6 turns, we asked them, okay, how did you like this conversation? Please give us a score between 1 and 5 or 1 and 4. We thought, okay, if humans are of the very, the objective judge of the quality of this open-ended generation, then this should be the best way to go. Turned out that that's not necessarily true. So on this slide, you see 2 systems, and then each row corresponds to each Turker, and then each dot corresponds to the conversation they made with the chatbot. And then on each plot are the conversations against a single chatbot. What you see is that it's essentially random. Some people are too generous, some people are too harsh, some Turkers just don't think that much. Most of the Turkers just converge towards the score 3, which really doesn't mean anything. So in other words, everyone, even ourselves, has their own standard and variance, and then relying on, let's say, humans as an objective judge of the quality of the summary or any kind of open-ended text generated by machines turned out to be a bit of a difficult matter. We'll have to just collect thousands or the tens of thousands of scores from humans, but that's quite expensive and difficult. And then at the end of the day, you notice that if you wanted to do the automatic intrinsic evaluation, it's bound to be hard, if not impossibly hard, because getting the perfect automated intrinsic evaluation metric is equivalent to building a perfect text generator as well. Because if I have the perfect automatic intrinsic evaluation or the metric, then I'm going to use that to just score all possible summaries, pick the one that was scored the highest, and then I'm going to just give it to you, right? That's going to be my summarization system. So it's just very, very difficult. So instead, what people have been thinking about over many decades is to use so-called extrinsic evaluation. That is, how this summary be used in the downstream. That is, you generate a summary, and then you send this summary to the intended audience, and then that audience is going to use that summary to do something, and then we're going to say that the quality of the summary correlates well with how well the audience of the summary did whatever they were intending to do. In 1992, Maurice et al. Proposed the question answering or the reading comprehension as one such downstream task. The idea was you start from some paragraph, you use a summarization machine to summarize this paragraph, and then we're going to give either the paragraph or summary together with a question to the test takers, and then test takers are going to answer the question based on either the paragraph or summary. If the test takers agree with each other between using paragraph and summary, then the summary is perfect for solving this particular question. And then if you do that for as many paragraphs as possible and as many questions as possible, and then what you can check is the agreement rate between the test takers who are given either the paragraph or the summary. And then the funny thing is that I highly recommend you to check this paper out from 1992, because I believe this is the first paper where their abstract was automatically generated by their own summarization system from their own main text, main content of the paper. And then it's amazingly well written abstract. Okay, sounds good. But then reading comprehension sounds a bit tricky. I'm going to talk about why it's tricky. So what if we go for something slightly easier? So in 2005, 2 different groups proposed the very same idea called the relevance prediction. So instead of solving the reading comprehension problems, because solving those questions actually does require to be prepared. So instead, what they are going to do is that what is the thing that everyone does these days? We all use Google. We all use Baidu, or we all use Yandex, or whatever the search engine. So one thing we do is that we use search engine every day. So then what we're going to do is we're going to ask user to provide a query, and then we're going to query the search engine with the query that was provided by the user, and then we get bunch of documents retrieved. And then we're going to ask the user, okay, given these 100 documents, can you tell us for each document whether the document is relevant to the query that you issued? So we now have a relevant documents and the irrelevant documents. And then after about a month, we're going to come back to the user, and then we're going to show them the summaries of those documents. And then given those summaries, we're going to ask them again, okay, can you tell us whether this summarized document is relevant for the query that you issued a month ago? And the idea is that if the summary of the document was good, then this relevant judgment or the relevant prediction should stay as it is. So document should be relevant even when its summary is relevant. And then if the summary and document are deemed either relevant or irrelevant, but always in agreement, then we say that the summarization system is correct. So this sounds pretty nice, except that it turned out that the determination of the relevance of a document for many of the queries is very difficult on its own. So to summarize the extrinsic evaluation part, it's definitely better because often there's much less ambiguity. So think about comparison between the goal-oriented dialogue versus chit-chat. How do you tell the quality of chit-chat? Nobody can tell the quality of chit-chat easily. But if it's a goal-oriented dialogue, you can simply tell whether you have achieved the goal that you intended at the beginning or not. And it's better because it's much more easily quantifiable. In the case of the reading comprehension, we simply say, how many questions did the test taker answer correctly given the summary of the paragraph instead of the original paragraph? So we can easily tell the quality of the summary. However, extrinsic evaluation also has some downside because we gotta actually prepare the evaluators. If you want to use the high school science exams in order to check the quality of the evaluation summarization system, then we need to actually have high school students who have been trained to take these high school science exams. And you'll be surprised how surprisingly difficult high school science exams are if you suddenly are asked to take them now. And second disadvantage is that often these evaluation tasks are not natural. If you have taken TOEFL, TOEIC, or IELTS, I don't know, the British version of the TOEFL, then what you notice is that many of those reading comprehension questions are, pretty unnatural, right? They are artificial. So there is a big question of whether using these downstream tasks actually implies or correlates well with the quality of the summary because of the unnaturalness or the artificial nature of many of these questions. However, regardless of these two disadvantages, because of the two advantages, the lack of ambiguity and the easy quantifiability, I personally prefer extrinsic evaluation, and then we're going to stick to this format. Now, unfortunate thing about all these evaluation metrics, either intrinsic or extrinsic, is that we need you to participate and then score all these summaries. And then as the text generators get better and better, we tend to generate longer and longer text. And then unless you are extremely dedicated, you are not going to read the entire thing in order to provide a single scalar score. And then we're going to need hundreds, if not thousands of them. So, like today, I want to narrow down on the factual consistency aspect of the summarization. And then the question is the summary factually consistent with the original document? So here's the original document, here's a summary. The question is that does this summary only contain information or the facts that are consistent with the facts within this original article? And then in fact, it's been 27 years since Maurice L. proposed this idea of using reading comprehension. And last year, a bunch of people, including myself and my students and other groups from all over the world, just had the epiphany suddenly, right? Saying that, oh, wait, hold on, we can use reading comprehension to evaluate the quality of the summary. So how does it work? Let's just go through it quickly before we take a break. So we have an original paragraph on the left-hand side. about the steel pipe that is going to pass through the crude across the, let's say, gigantic continent kind of thing. You don't have to read it at all. And then I actually read it and then created 3 summary sentences, 3 potential summary sentences. Summary 1, the pipe delivers 2 million barrels of crude oil across tundra. Summary 2, the 4-foot wide pipe carries 84 gallons of crude each day. Summary 3, or the candidate summary 3, the 4-foot wide pipe carries 84 million gallons of crude each week. They all, if you only looked at each one of them without looking at the original paragraph, you would say that the summary makes sense. But then now we want to know, given this original paragraph, which one of these 3 summary candidates is best. So then what we're going to do is we're going to look at a particular question. And this question asks for how the frequency of the, let's say, oil travel, or the 84 million gallons of oil travel through the pipeline. And then if you read the original paragraph, the answer is a day. So each day there are going to be 84 million gallons of oil that travel through the pipeline. Now, let's forget about the original paragraph. We'll try to answer this question using one of these candidate summaries. Now, let's look at the first summary. The pipe delivers 2 million barrels of crude oil across tundra. And then you try to answer this question, you realize that, okay, it's impossible to answer this question. Now, let's look at the second summary. Now, you notice that by looking at the second summary, you can answer this question perfectly by answering that the answer is a day. And then that agrees very well with the answer that you would have gotten had you looked at the original paragraph. Now, looking at the summary, the third summary candidate, unfortunately, the answer changes. The 4-foot wide pipe carries 84 million gallons of crude each week. So the answer is going to be B, which does not agree well with the answer you would have gotten had you looked at the original paragraph. Although if you only look at the summary, the third summary, it looks really almost perfect. However, it's not factually consistent. So this is the focus that we're going to have. So now I've talked about the kind of basic ideas behind the evaluation of the open-ended generation, and in particular the summarization. And if you have any questions, let's try to ask the questions, I answer, before we move on to how we can actually do it better than 1992.
Okay, great. Thank you for this first segment. I will share the screen so that we can see the questions. Just a second.
Should I stop presentation first, or?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
It should go over yours if I can just find mine. Just a second. Where is that? Is not showing up. It's coming.
Okay.
For some reason, it doesn't. Yeah.
Yes.
Got it now? Sorry about that.
Yes, I can see it.
Do you recommend using RL for summarization, or what other NLP tasks can be solved with RL?
Yeah, this is a really interesting question. And then I do know that a lot of people at this summer school are into RL in general, so I have to answer it really, really carefully. But I think, of course, the reinforcement learning is one of the most generic paradigm that you can use for training any kind of machines, because all you need is, in fact, the reward function that could be either sparse or dense, differentiable, maybe non-differentiable, it doesn't really matter. However, what it means is that it actually does miss a lot on what the available information. So what you want at the end of the day, in order to build an actual system that you want to deploy, is to use all the information available in order to reduce the variance as much as you want, and then make a training system or the resulting model to be as predictable as possible. And then in order to do so, in terms of summarization or any kind of natural language generation test, what we have is that we have a bunch of text that has been already generated by people. We sometimes have the reference summaries. We sometimes have just a bunch of summary-like text. although there may not be a perfect correspondence between the examples that you have. And what you can do is you can actually use all those information on top of the reinforcement learning algorithm. And then what that actually implies is that the learning paradigms that we think about in machine learning, in fact, is not a set of discrete paradigms, but more like it's a spectrum. So on one hand, we have the reinforcement learning or the bandit-like algorithms. And then on the other hand, we have a supervised learner where we have the amazing amount of information or the supervision on what should happen given each instance. And then in the middle, there are many different algorithms going from the unsupervised learning to imitation learning to all those, let's say, model-based, let's say, reinforcement learning and whatnot. So in a sense, this answer is, of course, yes. However, when you build the actual system that solves the actual problem, you actually have to think about the problem itself and then think about what are the information available. And then you need to come up with or design or customize the learning algorithm to maximally utilize such information.
Great, thank you. Doesn't the same problem exist when evaluating machine translation? What are better alternatives to BLEU score?
Yep, so the same problem exists for machine translation as well, however, to the lesser degree. So machine translation is not particularly an open-ended generation in a sense that there are often a single best translation, or at best, and most, let's say, 2 to 3 best translation. So one thing that a lot of people are kind of, let's say, confused about is that what is this problem of translation? So do we take the translation as just generating a text in a target language that's going to have the same meaning as the source text? Or do we take translation as the translating the source sentence into the target language as faithfully as possible, even at the syntax level? So, and then often when we think about machine translation, we're looking at the latter. And in that case, we have a very particular, let's say, right translation almost always. So that's why we have the same problem, but to the lesser degree. And then, of course, there are many different, let's say, new evaluation metrics that are being proposed for machine translation, but it's not as urgent as evaluation metrics for summarization, which is just a complete mess. Yes.
Okay. What's your take on perplexity metric for language modeling?
Oh yeah, perplexity is an amazing metric, right? So at the end of the day, of course, I'm very much subscribed to this kind of, let's say, probabilistic machine learning. And then perplexity is really nothing but just computing the log probability. You just exponentiate it at one point. So in that sense, perplexity is the best way, in my opinion, to tell the quality of the language model you're training. Now, of course, that does not mean that this language model allows you to generate something good, right? Because what perplexity captures is how well this language model can score the existing, let's say, written text. So how well we can generate from this language model now needs to rely on this kind of extrinsic evaluation, because the text on its own doesn't really mean anything. So in which context it was written or spoken, and then in which context it's going to be read or heard, and then in which context it's going to be used, all matter. So, if you want to use language model for generation, perplexity shouldn't really be used to tell the quality of the language model. But when we say language model is a scoring model. It's an unsupervised machine learning technique. So perplexity is great. I mean, I think we should all use perplexity. But of course, if I were to just add one more thing, there's always an issue of using the average score to tell whether your machine learning system works well or not. That's a really big issue. And especially in language, or I think many of these structured prediction domain, the average score can be very deceiving, because often the phenomena that we run into are from tail. So these average scores are going to tell us how well the machine works in the head, but it's not going to tell us how well machine works in the tail. So that one is actually what matters often. And then to do so, we can rely on perplexity, just that you will have to look at the perplexity for different categories of the data.
Okay, great. Maybe we take a few more. Is it possible to process natural language directly from speech or audio signals, and how to apply NLP techniques to such continuous signal?
Yeah, this is definitely possible. There are a lot of people who are working on trying to tackle the speech-based natural language understanding. So NLU is an overloaded term, but the natural language understanding in particular is used in practice to build a goal-oriented dialogue system. And then to do so, there are a lot of, let's say, problems like, oh, I have a template. Now I need to fill in the slot based on the text or based on the audio. Often what has been done and then what is still being done is that you have a very nice automatic speech recognition system, and then you have a slot filling system, and then you have a dialogue state tracking system, and then you now have a template-based generation system. And then what happens is that the error accumulates, and then that's why you see all those, let's say, weird mistakes that Siri or Google Assistant made, and then that's because the errors accumulate every stage. And then if you look at individual stage separately, these stages are amazingly well implemented. Their error rate is very low, but as you know, the error accumulates very rapidly, and then at the end of the day, the answer you get is completely irrelevant to what you ask. So one of the things that a lot of people have been working on, especially starting with some of the work from the Gregoire Mesniot, who is now in Google, if I remember correctly, in 2013 and 14, is that let's try to build a speech to, let's say, slot filling system. And then Dima Sardou at Montreal has been working on this direction more recently. And then the nice thing there is that we are essentially skipping the stage of turning this continuous signal into the text, and then turning the text into the slots or the candidates that can go into the slots, because we can go directly. But the issue is that it's not easy to come up with the data, because we can have a lot of data that turns the text into these slots. We can have data that's going to turn the speech into text, but we rarely have the data that goes directly from speech into these slots or whatever the other things that you want to predict. So we need a lot of, let's say, advanced machine learning techniques like the self-supervised learning and the unsupervised learning. And in particular, you need a way to do the automated or the unsupervised pairing between the two different modalities. So the techniques from the unsupervised machine translation matters. Techniques from those optimal transport are going to be very, very useful in the future. So it's unsolved problem, but definitely there is a huge, let's say, opportunities there.
One more question about video summarization. If you have in mind any paper to recommend about that.
I mean, there are a bunch of papers. I mean, I had a paper a long time ago, but I don't think anybody should read that anymore. There are many papers, I think, from the Columbia, like the Shifu Chang. So he's a pretty famous person in information extraction. And then what he's been spending the past, let's say, decade or so is to build an information extraction system that is able to look at not only text, but the associated images, associated video clips, and everything. And then his collaborator, Hung Ji, who is now a professor at UIUC, so she's been the one who's been building all these systems. And then these multimodal information extraction systems are amazing in the sense that you can add whatever the modalities you want, and then it's going to give you not a very fluent natural language description of the video or the events that is being taken, but it's going to actually give you a very precise, concise representation of what is happening within the video together with the text. So I think if the goal is to solve that problem, that's the kind of, let's say, group of people that you need to follow. But if your goal is to come up with a machine learning algorithm that is able to work with the different modalities, then you need to look at the multimodal machine learning people. So it's a kind of two different things, as I talked about at the very beginning. Right. There are people who actually build these, like the real world systems. And then there are people who are trying to come up with the algorithms that can potentially in the future be useful. But it's very low chance in general. That's the difficult part about working with the algorithms. So then unfortunately, you need to follow these two different groups of people in order to know about what is going on in both sides.
Right. Okay, just one last one. Is there a way to combine both intrinsic and extrinsic evaluations?
Yeah, so in a sense, yes. So often what ends up happening is that there is never going to be a single scalar that tells you how well the system you have built works. In a sense that as your system or the problem that you solve become more and more complicated, these systems are going to have many different aspects that it needs to work well. And then it's going to be very unlikely that it's going to work well for every aspect you want it to work well. What it means is that you need to be able to tell for each aspect how well this system works, And then one of those aspects will only be evaluated by the intrinsic evaluation. For instance, the fluency. I mean, fluency is not a thing that we can measure because it's not really anything objective. So we'll have to rely on, let's say, humans or the users to tell us how fluent this text is. So yes, the answer is yes, but I don't think it's going to be mixing them into a single scalar because that's just not going to be possible.
Okay, let's thank you for answering these. Let's move to the second segment, and then we'll take a few more questions at the end.
Okay, sounds good. Those were great questions, by the way. Yes.
There are still many coming, so
all right. So yes, so we talked about the reading comprehension as a way to
could you just please do share?
Oh yeah, okay.
Because it's not full screen now.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
So in the first part, we talked quite extensively about the importance of evaluation and how the extrinsic evaluation is my favorite and then has a desirable properties. And in particular, we looked at the example from the Maurice et al. 1992, where they proposed to use reading comprehension as a way to evaluate a summarization system. And then, of course, we want to use some reading comprehension. And then we want to test it, whether it actually does make sense to use it to evaluate the summarization system. Unfortunately, only if I could ask ETS to create TOEFL questions for any summary that I generate or that my machine generates. And only if I could ask all of you to take TOEFL every day for my own research. I don't think either is going to happen. So then the idea is that what if we actually replace ETS as well as all of you with the neural networks? As we saw at the very beginning, these neural nets have started to be an amazing text generator and also an amazing question answering system, as Tomasz may have told you. Now, of course, Tomasz probably told you that everything has to be logistic regression, which at the up to a certain level, I agree with him. But of course, you'll never be able to build a logistic regression to, I don't know, solve the amazing reading comprehension problems that well. Tomasz might be able to build one, but I don't think anybody else can do it. So we're going to stick to the neural network that are very, very good. So only if I could replace ETS and all the human annotators with the neural networks, then I might be able to use this reading comprehension to evaluate any given summary against not a reference summary, but against the original paragraph in terms of the factual consistency by letting neural net generate questions on their own and then answer them again on their own. So we're going to remove the humans from this loop so that we can use it for automatically evaluating the summarization systems. And then that's how we end up with so-called KEX, that is the question answering and generation for evaluating summarization. So this might be the only equation that I'm going to use in the entire lecture. So let's look at this. So what we are going to compute is the expected agreement between answers based on the original passage, so that's the original one, and its summary using questions generated from the summary. So what we're doing is that we are given now an original passage and its summary. And what we're going to do is take the summary, use a neural net to generate a bunch of questions. And then we're going to use yet another neural net to answer these bunch of questions based on either the summary or the original passage. And then we're going to look at the agreement between the answers generated from these two scenarios. If they agree really well, we're going to say this summary is great. If they don't agree well, then we're going to say this summary is not of a high quality. So let's look at the question generation. What we need is an answer conditional question generation, in a sense that we want to generate as good a question as possible. And then in order to do so, it turned out that it's a good idea to build a neural net that's going to take as the input the original passage or the passage, and then the candidate answer. And then this neural net is going to create the questions for you. And then it's not a new thing. People have known that we can actually do that since like 2016, 17. But starting from last year, with all these amazing pre-trained language model, it turned out that we can generate amazingly fluent questions. And of course, we do a bit of a basic filtering and so on, but it turned out that that one wasn't that important. And we use transformers here, so you're going to learn about transformers later. But it turned out that using transformers does make the questions amazingly fluent. Now, questions have been generated. Now we need to answer them. And for answering questions, we again use the neural network. And we start from BERT, and then we fine-tune the SQuAD 2.0 dataset. And then it's an extractive question answering model, although it didn't have to be extractive question answering. And then what this neural net or the question answering model does is to try to answer this generated question, either based on the original paragraph X or its summary Y. So this model is going to give us two different answers. And then now we need to check the agreement. Now we have two answers, a pair of answers. Now, how do we know that they agree with each other or not? In the simple classification, it's very trivial, right? So if given an image, if the classifier says cat once, and then if another classifier says cat, then that's it. They agree or not. But in the case of natural language, especially in this kind of structured prediction, in fact, checking the agreement itself is very complicated. So in this particular paper where we proposed this evaluation metric, we just used a token level F1 score. It's pretty horrible, I agree. But because the answers are generally short, it turned out that it works relatively well. However, eventually what we want is that we want to use some kind of divergence in the distribution level. So we want to get the distributions over all possible answers from these two, let's say, question answering models, or a single question answering model that solved the question twice using either the original passage or the summary. And then we want to compute the divergence directly, but we haven't done that. But that's a kind of future direction that needs to be studied. So, and then we end up with this KEX. So let's look at the whole process once more. So we have a source, and then we have a summary. So we start from source, and then some kind of black box summarization system is going to give us the summary. And then given the summary, a neural net is going to generate a bunch of questions. And then for each question, we're going to ask yet another neural net to answer based on either the source or the summary. And then we get a bunch of pairs of answers. And then we're trying to look at whether each pair of answer agrees with each other. And then we're going to look at the rate of disagreement. And then that rate of agreement is going to be directly proportional to the quality of the summary. Now, of course, how do we know that this works? In order to know that this works, we had to effectively ask Turkers to work like humans, work like neural nets, and then tell us about the consistency or the factual consistency. And then, as I said earlier, it's very, very difficult to evaluate summary because you will have to read the entire article, you will have to read the entire summary, and then tell us whether this summary is good or not. It's not easy. So instead, what we did was to make the problem much more narrowed down for the factual consistency, as I talked about earlier. And then we're going to show only one sentence at a time of the summary. So we show one sentence from summary, and then show the original article, and ask the Turker, does this sentence, a single sentence, agree with the original article? And it turned out that that's much easier to answer than asking them to assess the quality of the entire summary. So we're simply saying that, okay, here's a sentence. Does this sentence contradict whatever has been said in the original article? It turned out that this one is much better. And then the agreement rate among the Turkers was reasonably high, so that we could actually use this annotation or the gold consistency scores to tell whether all the other automated evaluation metrics made sense or not. So we collected a bunch of them. Now what we do is that we're going to look at a bunch of those automatic metrics, and then trying to see the correlation between the automatic metric and the human consistency score. Let's start with the Rouge score, because the Rouge scores are the ones that are being used for authors to boast how awesome their summarization systems are. It turned out that the correlation against a human judgment is pretty low. Let's say 20, let's say Pearson correlation coefficients about 20 on CNN Daily Mail dataset, which is reasonably simple dataset. What it means is that essentially we cannot use Rouge score in order to tell whether the summarization systems are good or not. Now, Meteor is another metric that was developed for evaluating machine translation system, but of course, people do use it for summarization as well as all the other natural language generation tasks. Doesn't help. It's just as good as the Rouge scores. How about Blue scores, which were designed and then are de facto standard for evaluating the machine translation systems? Same thing. So it turned out that Rouge, Blue, Meteor doesn't really matter. Now, BERT score is the score that was proposed more recently by Yoav Arsi and his students from Cornell Tech. And then there, the idea is that they use pre-trained BERT, which is amazingly well-trained. And then they look at the Earth mover distance or the optimal transport cost. So it's going to be a Wasserstein 1 distance between the set of vectors you get from the BERT. And then you look at the set of vectors from the reference summary, set of vectors from the generated summary. And then you look at how similar they are. It's okay. It's slightly better than any of the other scores, but you can't really tell the difference. And then the one thing I want to point out is that all these metrics do use or do require you to have the reference summary. That is a human written summary in order to check this the quality of the generated summary. Now, we apply this text on the same set of summaries generated from the text. And then in this case, we don't really need the reference summary. All we need is the actual original passages. And then it has a much higher correlation against a human judgment. And then what it actually does make sense, because in this particular case, human judgment corresponds to the factual consistency. And then the text or the reading comprehension, almost by definition, asks about the factual knowledge embedded in the original passage. So text should have had a higher correlation, and then this just confirms this. On the other hand, as I said at the very, very beginning, all these n-gram matching baselines cannot capture the factual consistency because they don't really discriminate between the factually salient portion of text versus factually non-salient portion of the text. So we tried it on another data set that is called EEML. It's, by the way, it's a horrible data set. No one should work with it, but it's one of the most widely used large-scale summarization data sets. So we use it. And then we see a very similar trend. Rouge scores are not going to work well. Meteor, same level. Blue, same level. And in this particular case, somehow the BERT score completely failed. We actually have no idea. We need to look into it. But my belief is that it's just a peculiarities of the EEML, this data set alone, that make comparisons of all these metrics a bit incoherent. And then the text does work better, but still the whole correlation is much lower than before, compared to the CNN and Daily Mail. But again, this is probably because of the artifact from this data set construction process. But we do see that regardless, the proposed approach, that is this automated extrinsic evaluation, actually does give us a better correlation against the human judgment, because it actually has an idea of what are the salient portions of the text that the evaluation metric should focus on. And then we looked at some of the other, we looked at the impact of the different hyperparameters of this evaluation metric. So the unfortunate thing about this kind of learning-based evaluation metric is that the metric alone now has number of hyperparameters of the knobs that needs to be tuned. And then in particular, there are three major knobs that need to be tuned. One is that the quality of the question answering system. And second is the quality of the generated question. And then the third is the number of questions that we're going to generate. It turned out that this metric is very robust to the quality of the question answering or the question generating systems, which is very good. But it was really important to generate as many questions as possible. And then it kind of, is understandable because, as I said earlier, it's all about the tail phenomenon. So we want to generate as many questions as possible in order to cover as many aspects of the factual, let's say, knowledge as possible in the original passage or the summary. in order to tell that whether this summary is consistent against this original passage. So let's look at one particular example. This is one random article that we took out of the CNN Daily Mail data set. And then on the left-hand side, you have the original article. On the right-hand side is an automatically generated summary. And then now on the bottom, I'm going to show you the automatically generated question as well as the answer based on the article and the summary. And then none of these was manually generated. These are all automatically generated by the neural networks. So the first question, what did the attacker have? Based on the article, neural net said a large knife. Based on the summary, neural net said that a knife and a fire extinguisher. And then so we know that it's partially correct or the partial agreement. And then we can do the same thing over and over. And then sometimes we're going to see that the answers agree very, very well, but other times only up to a certain level. And of course, sometimes it's incorrect. There is a huge disagreement because the factual consistency of the summary for the particular aspect that corresponds to a generated question is not high. And then simply averaging this agreement rate gives us the quality of this summary. And then the nice thing is that it's very interpretable, right? You look at the generated questions, you look at the answers, and then you look at whether the answers disagree with each other or agree with each other. And then by looking at the disagreed answers and the corresponding questions, now you can tell what was a particular aspect of this summary that was incorrect in terms with respect to the original article. And then that's how you actually get the interpretability out of it. Because this whole process is based on natural language, we now can tell what is going on inside. So to quickly wrap up, this CACS allows us to do the evaluation without any reference summary. That's great. And then it is interpretable and it's extrinsic. So it has a much lower variance in general. And then it actually does tell us a very precisely quantified level of the quality of the summarization system. And then the nice thing is that it turned out that the whole field, including natural language processing, machine learning, have been collecting all this nice data and then building all these nice machine learning algorithms so that we didn't have to do any CACS, this evaluation metric specific data collection, nor the customization of the algorithms themselves. So we could actually use the off-the-shelf data, off-the-shelf machine learning algorithms, and then just put them together in a way that made sense. And then it ended up being a very nice evaluation metrics. So one thing that you notice now is that the evaluation now is a part of machine learning or the learning, in a sense that we are now building a virtuous cycle between learning and evaluation. Before, we used to think that evaluation has to be something that is separate in order for us to use it in an objective manner to tell the quality of the outcome of the learning algorithm. But that's not necessarily true because that's too limiting. What we need is that as the learning algorithms get more and more sophisticated, evaluation metrics need to catch up with it in order to tell the quality of those sophisticated learning algorithms. And in order to do so, the evaluation metrics themselves will have to benefit or exploit the advances in learning algorithms. And then, as with any other advances in the field, my group is not the only group that has worked on this. There are a bunch of the other groups have simultaneously thought of this direction and started to push out the papers and the ideas out there. And then, I'm listing, let's say, a bunch of papers in this slide. If you're interested in further, you gotta read all these papers. And these are really very interesting and well-written papers that I like. So just two future directions that I wanted to push forward. One unfortunate thing about CACS at the moment is that it's very, very sensitive or is very dependent upon the choices of the question answering and question generation models. So what we want, in my opinion, is that we need to marginalize those question answering and generation models as well. And then that is going to correspond to having two more expectations in this CACS formula, meaning that we want to try as many question answering as well as the question generation models, just like we were trying many, many generated questions. And then that's going to make it much more robust to the choice of the QA as well as the QG models. And then I just named it already, and then it's going to be called Bayesian CACS. And then the second thing is that we want to be even more Bayesian in a sense that we want to be meta Bayesian text. The idea is that we focus on this reading comprehension, but don't we actually want to come up with a metric that takes into account as many different tasks as possible that are relevant to your actual problem. And then in order to do that, we'll have to marginalize out the task as well. And then we end up with the Bayesian or the meta Bayesian text. This one, I have absolutely no idea what is the right way to go, but I think that this direction is going to allow us to really build a robust and solid evaluation metric for the summarization system, as well as any kind of open-ended natural language generation systems in the future. And then that actually concludes my lecture. And then if you, I'll be happy to actually stay around and answer any questions.
Great, thank you so much. So it's good that you're available for more questions because we do have those.
Okay, perfect.
I'm sharing those now.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. What would you suggest for summarizing very field-specific text with limited data?
Yeah, so this is an interesting question because, yes, summarization system, there is no such thing as a universal summarization system because summaries are very audience specific. So, but however, that doesn't mean that, we cannot use any of those existing work on the summarization system. So my suggestion would be to start with the well-trained, pre-trained language model. And then there should be two things that need to be done. One is that, of course, trying to fine-tune it on your target data, that is, however limited that is. And then what we see is that these pre-trained models are extremely good at being fine-tuned or adapted quickly. So that's going to be useful. However, there's going to be only one aspect. The other aspect that needs to be considered is that the fact that you are working for a very specific field implies that you are going to be able to collect not only the data, but also the bunch of, let's say, constraints or the rules that need to be followed for the particular domain. Then those rules can be imposed not in the training time, because in the training time, it's unclear what is the right way to impose the rules so that in the test time, those rules are going to be satisfied. But in this kind of generation scenario, because we need to solve a very difficult inference problem or the argmax problem, we use a lot of complicated but often heuristics-driven algorithms there, and then you can actually impose those rules in this generation process. And then I think that's going to be very important if you're going to deploy this for a mission-critical applications in a particular domain. So think about it from two directions. Now we need to train a system to generate text that looks like a domain-specific summary, and then you need a generation algorithm that tries to generate or to rule out any text that's going to dissatisfy or to violate any of the rules that you have collected.
Thank you. Can N-grams approach be used for evaluation after applying part-of-speech tagging on original text to remove articles?
Right. So yeah. So this is an interesting thing. This is how you rediscover the rules that was discovered about 3 decades ago. Is that so when people started to compare different texts before neural net or anything like that, they looked at the word overlaps. But then we all immediately realized that word overlap is a difficult thing to use because it's often going to be dominated by the words that have nothing to do with the actual meaning of the text, like all those functional words, is, am, all those things. So then people started to make a list of those so-called stop words and then remove them when they do the word matching, and then that actually helped. But it turned out that coming up with a list of the stop words is a bit difficult because first of all, the list grows, and then there is no kind of, let's say, standard list that everyone goes to, and then the list is very domain specific as well as language specific. So then people wanted to come up with, okay, what if we can come up with the kind of list in a statistical way? And then that's how you end up with those TF-IDF. That is the term frequency and inverse document frequency. That is, you're going to look at each of the words, and then within a document, look at how often the words appeared, and then within the entire, let's say, collection that you have, how often that term appeared. And then any word that appeared enough in the entire collection of the documents, but do not appear enough in each individual document is a very salient word. And then people started to use that kind of more smooth weighting in order to tell what are the ones that needs to be removed and then what are the ones that needs to be considered further. So the answer is yes, in a sense. However, it's all this is precisely the issue with the rule-based system. Coming up with, let's say, the kind of, let's say, criteria manually, and then trying to scale it up is very difficult because you always run into all those exceptions, and then you realize that all those rules or the list of the things that you want to take into account turned out to work only for a very narrow domain and so on. So in a sense, we need to be able to mix them in a right portion to make it work better. And in the particular case of the text evaluation, removing those stop words makes sense. However, those stop words often do imply, like they impose a very important constraint on the meaning itself. So you don't want to actually remove them. So you want to use this BERT score or any kind of continuous representation-based evaluation.
Okay. Is it a good idea to use multiple text classifiers, like tens of them, for comparing two summaries applied on each of them, probably from point of view of content, language quality, and compare the results?
Yes, precisely. So that's going to be like the Bayesian text that I talked about. Is that so whenever you want to, so there are two scenarios where the machine learning systems are used. One is that you deploy it and then you just look at the decision made by this neural network. In that case, you just want to build as good one single amazing machine learning classifier or not, right? But the second scenario is that you want to actually use these neural networks in order to get the insight into the data. And then in fact, that's actually the majority of what data science and machine learning actually, or statistics is that, we want to get the insight about the problem itself as well as the data itself. And then in order to do so, we have to use as many classifiers as possible because these neural nets are not identifiable, meaning that if every neural net that we train is going to be on its own unique, and then it's going to have its own idiosyncrasies. And then what we want is that we don't want to be drowned by the particular idiosyncrasy of each individual classifier, but we want to look at as many classifiers as possible and then remove all those, let's say, peculiarities of the individual classifier. And then look at only either the intersection or the union of the important features coming out of this neural net in order to get the insight of the data. So the answer, well, that was a long answer to a very concise and precise question. And then the answer is yes, we want to look at not two, but as many classifiers as possible.
Great, thank you. How do you evaluate the questions generated by the neural network? How do we know the questions are good enough in the first place, even before the summary or answers?
Yeah, this is a great question. So the one thing is that just eyeballing them turned out to be great because these neural nets just generate so fluent the questions already. It's impossible to tell whether it was neural net generated or human generated. However, of course, there's a question of, but the better question is that do we need to have a high quality question generation system? And then it turned out that so empirically, it turned out that the quality of the question generation system doesn't matter that much as long as they are of a reasonable quality. So that's the one thing I showed you in the ablation. I didn't have time to go through the individual plots carefully. And then the second thing is that the weirdest thing about this KEX or this kind of extrinsic evaluation is that it's about the agreement between the outcome from these two neural networks. Even if they are horrible neural networks, if they actually end up in the same decision, regardless of they start from the summary or the article, then there is a good signal that the summary has the same information as the article. So what it means is that in fact, solving this QA problem or the question generation problem itself is not really crucial because it's all about whether there is the same amount of information. In fact, what it means is that if there is such thing as the like the reversible neural network on this kind of large, let's say, text space, then this network can very well be random as long as it is reversible because it's going to just carry over all the information. And then if they agree, then that's fine because that just means that they have a same kind of information. So we don't have a good metric to tell how well the generated questions are, but it's likely that it doesn't matter that much.
Okay, great. Maybe we can take two more. What if the answer to the original paragraph and summary are in agreement but actually wrong, leading to confirmation bias? Is there a way to quantify this?
Yes, so this is a really interesting question. Oh man, I have another talk that is kind of along this line. Is that yes, these neural nets tend to make really weird mistakes, and then in fact, let me actually show you this. I might have no, but anyway, so what happens is that these neural nets make a weird mistake, but what we see is that every single neural net we see makes its own unique weird mistakes. There are some overlap, but they make a mistake in a very interesting, different ways. So what it means is that we want, and then that not only applies to the neural nets themselves, but given an individual neural net, these neural nets are amazing in many questions that we throw, but sometimes for a very particular set of questions, these neural nets are going to just do something crazy. So, and then those adversarial examples are kind of, let's say, a representative example of that kind of behavior. So what it means is that we cannot really rely on these neural nets for individual examples too much, because who knows, that individual example might turn out to be the adversarial example for this particular neural net, and this neural net is going to do something crazy. And then in mission critical scenarios, you don't want to use them, right? However, that's why in this KEX and many of these kind of extracting the insight from the data or the problem using neural nets, in those scenarios, we use as many examples as possible, and then as many generated decisions as possible, and then as many neural nets as possible. In this KEX, what we do is that that's precisely why we had to generate many questions in order to get the good quality or the good correlation against a human judgment. So that was actually one of the 3+ in the ablation experiment slide that I had to go quickly skip, is that the more questions we generate, better correlation we get against the humans. Because those weird questions that neural nets fail to answer correctly are drowned out by the questions that can be answered correctly by neural net using either the summary or the passages. So yes. So in a sense that it does happen, that's an issue, but that issue is increasingly rare as we use more questions and more neural networks.
Great. So for humans as well, we are judged by our teachers in school for our summaries, which may be biased, yet we are able to learn. So can this happen for the machines to learn with biased?
Right. Now this is a trick question. Gotta answer carefully, right? So in a sense that so of course, we have to quantify, precisely define which kind of bias we're talking about here, because what does it mean for the evaluation to be biased, right? And then of course, if you think about the statistical bias and then think about the neural networks, although these neural nets are non-parametric, but we have a very severe limitation on the computation and the amount of data. So these are all biased estimator, statistically saying, meaning that it will actually not work as intended, even if the data that we have collected for the evaluation is perfect. However, often that's not an issue. The issue is that the data that we have collected often have an issue with some unintended, let's say, the systematic bias being encoded, and then that might actually throw the whole thing off. And then that actually is true in this particular case of the evaluation based on learning algorithm, is that if the learning algorithm itself is easily thrown off by the systematic biases encoded in the data, then that's going to also throw this evaluation metric. So of course, what is the right way to go? I don't think anybody has an answer, like the answer to that. But one way I see as a kind of, let's say, way to avoid this kind of, let's say, weird, let's say, particular bias affecting the entire pipeline of machine learning is to agree that, to just realize that these neural nets or the machine learning systems that we build are extremely fragile, in a sense that the individual classifiers are going to have like so many weird idiosyncrasies, and then they're going to capture a very weird particular aspect of the data, which are often the systematic bias that are encoded there. And then we need to rely on having, first, not rely on any individual classifiers. We have to actually rely on a group of classifiers. So we need to be more of the, let's say, Bayesian in this particular case to avoid, let's say, relying on a fragility of individual classifiers. And also we need to be able to plug in the humans in this loop. So it has to be the loop of the machines and humans in the place. And then the humans can be used as a kind of, let's say, detector of the idiosyncrasies of the machine learning systems that we're building. And then that can go back into this building machine learning system in order for us to improve the machine learning system while reducing the burden for the humans to come in over and over. So recently there's been a bunch of papers, but in particular 2 papers, one from the Zach Lipton's group at CMU on making the difference that makes the difference. And also there was a paper from Facebook AI Research from Dow Kill and others about the adversarial NLI, where they actually show that it is possible to build this kind of human and machine in the loop type of system that allows you to both to build a system that's going to be less fragile, but also have the humans so that this whole feedback, there's a feedback loop that allows this loop to detect all those idiosyncrasies and also even the systematic bias embedded in the data, and then avoid that kind of systematic bias by relying on the humans, let's say, judgment and insight. So so the whole system is going to be thrown up, and then we do see that almost every day in real life, unfortunately. And then what that implies is that we have to be very conscious about the whole thing. And also from the machine learning research side, we have to actually come up with algorithms that are much more robust than the algorithms that we use nowadays.
Mm-hmm. Maybe just one more is still related to biases, and then we are done. Can you please comment on what would be a good metric for quantifying concepts like social bias in dialogue, chit chat, or even summarizing models?
Right. This is I mean, at the moment, of course, there is no kind of, let's say, leeway, because the social bias is by definition difficult to measure, because it by definition actually evolves dynamically over time. So what is the kind of, let's say, the social bias we need to detect is not a question we can even ask. It's all, let's say, at the moment, are there aspects of the data that reflect the undesirable properties of the society? So that's the question that we need to answer. And then this one, the answer is going to change over time. Now, at the moment, most of the machine learning algorithms that we built are very much driven by data, meaning that it doesn't really have a kind of active components. So it's going to look at the data or the environments and then trying to observe as much as it can, and then trying to mimic what the society or what the data actually exhibits. So, and then of course, in that case, there's no way these models can actually distinguish between the patterns or the regularities arising from the social biases from the regularities that arise from the action, the non-social, but just how the word is. So what it means is that at the moment, the answer should be that, it has to be humans, we as a conscious kind of, let's say, being, to be able to intervene on how the machine learning systems work, probably not only at the end stage that is in the deployment scenario, but already from the learning algorithms and so on. So what is going on? We need to be able to understand what the learning algorithms are doing. We need to understand what the resulting models do. And then we need to understand the kind of, let's say, feedback that is created by deploying these kind of systems, and then be able to intervene at every possible kind of points. One point that is missing at the moment is our way to intervene in the learning process. We know how to intervene in the deployment process. We can actually cut it down, or we can put all those rules so that some of the decisions are not going to go into the society and so on. We know how to intervene when we do the validation of the models. It's not easy, but we can actually come up with all those cases, and then we try to check whether these models work well. But what is the right way to intervene in the process of learning itself? That's very unclear. And then that's where probably the idea from the expert systems and so on from the 80s could be incorporated in this learning process, so that we can easily encode in the various, let's say, constraints that we want to impose in the learning process itself. I think that's going to be the most effective way, but our kind of, let's say, existing algorithms don't really allow us to do so that easily. So that's going to be one interesting and particularly fruitful research direction in the future.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for answering so many of the questions. There are still quite a few questions left. We will create a document, and hopefully you will have time to answer them offline. So thank you so much again for joining us, and for everyone, we will be back in a few minutes with the next tutorial Q&A. Okay, thank you again.
Thank you, thanks for the invitation, and thanks for listening to me.
Thank you so much. Bye. Yeah. Okay, we are live. Welcome back, everyone. So we are here for the second round of question and answers on the tutorials. So we are here now with Carl, Georgi, and Stanislaw. So please send in. We have the channel on Rocket Chat, tutorials Q&A. So please ask any questions there. The teaching assistants are also online now, so they can also take over some of the questions. Otherwise, the leads here will answer them. Yes, we would start. We could start with the supervised part. So, Carl, if you want to just remind briefly the maybe the adversarial part that you.
Yep. Sure. So the tutorial for the supervised part of the school was first of all learning how to train ResNets on CFAR, the standard supervised classification pipeline, and then from there we looked at adversarial examples, which is how do you sort of optimize the pixels in the image so that you don't change how the image looks very much, but you can still fool the classifier into thinking that the image is something very different from what a person perceives in that image. And then afterwards, we looked at the squeeze excite module for that same image classifier. And I don't see any questions in the Rocket Chat. So rather than sit here in silence, maybe I'll talk a little bit about my own research. I guess somebody else can watch the chat, and if anything comes up, we can just let me know. So yeah, most of my research is on self-supervised learning, which is actually a kind of unsupervised learning. Essentially, the idea is to come up with what we call pretext tasks, which is to, you start with some unlabeled data set, in my case, mostly images, and you come up with a task which the network can solve. There's some well-defined loss function, but it's not a loss function that depends on any kind of labels or any kind of human intervention. So you can just take images off the web without any labels and feed them in and get a loss function that you could then use to train a network. So the one that I came up with back in 2015 and has had some follow-up work since then is to take the image and break it up into patches. And then you feed those patches in an arbitrary order that doesn't say anything about where those are in the image. And then the task is for the network to predict the relative position of those two patches. So is is this particular patch to the upper right or to the lower left of this other patch? So you compute this loss on pairs. And so this is pretty simple to implement, but it's pretty hard to solve because you choose the patches so that there's no overlapping information. So in order to solve this problem, the network needs to essentially be able to recognize the parts. So imagine you have two patches that are both on a dog. So you have the dog's head and the dog's feet. In order to tell where those patches are relative to one another, it helps a lot in order to first recognize that you're looking at a dog's face and the dog's feet. And so the network learns to do that and then learns the general spatial layout of the object. And so once you've trained this network, you can then transfer it to other tasks like object detection or object classification. And the initial implementation showed a small improvement in performance. And then there's been a lot of more recent improvements to this, just scaling up the network and then having various different kinds of predictions. So like contrastive predictive coding you might have heard of. is kind of similar, except it's doing the predictions in feature space. It's not outputting a classification of the relative position. It's actually trying to output the feature vectors for those contextual patches. And Bootstrap Your Own Latent is another one that came out very recently that I also was involved in, that operates arguably on a similar principle. And just the performance of these methods has gotten better and better over time in terms of how well they transfer to other tasks. How do we keep up to date with the latest research? Oh boy, that's a pretty challenging question, because there's no easy way to do it. Certainly, I spend a lot of time reading archive, and Twitter does help. There's a website called Archive Sanity, which actually kind of curates. You upload your set of papers that you're interested in, and it finds similar papers and keeps an updated feed. Unfortunately, that website has been a little bit flaky recently, but I found that's pretty useful. And I guess another, one advantage that we have working at DeepMind, of course, is that there's a lot of other people who are around us who are also following that research and, are able to, the other folks working on vision at DeepMind have been very helpful to me in terms of pointing out papers that I might have missed otherwise. But yeah, there's no simple answer to that question. It's just time consuming.
I can add to that one thing, if I can. One thing that worked really well for me was keeping alerts on Google Scholar for papers that you're specifically interested in or authors that you're specifically interested in.
I haven't used Google Scholar in that way, but I guess that sounds like a pretty similar feature to the Archive Sanity thing.
So, Carl, there are some questions for you, specifically regarding self-supervised, if you can check in tutorial QA.
Yeah, I'm reading it now. Yeah, so
maybe you could read the question just so people know which question you're answering.
Sure, yeah. So the question is, do you have any references to start looking at self-supervised learning and possible application apart from the one you mentioned? It's been a while since anyone has written a kind of a review of the state of the art. So I think that probably the right place to start is to look at some of the more recent papers in the area and just look at their related work sections. So maybe, maybe in a minute I'll post a couple of references that can get you started. I am most familiar with the work in image understanding, but there's been self-supervised learning research in many other areas. In fact, you could argue that kind of natural language processing started it, although the early self-supervised methods in natural language processing were arguably generative models, and in the vision literature, self-supervised learning kind of tries to distinguish itself from generative models because you generally don't generate pixels. So beyond NLP, there's been a fair amount of work on audio and video, and also in robotics. There's even kind of more interesting things that you can do, like you observe the state before and after the robot takes some action in the environment, and then you try to predict what the action was. So yes, there's lots of applications in many different domains, and it's difficult to characterize exactly what the relationship between them is, other than they all come up with some kind of task that the neural network has to solve that doesn't rely on human labeling. Okay, Next question. Could the work you describe here be considered a variety of the image stitching problem? Images equals batches here, except that the batches don't have an order to it. I'm not sure what you mean by the image stitching problem. So there's like hole filling in computer graphics, which is a related problem in the sense that you have to be able to do, in the sense that you have to be able to predict the context around a patch. There's also some work on like jigsaw puzzle type research, which I guess in a lot of cases is applied to like, you assume you have some document that's been torn apart and you want to be able to reassemble it automatically. And that's related, although I think the goals are different in the sense that they actually care about being able to rearrange the damaged image, whereas in the case of self-supervised learning, you generally don't care about getting that. What you care about is the representation that you get out at the end that can then be applied to downstream tasks. So, I mean, there's definitely a relationship there, but I think there are some differences. I don't know if you want to elaborate or expand a little bit more on what you meant there.
Maybe we can switch to the RL one, and Carl, maybe you can take by text if you want to answer further.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll talk a bit about the homework, and then maybe I can, if time allows, I can chime into what I'm working on. So the homework was basically, let me just present because I think it's easier if I do that. Yeah, so the first part of the homework was this idea of implementing an experience replay. And the reason we wanted you to do this was to basically get a bit of an idea of what it means to actually avoid overfitting in RL, especially when you work with an algorithm that somehow, what we are specifically having trouble in RL with is the fact that the agent has to collect the data. The agent has to find a good way to act while also finding a good way to collect the data. And of course, the data will definitely influence what is being learned, right? So essentially with the replay buffer, which is the simplest idea, that it's quite successful at making sure that the agent doesn't necessarily, if it finds a good way, a good path from start to goal, then it doesn't overfit to that path and completely forgets about everything, right? In some circumstances, you might argue that that's fine. But at the same time, if ever the agent doesn't necessarily, like in the examples that we've seen, it overfitted to the goal. But if it doesn't overfit to the goal, but it overfits to something that it's, if you have two goals and one is more preferable than another, you could see that the agent might actually overfit to the less rewarding goal, and then you're in trouble. All right. So the idea was really to make sure that the agent, even though it collects the data and it might be biased towards something, it doesn't throw away all data, because that might still be beneficial, especially when you work with something like Q-learning, where the updates are bootstrapped, right? So you're not necessarily updating the return by following the entire path and essentially observing exactly what happens, but rather you bootstrap to your own estimates. So in that case, you want to make sure that those estimates do not become outdated. So basically, the exercise allows you to implement this thing. It's not not a complicated idea, and essentially see exactly the effect that it has on the learned Q value, right? So here, this cell, for example, will run this on with 0 offline updates. So this is equivalent to vanilla Q learning. So even though, as you can see here, the Q value looks very weird, and yes, we'll tell you that the goal is more preferable than the walls. But with 1,000 updates, online updates, this doesn't really help much. But as soon as you change these to 30 offline updates, so the idea here is that every time you do an update, you also look back at your data and you pick up 30 random samples and you redo the updates there. then all of a sudden the Q value looks a lot more pleasing and a lot more informative. And in general, I think if you try to plot, we didn't do it here, but if you plot the rate of convergence to the optimal policy, you will see that using a replay buffer is quite beneficial. So let me just go back. I don't know if there's any questions in the chat. There is actually one. Let me address this before I talk about anything else. So in your experience, is a prioritized experience buffer always a better solution than the standard buffer where you randomly sample experiences? Yeah, so basically, Alessio is mentioning the fact that in his experience, the prioritization doesn't necessarily help much. Yeah, so I think this is something that depends on the task. So in some tasks it might help, in others might not. In my experience, I usually do add the prioritization. There are different ways to do prioritization, so it's also good to actually make sure that you don't just stick with one way of doing this. And trying different ways to do this is actually might give you some success. So I would say that, you know, don't try just the vanilla. So the vanilla would say, oh, look at the TD error and just use the TD error as the priority. And this is basically what we've been doing in DQN, which is the example later in the tutorial. But there are different ways. So there's quite a lot of research, particularly on how to do the prioritization itself. And for different things might work more successfully than others. So I wouldn't necessarily give up on the idea of prioritization just because you had some poor experiences with that. But yeah, that's that would be my answer to that question. Yeah. So that was the first part of the homework, and the second part was, of course, basically digging more into the DQN algorithm, right? So the first part was try to just use one implementation that Acme provides, just to make sure that you get comfortable with using, not reinventing the wheel. So unless it's for educational purposes where you really want to go through the effort of implementing something that is in a paper from scratch, and that's always a great experience. But if just you want to try some ideas out or even try to modify the DQN agent, these are open sourced and the implementations are quite consistent with everything that was in the tutorial. And the idea was really to get you to be comfortable with that. So the point was not to write everything, but something that is doable in an event like this is to actually just look at the loss function and try to dig into how DQN was doing things differently from Q-learning, and how a lot of people describe and think about DQN as a revamp, like a very beefed up version of Q-learning that works with the deep neural networks, and basically getting to understand what are the things that you have to think about when you think about of advancing one simple algorithm to something that it's more much more successful and large at scale. It was what we wanted you to go through. Yeah. So I won't go through the solution. I mean, we do give the solution, but I think it's more important to leave some time also for the third part, for the third tutorial that was covered on unsupervised learning. Maybe I'll use just 1 or 2 minutes to say that what I work on is, trying to address this idea of not overfitting to one task, but using hierarchical reinforcement learning. And the idea here is that we would like to have agents that somehow keep track of ways in which they solve local problems. So problems that, there are good skills to have in the short term, in the sense that they help you explore or they help you move forward, at different times. So in this case, you might want to actually learn the skills, save them, store them, and try to use them when appropriate. But of course, this will not solve the problem in itself. And because of that, you have to create a hierarchy where at the higher level, there has to be some other component of the agent that learns how to use those skills in a way that it's successful in the long term, or whatever has to be achieved. So it kind of tries to do similar things and solve similar problems as the experience replay, for example, here, right? Avoid overfitting to some very simple local local goal, but in a bit more advanced way, and in a way that it's the reason why I like to work in this is because it kind of fits very well the intuition of how we as humans do and perform this kind of optimization problems or control in general, where we're not necessarily always thinking at every single action that our body can do, but rather we come up with abstractions that have some kind of long-term, but doesn't solve the game of life, right? They just solve some particular simple tasks that are short-term. And yet we store these things, we learn these skills, and we then think in terms of how to use the skills and not how to complete an action at the low level that the environment requires. So that's what my research has been mostly on. And if you have questions on that and you want to know a bit more about specific things that have been tried and that have been successful or not, I can definitely talk even offline if you're interested. Yeah, so I'll pass it over to Stanislav.
Okay. Yeah. Hi all. Hi everyone. So the goal of the unsupervised tutorial high level was to go through autoencoders, and specifically we're very interested in how autoencoders can generate new samples. Obviously, one way to do that would be to use variational autoencoders, and the goal of the homework was to get you thinking about what would it take to use normal autoencoders to generate samples as well. So let me go quickly through this and share my screen. George, if you could unshare yours. Thanks. Okay. Yeah, hopefully this works. Okay. So the interesting thing, so I will go quickly through homework, not through the solution, but through some ideas, and then maybe if there are some questions, I will answer them. So autoencoder is not a generative model like naturally. It doesn't really have specified sampling procedure. But if you look at the latent distribution, this is a latent distribution of VAE. But if you look at the latent distribution of the autoencoder, it has, to some extent, obviously, to some extent, not obviously, a lot of continuity. And well, if you are able to, via some sampling procedure, to select one of these points, then just passing it through a decoder, mechanically speaking, would constitute a generative model. And that's what the paper that the homework was about focused really on. That was part of the homework to go through this paper. I wanted to highlight very quickly, I think we have like 8 minutes, a few things about this paper. So it's called From Variational to Deterministic Autoencoders. And the idea is simple. If you have an autoencoder, then you can, by doing something they refer to, sorry for jumping a bit across the paper, by doing something they refer to as ex post density estimation, you can fit, for instance, a Gaussian distribution to your latent space, and then sample from this latent distribution just like you would from prior in VAE, and then decode. And that's what they do. Now, interesting thing is that if you just look at fit numbers for 3 data sets, when they compare VAE to autoencoder, well, if you just do Gaussian, you get a terrible model. So you go from 48 FID, which is reasonable for a VAE on this data set, you go to 127, which is very bad relatively. But then if you use a prior that is more complex, for instance, a Gaussian mixture model, you can get compared quite similar numbers, even with vanilla autoencoder. So that's one thing that I wanted to highlight from this paper. And the homework was to implement what they propose, which is to add a specific regularization to autoencoder to even further improve this quality of samples. And while I won't go through the solution, maybe I can go quickly through how would you go about sampling from a vanilla autoencoder. So to do that, well, you need first to estimate somehow the density in the latent space. And what you can do is you can, let me zoom, you can collect a few samples from the latent and then fit Gaussian, which is simply computing mean and standard deviation. Oh, sorry, there will be some noise. And then you can sample from this Gaussian by simply plugging it in a NumPy random normal. Well, this is what you get if you. Sorry, there will be some noise, but I'm almost done. That's what you will. That's what you get if you just do it without any regularization. And the homework was basically to try to fix that by using, for instance, spectral normalization. Okay, so I think that's about it about the homework. Are there any questions from the Slack Rocket channel or not? Okay, I don't see any questions. So there's construction at my side, at my apartment. So maybe I will keep talking about my research then, and yeah, hand it over to you. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, thanks, Stanislaw. Maybe you can take by text if there are any questions. Georgi, maybe you can take. I think there are maybe like a couple more questions on the URL part. If I think you're muted now, just now.
Yeah. Hi. Yeah. So the first question is there a difference in performance between hard update and soft update for target network in DQN problem? And proven to be more effective. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm familiar with this with any work that has been looking at this two different updates. Yeah, I can look into it and see if I can find some relevant research, but nothing comes to my mind right now on this topic. Yeah. And the other one is, can you suggest some works that use hierarchical techniques to avoid overfitting in continuous control? So there's actually a lot of hierarchical research that is on where they do try a lot of things in Mujoko and of course in robotics. I'll actually try to send you some links with some papers on the topic in the chat instead of just mentioning them here. But yes, that's actually a part of one application where using hierarchical techniques seems to have had quite a lot of impact. That's not my particular expertise. I'm not trying to apply to robotics, but I do know that there's quite a lot of good work in that area. So I'll send over to you some links that you might follow up on to learn a bit more about.
Great. I see there are more people typing in Rocket Chat, but I don't see any question as of now. So maybe we could stop here with this session, and then we will continue keeping an eye on the chat. So if you have any other question, just please post it there, and we will answer it. So thanks guys for coming online, and thank you for the tutorials. And for everyone, we will be back in like 3 minutes with the first focused lecture of the school on transformers. So hope you're all excited. See you soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So this is a quick intro for the next lecture, which is a focus lecture, with Lukasz Kaiser. He will be talking about transformers. So this is a pre-recorded lecture. However, we will be with Lukasz in a bit to take all the questions live. So please post all your questions in Slido, and we will answer all of them just immediately after the lecture. Okay. Thank you. Enjoy the lecture.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be able to talk to you at EEML. I'm sorry I cannot join you live, but I hope this video will be as good. And let's get into the transformers. So I want to tell you today about Reformer, which is an efficient version of the transformer model that we've worked on recently. But before I get to that, I want to tell you a little bit more about the journey, about the models that led to the transformer itself, the Reformer, and what I think the future brings for these models. So the journey starts with deep learning and NLP. What I mean with NLP is a number of language processing tasks, such as part-of-speech tagging, parsing, named entity recognition, language modeling, translation, and so on, that were studied for decades and way before NLP started at all. And they've been studied in many various ways, but even just a few years ago, the standard way to do them would be to have a stack of systems that analyze language. So we would take a sentence, tokenize it, maybe tag parts of speech of the tokens, try to do parsing, and on top of that, maybe do entity recognition. And these stacks were very complicated systems, and they achieved good performance sometimes. But they were hard to maintain, and they were very hard to add and change. So around 2013, 14 or so, deep learning came into the picture, and there was this paper about encoder-decoder models, or actually a series of papers, where people started claiming, like, you know, you can do NLP by just feeding data to a neural network. And maybe these days it seems obvious that this is something you can do, but I want to impress on you how game-changing that was. Like earlier, doing NLP meant you had to learn a lot about the whole stack. Maybe you should have some linguistic knowledge. And it was like adding one blue score in a translation model was a big deal. And you could probably write a PhD about that, about the whole things you needed to build to do just that. So the idea that you can just train a neural network, and at the beginning, these were RNNs. RNNs you probably know already, are these networks where you input things symbol by symbol, and you start with a Go symbol and then output one word or token or letter, and you feed it back in, output another. And the idea that you can train this network, which is mathematically fairly simple, you can define it on half a page, and get results that are comparable to all these systems that took decades of engineering, this was not very believable. And people were a bit skeptical, but, did it work? Well, it works very well. For example, in language models, the models people used were n-grams, right? N-grams say 5 grams. It's like you take the previous 4 words, build the statistics over the data set, what's the 5th word, and that's your model. And the performance is measured by perplexity, and people had like 60, 50. And then the RNNs came, it's like the middle column, and it was 54. So some people in the NLP community were thinking, maybe it's better, but not that great. Maybe it's slightly better. And many people believed, on this data set, LM1B, you can't get below 40. This was kind of considered like that's the human performance, maybe 35. And then suddenly, a few years later, with not much other than scaling the networks up, we went to 30, 28, now we're at 23 or maybe even below. So progress happened without this huge human engineering. And the field that I was most involved in, which is machine translation, the performance, the shock was even bigger in the sense the phrase-based machine translation models that came before deep learning on this standard English-German translation set, they had performance of about 21 BLEU. So BLEU is a score used to measure performance, and it's quite a good score, at least at this ranges of scores. The human BLEU score of human translators on this data set is about 31, 32 or so. So the phrase-based models were 21, and people thought, okay, maybe we can get them to 23. That would be really nice. It was not thought that you could try to reach human parity. And the early LSTMs came, and they were about 20, 21, and then we scaled them up, the GNMT model, which was just a larger LSTM, and it got to 25, and people were extremely impressed. And that allowed us to actually launch this in Google Translate. But even then, part of the Translate team was still not fully believing that this is the future. Because people were like, okay, it gets better results here, but does it really get better results on all languages? How does it perform in low resource settings? There was a number of questions. And then larger models got to 26, and that was great. But people were like, okay, maybe it's working. That was all based on RNNs, and RNNs operate like it's depicted here. So there's an encoder. It reads some words, let's say Chinese symbols, and it operates step by step. So it has a hidden state, reads an input, computes a function, say the LSTM cell, creates the next state, reads the next input, and so on until the encoder finishes. And then the decoder does the same, except it gets fed the symbol it generated previously. And these are very powerful models, and as you've seen, they did pretty well, but they're not very fast, especially on modern accelerators that are great for parallel processing. They can do huge batches and huge matrix multiplications. These models, they work fine, and you can optimize them and tune them to work even better, but they're not that fast. So what you'd like is something more parallel, preferably something that would process the whole sequence in one go rather than step by step. So that's the speed problem. And there is another problem that turned out to be actually more important, but I feel like at that time we did not appreciate it enough, which is how about gradients in long sequences? So every step you see in this picture, every step that is made includes a nonlinearity. So when the gradient needs to travel back from the end of the sequence, it needs to pass this many nonlinearities. And now in this model, you already have an encoder-decoder attention that was already around at that time, which is a shortcut of sorts, because the gradient can then pass through this directly to the encoder. But it cannot pass, for example, from the last word you're generating to the first word. So you have, if you're generating a sentence with n words, then you have at least n nonlinearities that the gradient needs to hop through. And you can say, well, but the gradient will not vanish because we're using LSTMs and they're long short-term memory cells. And this is true up to some length. So it's fine for sentences of length 20, 50 words. It can be made to work with 100, but when it gets really long, like thousands of words, then the gradient will not behave very well. It will be very hard, if not impossible, to train this model. Now you may say, if it has 1,000 words, it's not a sentence. So indeed, for sentence-to-sentence translation, it may not matter, but for doing things like paragraphs or writing books, it starts to be very relevant. So that's where we started when we were thinking about the transformer. How could we solve the speed problems and the gradient problems using the attention mechanisms in a better fashion? So the transformer is a model that doesn't have recurrence. That's why it's very fast and parallel. And it relies on self-attention. So what is self-attention? When you have the words in the sentence, each word will be attending to every other word in the encoder. And while it's doing that, it will gather information about other words and pass it through a feed-forward layer. And we'll have n layers of that. Say, at that time it was usually 6, now it's more than 1. And the decoder will be similar, except the words will only attend to words that came before them, because we need to avoid copying behavior, just knowing the future. So in this way, all of that happens in parallel, meaning the input is one big tensor, and the output, when training, is also one big tensor, because we know the golden truths for every word. And it processes them as if it was one feed-forward model. So it's really fast. And thanks to the attention mechanism, every word is just one gradient hop from every other word. So how does this work exactly? First, let me recapitulate that there are 3 kinds of attention, right? There is the encoder-decoder attention, which you already had in RNNs, where the sentence you're outputting is attending to the encoder sentence. Then there is the encoder self-attention, where every word can attend every other word. And then the mask decoder attention, where we are attending to the words that came before. Now, how does attention work? Well, you probably know convolutional layers, where every element can access a set of other elements, right? Say a field of 5 elements, and there is a separate weight for every one of those. So attention you can think of as an expansion of this, where every element can access a very wide field of elements, maybe all of them that are there, but there is not a separate weight for every element. It's a weighted sum of the vectors corresponding to them, and it's weighted by the strength of the relationship. So if a convolution is kind of like a positional lookup, you have a weight for position I minus 2, I minus 1, I plus 1, I plus 2. Attention you can think of as the lookup based on content. Your vector comes with a content, and it looks up this content in a set of in a set of activations. So how is it defined more precisely? Well, let's assume in the abstract setting that you have some dictionary of keys and values. Key 0 corresponds to value 0, key 1 value 1, key 2 value 2, and so on. And all of them are vectors in some d-dimensional space, say 512-dimensional vectors. Now a query arrives, and the query wants to look up a value corresponding to a key that's most similar to it. But of course, this is all deep learning. We want it to be trainable. So we'll do a softmax. Instead of picking the one most similar key, we'll check all of them out and pick all of those that are similar to the query and pick values corresponding to that. Now, if you think that the distance function of the key and query that you care about is cosine similarity, and if you thought they were unit normalized, then the dot product of the key and the query would give you the similarity. Now, what turns out to work very well is to do exactly that, but without unit normalization. So we will take a softmax over queries dot product with keys, which in a batched setting is queries key transposed. It's a matrix multiplication. And we will not normalize them. And that actually helps the softmax because with the length of the vectors, it can determine the temperature of the softmax. So it can be either very focused or a little bit less focused and act as a summing over the keys. So we take the softmax over queries multiplied by keys transposed. That gives us a matrix of size a length of keys by length of queries. So if this is a sentence, this is an n by n matrix. And we will come to this because later you will see that this is a problem because it's an n squared matrix. When n grows larger, this can be very large. And then we will matrix multiply it by the values, which will give us an n by depth matrix again of the corresponding values. The reason I write these equations here is I want you to focus on the fact that these are actually just two matrix multiplication and one softmax. And matrix multiplications are very fast on modern hardware. So that's why this attention mechanism is so nice, because in addition to making the gradients behave well through the softmax, it's also very fast to run. Now, as we said, the attention complexity is about n squared d. N squared n would be your length of queries and keys, and d is the depth, which is like, say, 512. So compare it to an RNN, which has a computation of about nd squared. Now, you may think, oh, nd squared is just linear, while n squared d is quadratic, so maybe nd squared is better. But remember that d is 512 in a base model, 1000 in a bigger model. So if you're doing just single sentence processing, like for translation, then n is much smaller than d. So you're gaining not only because you have very fast matrix multiplications instead of this stepwise thing that cannot be easily parallelized, but additionally, you have n squared d instead of nd squared, which is just smaller in a sentence-based setting. So that was all great, and you implement it, and of course, at first it didn't work. So what's missing? Well, self-attention, first of all, is a weighted sum. So it doesn't respect the order at all. It's a set operation. You could permute your words and nothing would change. So we'll handle that by adding a vector that says what is the word position. Okay, so that's handled. But then there is another problem that it has no trainable weights. So we'll have feed-forward layers, but the convolution has this nice thing that, maybe you care about the word that was just behind you, and you would like to multiply it by one weight, and you care about the words that was 2 steps behind you, and you'd like to multiply it by another weight. And with attention, you'll need 2 layers for that. So you would need as many attention layers as the width of a convolution field, and then that becomes impractical. And to solve that, you can do multi-head attention. So what is multi-head attention? Multi-head attention is basically doing a number of attentions in parallel, except transforming inputs and outputs of each of these attentions by a different linear matrix. So here's how it works. You have your queries, keys, and values again. You transform them with a different linear projection, and you have as many of them as heads. Then you do your attention on every of these heads, concatenate the results, and have a linear layer. It's super simple, but it really helps because it gives the model the ability to do in parallel a number of steps. So now, if you have this, you have your linear layers, so you get back your ND squared factor. So now you're not that easily faster than RNNs, but you have large parallelization because these are linear layers, like they operate position-wise, so they're really fast to run. That's how you arrive at the transformer model. So you have your input sentence, you add your positional embedding, do the multi-head attention, then we have a residual connections with adding and normalization. And in the original paper, the normalization happened afterwards. It's better if you put it before the input to the layer, but that's a smaller detail. Then there is the feed-forward layer, and that's a single layer of the transformer. And in the decoder, it's the same, except the self-attention is masked, so it only attends to elements that were before, and then it attends to the encoder. So there is the encoder-decoder attention as well, where the queries come from the decoder and the keys and values come from the encoder. And at the end, you have a linear layer and softmax as usual. That's the transformer model. And does it work? Well, it works spectacularly. So I told you before, doing 24 blue used to be a big deal on the English-German dataset. And really large RNNs went up to 25, 26. And then transformer came, and in the base setting, it did 27. And the big model did 28.5. And soon thereafter, there were models doing 29. And these days, can almost get to 30, and we're basically reaching human parity on this metric, which is a different story from whether we're really reaching human parity on translation. But at least on the metrics, we are getting really, really good. While the training cost, the flops of the transformer are lower, so it's much faster to train. And okay, so you can say this is translation, but how about, as I said, are we really reaching human parity and natural language processing? Well, it's not that simple. It's not enough to train on an English-German data set. But there is this thing called BERT, which adds a new kind of loss to the transformer. So the model for BERT is actually just a transformer encoder. It doesn't even have a decoder. You just remove 15% of the words, and the task of the model is to predict them all in parallel. And BERT really gives you, when you pre-train it on a large data set, say large like all of the web, or as large as you can get, and then you start from this pre-trained model and start fine-tuning it on smaller data sets. That helps tremendously, and on a set of tasks that's called GLUE that were kind of developed to be hard for models, but for models before transformer, BERT reaches like 80%, which is the human baselines are about 87. And then there is Albert, which uses a recurrence in the layers of the transformer, and it gets to 89. So if you add recurrence to the layers of the transformer, and that means just that instead of having layer 1, 2, 3, 4, you just repeat the weights of layer 1. So it's like layer 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, say 20 times. And this helps the model generalize better. Then you're getting really good results on this task. And you can say, okay, so this is NLP, but these are sequence models. They could model arbitrary sequences. So how about other tasks? And actually, if you say, like, take a look at image generation, and when I say image generation here, I mean you're generating the image pixel by pixel. So this is not a very smart way of generating images. You're just generating the next pixel in raster scan order from the top to the bottom, from the left to the right, like that. And it works. It's predicting the next pixel, and it's predicting them quite well, in the sense that image transformer can fool people like making low resolution faces or boats. And these days, they've gotten better and can generate really nice images. You can do the same for, like, you can do the same thing as BERT, predicting missing things for protein sequences. And these models implicitly learn how proteins fold. So they're really useful for non-NLP tasks too. While in NLP, if you train large models, these transformers can generate really long text. So this is an example taken from the OpenAI GPT-2 transformer, which is just a transformer decoder model with some changes in nonlinearities. And so it doesn't have any input, it just generates the next word, right? And you started with a prompt, like, in a shocking finding, scientists discovered a herd of unicorns living in remote mountains. And the researchers were surprised that they spoke perfect English. And the model starts generating the follow-up to this story. The scientists named the population after a distinctive horn, blah, 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 some researcher. And you can see that this history is coherent even on the scope of paragraph after paragraph. So this is a testament to the fact that these gradients really can travel far without problems. Like, attention can really jump hundreds of positions backwards, attend to something, and use it and generate the next thing. So that's really great. It's a really powerful model. And it's so powerful that people have started using it everywhere. There is even a company called Hugging Face that has a huge bunch of pre-trained models. So let me share with you a tab. So here is Hugging Face co-models, and they're kind of all transformers as far as I can say. And you see there's the GPT, GPT-2 large. And the nice thing on this website is you can kind of click on the model, and it even allows you to do inference. So here you start with some text, as exactly as I shown you on the slide, and it generates the follow-up to this text. So let's see what this will generate. So transformers have gotten really, really popular, and it's deserved because they work really well for NLP, and they even work for some other tasks. But as we've already said, there is this n-squared problem, right? There is the problem that when n gets large, the transformer complexity is n-squared. So as you see here, we generate a text. And it's some interesting text, but it took 14 seconds to generate only this much. This is probably because it may be running on some slow runtime. Nevertheless, if it's n-squared for long sequences, if you take English-German, you can load some English-German model. This should be much faster. Yeah, it's a sentence-based model. It really works fast and well. And it's a great achievement that, can have a website just with research models that does translation. It's just great to see, that in the matter of about 5 years, the progress has been so enormous. But as a researcher, you've got to ask, how about these long sequences, right? There is this n squared. N squared matrix, if you have a sequence of length 1 million, million times 1 million will not fit into memory. So can we do something that these transformers, that all these great results could really work for long sequences? And that's where we focused our recent work on the reformer model. In the paper Reformer, the efficient transformer, we actually showed that yes, indeed, you can get transformer performance without the n squared factor, without paying the n squared times d price, and instead paying just n log n. So what's the main idea here? As we've said, attention is a softmax over queries multiplied by keys. And what that means is we're searching for keys that correspond to the queries, and we're doing it in a soft way, right? And softmax is one mathematical formulation, but when the sentences are like 1 million long, we don't really care about summing over all of the million things. It doesn't need to be that soft. What we really care is picking the nearest neighbors of the query, so say 30 or so on nearest neighbors to the query, and just being soft over those. The other ones, well, they're there, but they're actually only disturbing the temperature of the softmax. So in some sense, what attention really is a nearest neighbor search. We have a query and we want to find the nearest neighboring keys in the vector space. Now, the great thing about nearest neighbors is that it's a problem that's been studied for a very, very long time. And we know there is a faster way to search them than searching through all of the candidates. So how does this work? If you have, say, 500 dimensional vectors, and they're k1 to kn, these are your keys, and you need to quickly find the nearest neighbor to a query among these vectors. So you have the queue, you need to find the nearest neighbor. Well, you can compute the distances to each one and pick the best. Yeah, that's slow. Or you can do the following. You will put these keys into some random buckets, meaning you will assign a hash, which is a number, to every key and to the query. And this hash will have this property that it's locality sensitive, meaning with high probability, if two vectors are close, then they get the same hash. Now, how can that work? You're like, okay, well, if you assign a hash to something, it's kind of random. Why would close thing get the same hash? So here is the most basic idea of locality sensitive hashing. Imagine you have just points in two-dimensional space. So here on the right, you see there is a number of points. These are the round dots. And you cut this space by 3 random lines. So now you've cut this space into a number of subsets, and we made a color for a different subset, right? So there are the things on the left of one line, and so on and so forth. And imagine the hash is the color, meaning it's the subset of space. So if you have a string of bits, the bit is 0 if you're on the left of h1 and 1 if you're on the right. The second bit is 0 if you're on the left of h2 and 1 if you're on the right. And the third bit is 0 if you're on the left of h3 and 1 if you're on the right. Then every point gets a hash, which is this triple of bits. And as you can see, like, if 2 points are very close by, then with high probability, they will get the same hash because they will just land on the same side of all of these random lines. Now, this is not perfect, right? This is a probabilistic algorithm, and you see here like this one point, which is kind of in this middle triangle, and its nearest neighbor is not necessarily another red point, right? There is another one because we've cut it off. So it's a probabilistic thing, and just doing this once is not enough. So what you need to do is you hash once, you get these hashes, you search for a nearest neighbor within your hash. So you see, you only search within this part of colors, which may be much smaller than all of the points. And then you redo it with another 3 random projections, right? So you use the randomness. You redo this a few times. This is the number of hashes that you need to do. And with high probability, your true nearest neighbor will be somewhere there. So we'll use this idea to do an LSH attention. So we'll try to approximate this softmax that attention does by hashing, meaning we will hash queries and keys and only check for those that fall in the same bins and repeat this a few times to increase the probability that we hit the right thing. Now, one thing to note here is that, hashing works, this LSH hashing really works best if you have one set of things, while here we have queries and keys. So, and also, yeah, I think this is better to see on this picture. So we have queries and keys, and what we will simply do is we'll assume that queries and keys are the same. And as you'll see later in the transformer architecture, you can actually assume that, and it makes no difference to training. So this is helpful in an implementation. And this LSH attention works as follows. So you have this sequence of queries, which are the same as keys. You assign the color, which is a hash. So each blue thing has the same hash, each yellow thing has this other hash, and so on. And then we sort them, and we sort them in the following way. The most important thing we sort by is the hash. So blue is 1, yellow is 2, red is 3, and white is 4. But within the hash, we maintain the order that was previously. So things that were before each other are before. Okay, so now if we were true to the math of hashing, we should look within each color. Now, as you see, these buckets can be of very different sizes. Like one can be 6, one can be 3. And on modern accelerators, like analyzing things of such varying sizes is not very efficient. What is efficient is analyzing things of size 128. 128 is a very good size to operate on. So we decided to just do this, meaning we split this thing into chunks of a certain length, 6428, right? Now, okay, so you say when we did this, we may have some overflows, like some chunks, like you see here, some has 3 yellow ones and 1 blue one. So that's not okay. This blue one should look at the other blues, while the yellows should not look at the blue, right? To do what we wanted to do. So we will achieve this by looking at one chunk back always, and within a chunk, masking out the things that have a different hash. So this achieves the thing that you see at the bottom. And now it may still be incorrect because we may overflow to more than one bucket within a hash bucket. So we may miss some attention if one hash has too many elements. But we have the sorting with respect to time, so we will at least get the most recent elements, even if we overflow. And we try to do hashing so we don't overflow, and it actually learns to not overflow much. So that's the LSH attention. And now what's its computational complexity? It's n log n. I will not go into details, but that's how it works. So great. So now we have an LSH attention transformer that has this n log n complexity and attention. But if you look, so okay, n log n, this is doable for a sequence of length 1 million. Let's run it. And if you try that, you will see that you run out of memory. You run out of memory during training because if you have n layers, then you need the big N, then you need big N times small n times d memory. So if small n is 1 million and d is 1,000, then that is already 1 billion, meaning the activations take 4 gigabyte, right? 4 because you have 4 bytes per float. So even just one activation sequence for the whole input takes 4 gigabytes. And if you have 6 layers, that makes you run out of memory. But these layers, like, you should need memory per layer. And you could help this by doing recomputations. But what we did is using reversible networks. So in a standard residual connection, you just do y1 equals x1 plus f of x1, right? And then if you have another residual layer, you have y2 equals y1 plus g of y1. And in transformer, the f is attention first, and g is the feed-forward layer. Now, in a reversible network, instead of having one vector, you will have two. So every activation will be split into two vectors. Say x1 and x2. And what you do is you use only the first half for the first part and the second half for the other. So y1 becomes x1 plus f of x2, while y2 becomes x2 plus g of y1. So as you see, x1 does not flow to y2 other than through y1. Now, why is this so smart? Well, because just by reverting the signs, you can recompute x1 and x2 from y1 and y2. So it's reversible. How do you recompute it? Well, very simply, you start in the second equation, you just move x2 to one side and gy1 to the other, so you get x2 is equal y2 minus gy1, can be computed solely from y's, and then x1 is equals y1 minus fx2, and fx2 you've already computed. So you can recompute x1, x2 from y2, so when you do your backwards pass, you don't need to store the activations waiting for the gradient. You just recompute them. So reformer is a transformer model that uses LSH attention and reversible layers. And its memory use is just n times d. So it's the length of your sequence times your embedding depth. You don't need to recompute anything else. And this model is as good as a baseline transformer. So we ran a number of experiments. As I told you, you can have shared queries and keys, and it actually trains as well as when they're separate. You have the reversible layers, and you can do that separately from changing the attention. And as you can see, it trains basically the same as a non-reversible model. And the LSH attention has a parameter which is how many times do we hash. And if we hash just once, then it's not as good as full attention. Even if we do this 2 times, well, it's a probabilistic algorithm. It doesn't find the solution in just one go. So the blue dots are when you have 2 hashes, and they're a fair bit worse than the full attention, which is the bottom gray thing. But if you go with more hashes, it gets better and better, and already 8 hashes is very similar to the full attention, while with 16, you start matching it. Now, this costs you a bit in speed. Like 16 hashes is 16 times slower than 1 hash, which can slow you down a bit. But as you can see, you can do 8, and it's already good. And why this doesn't matter all that much is this plot, because, of course, it's n log n versus n squared, right? So, and this really works in practice, meaning the rise with sequence length of the time you need for reformer is much slower than you need for standard transformer. So a reformer can run on sequences of like 100,000 tokens on a normal 8 gigabyte GPU actually if you optimize it, you can even fit 500,000 on an 8 gig GPU. And so it's a wonderful model that can do really long sequences. And we implemented it in a library called Trax, which I'll tell you about a little bit more in a minute. But if you want to try it, so for one, there is an illustrated reformer tutorial that you can go and learn more in an illustrated way. And there is a reformer model in the Hugging Face library, and they even made this collab which explains their PyTorch code in all detail, including some details that we didn't even include in the paper, like axial positional encoding. It's a 4-series collab, so it explains the self-attention, it explains chunked feed-forward layers, which I didn't talk about, which improve memory use, the reversible layers, and positional encoding. You can check it out and see how you can really fit 500,000 tokens in 8 GB of RAM. And the way we implemented it is in a library called Trax, which we developed with a number of people. Trax is a successor to the tensor-to-tensor library, which is the library which we developed with the original transformer model. And so tensor-to-tensor started as a library quite similar to what Hugging Face is now, but without pre-trained models. So we tried to make a standardized interface to datasets, model architectures, optimizers. We tried to make every model work with every dataset and make it a nice library, hardware agnostic, and so on. 2 years later, there were problems with tensor-to-tensor. It was very hard to maintain. That was our main problem. We had a number of issues. On GitHub, we stopped responding to them because we were overwhelmed. And it was really hard to debug. It was written in TensorFlow, and it had this interface to make every model work with every data that was a bit weird. It was called modalities. And for example, the inference code, it was really fast, but it was really hard to read and maintain. So we thought, okay, we should reduce scope. Like for data sets, there are no libraries like TensorFlow datasets that can provide you a dataset. But the more important thing is, like, we decided, okay, let's use a different API for the models. So TensorFlow became eager in the meantime, so that already helps debugging. But what we wanted to do is build something that can allow you to understand what's happening in the model from the bottom up. So you can read the code and actually get to the point, like, what is happening there. And to me, the best way to do this is to just use NumPy, because NumPy is like the denominator that everyone understands. You need to learn what NumPy functions mean to understand algebra in Python. So could we do machine learning with just NumPy? And if you think of it like what we write in papers, right? Attention is a softmax of Q key transposed values. Multi-head is like concat matrix multiply attention. Or here it's the Adam optimizer, right? It's get gradients, multiply, assign. So what you see here is like we have basic maths that can be expressed with NumPy. We have tuples, list functions, so that's Python. And we need gradients. Of course, for deep learning, we need gradients. But all other things don't look so fundamental. So could we do this with an API that just has NumPy functions and a gradient? And this is an API that is in a library that's called JAX. So Google JAX is a library that's built for deep learning on top of XLA, which is the compiler underneath TensorFlow, that uses a NumPy API and provides you with gradients. So you import NumPy from JAX and provide gradients. So that's the idea to use that we use in Trax. It's the NumPy API with gradients. And this is actually taken from the code of Trax. And you see on the right side, you have a screenshot from the Adam paper. G are the gradients, then M is like beta times the previous one, and so on. And here you have the real code in tracks. It's not cheated, it's not simplified, it's what's real used in the implementation. And you can very easily see the paper in the code. And this has been a problem to me, that in many papers, and it actually happened to the original transformer paper in Tensor to Tensor, that after some time it was very hard to find the paper in the code, because the code has just grown around and included a lot of tricks and speedups. So Tracks is a library where we try to go really clean, so you can find the model in the code. And this is actually the transformer language model, just the decoder part. And you see there is a shift right, there is a decoder block, layer norm dance, and there is embedding, dropout, positional encoding. It's really easy to go from the paper to the code. So that's the goal with Tracks, and that's where we implemented Reformer, and I think it's still reasonably readable, and it runs at top speed. So where does this leave us? Well, what does running transformer models on 1 million tokens buy you? You know, we've managed to solve this length problem, but what does it mean? And I think this means many interesting things. I think this means generating images, music, or even small videos with transformers will become possible, and that means we'll generate great things, right? We can train on data sets of whole books and start generating them. And it will be very interesting to see how the models maintain or don't maintain context. Do they make their own stories? Do they make, what is it, what they produce? This will be great to see. But there's even more interesting things. So recently there is this GPT-3 model from OpenAI, and this model shows that you can just train a model on all of the web, and then instead of fine-tuning on certain tasks, so training again, you just make the task part of the input. So if your training data is very small, say your training data has just 20 examples, then it becomes just part of the input, and the model continues from there. So you see training examples are this, and now solve me that. And it works with large models. So, but this is limited to training data that's short, because they use transformer that has the n-squared problem. So maybe with the transformer that can handle 1 million token, maybe your data set can become part of the input. And in general, why do we, when should we train and when should we just have a data set be part of the input is an interesting research question that I think will help us build models that generalize much better and do much better one-shot learning. And finally, I think this will have great use in reinforcement learning, because in reinforcement learning, you really should look at the history of your interaction with the environment when it's not purely Markovian, especially, or you have some hidden variables, and then apply a model to it. So I think this opens up a lot of avenues. And also, I'm happy that we built Tracks as a library where we try to stay really clean and close to the math, so you can really read the code and get the idea of what the models are, what the optimizers are, while still running at state-of-the-art speeds and running on GPUs, multi-GPUs, TPUs, and so on. So that's what we've been working on, and I hope you like it, and I hope you'll take the Reformer for a spin and try to apply it to many tasks or improve it to make it even faster. And I hope you'll get great results with it. Thank you very much. Bye.
Okay, hello everyone, welcome back. So we are now here with Lukasz, as promised, to answer your questions. I hope you enjoyed the lecture. So good morning, Lukasz. I understand it's morning for you, right?
Hi. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so we will go through the questions. Maybe Lukasz, if you want to just say some quick intro before we go through the questions.
Oh, well, I'm happy to be here, even though I can't see you. I hope you can see and hear me. And yes, I see the questions, so maybe I'll just start. So the first question I see is the idea of multi-head attention has been applied in other ML areas, like graph networks. What other ideas from your work would you point out as significant and applicable? So there are, I mean, in the transformer model, there is the self-attention and the feed-forward layers. And the feed-forward layers are interesting in a way too, because they have this structure that goes broad and then back. I think this is applicable to other networks too, and people are trying it out. And in the newer reformer work, there is hashing, and I think hashing is also applicable way more broadly in deep learning. I think it fits into the new trend of trying to have models with sparsity to make them faster. And hashing is just one way of exploiting sparsity, and there are many others. But in particular, hashing has not been tried very much in machine learning yet, I feel. So I think it may be applicable in many different ways. Yeah. Okay, I guess let's go to the next question. What are queries, keys, and values in practice in attention? So if you imagine an encoder-decoder model, then the queries, so say you have a French sentence on the encoder and the output is an English sentence, then the queries will be embeddings of the words of the English sentence, and the keys and values will be embeddings of the words of the French sentence. So that's the easiest way to think of it. And in self-attention, they're the same things, just with different linear transformations. But I think the easiest way to think is of the encoder-decoder model. So queries is like the English word, and keys and values are the same, and it's the French word that's corresponding to it. Okay, let's go to the next one. Why do we have add and norm layers in transformer? The reason is the same as for ResNets. It comes straight from the lessons learned in residual networks in computer vision. It's that if you train deeper models, residual connections, the add allows you to propagate gradients to the bottom better, and normalization just helps training. And you can train without it, but it's just tougher, and you need to use lower learning rates, and it just trains faster and to better results if you have normalization layers. Okay, what is the intuition behind queries, keys, and values? So I hope that was the same question before. Can transformer models be used for time series forecasting? Or do they have problems due to absence of recurrent layers? They can be used and are starting to be used for time series forecasting. The absence of recurrent layers does not cause problems in and out of itself, but it doesn't mean it's not a good idea to add some recurrent layers. And there's some new work on transformers for speech recognition where it can be shown that actually adding recurrent layers as part of the feed forward is not a bad idea. So it's not exclusive. Nevertheless, there are time series models that don't have any recurrent layers, and they train quite fine too. So yes, they can be used, and they're okay. Do you see potential in applying latent space regularization to contextual embeddings? I don't know much about this. I think it could be tried. It's good to try things, but I haven't heard much about this. So I'm sorry, I can't say more. Do transformer have difficulties on tasks where the order of the tokens is important for the end task? No, not at all. They perform very well, and that's because of the positional embeddings. So transformers perform very well on tasks where the order matters a lot. You can imagine the tasks like copying. You have a sequence of bits or digits, and you just need to copy it, and the order matters a lot, and they can train to perfect accuracies. It's important to think of your positional embeddings, though. For example, if you want to generalize to lengths that are longer than the sequences you train on, then you need to do something to the positional embedding, because if you have a trained vector for 1, 2, 3, 4, 20, and you're trying to run on 21, where you haven't trained, then it won't work. It's a random vector. So there is something to be done to positional embeddings to make it generalized, but if you're testing on the same length as your training, then they have no problem with that. Okay. Do you think if data scientists are better programmers, the algorithms will be better optimized? I don't know. I think data scientists are sometimes quite good programmers, but we can all always become better programmers, and we should optimize our algorithms. Are transformers currently used for Google Translate? Yes, they are. Even though Google Translate has a mixture of different models and added improvements to parts of it. But yes, they are.
Okay.
How we can use Reformer in reinforcement learning? Well, Reformer can, like in the simplest case, it can be just a policy model. So you would put all of the observations and maybe even the actions that were taken before as the input, and it would predict you the next action. That would be the simplest thing. It can also be used as a value function. One thing to note, it's all kind of under the assumption that you have some partial information. So if you, in the standard reinforcement learning settings, you are in a Markov chain and your state has all the information. And in that case, you don't need Reformer because you don't need to see anything in the past because your state has all the information. Like if you're playing chess and Go, your board has all the information you need. Well, in Go, that may not be exactly true, but almost, right? So then you don't need a reformer. You can just have a network that looks at the state and predicts the next action. But in many real-world scenarios, you have a partially observable thing. So the information from the past together with the current observation still only gives you a partial thing, but it's good to know the history. And in that case, you can use reformer or transformer to get better performance. What is a good intuition to understand this sinusoidal positional encoding and attention is all you need paper? So there is a discretized version of this encoding that goes as follows, and I think it's called axial. So imagine the following. If you would represent, so if in Reformer we have sequences of length like a million, and you could learn a vector for every number of this 1 to a million. And then this is not very useful because, something might shift by 1, and between 1 and a million, like the numbers that are close together should have similar embeddings. And it should be easy to look at a number that's just 1 before you, while here you need to learn. Like if you're at position 19,071, then you need to learn especially to look at the 19,070, and for every position you need to learn it separately. So that seems like a lot of parameters that are really wasted for learning simple things like just looking 1 back. So what you can imagine is you write the number, imagine you write the number in decimal, right? You have the digits 1, 9, 0, and you embed every digit separately. Right, so every digit becomes a part of your vector, and then if you need to look just 1 digit back, then except for the digit 10, except for 0, which will have to overflow to 9, you're just learning, okay, what is the embedding of the digit back, and all the other things stay the same. So your vector would have like these. Say you have 5 digits, so 4 would be the same, and just 1 part of the vector would turn. So you can think of an embedding like that, and this is a positional embedding that also works quite well. And the sinusoidal is like pushing this to the limit in a sense, in a continuous way. So every single float is a wave of the sine, and it's like a Fourier transform. Think of that. So that's the intuition I have for that. Okay, what are the main differences between TRAX and PyTorch? So I think the main differences TRAX is It runs with TensorFlow and JAX, so it's made to run on TPUs especially well, and we use it at Google. It can run on a TPU Colab. PyTorch is getting this support too, but one main difference is that Trax is really made to compile. It compiles with JIT to the TPU code, while PyTorch tries to execute eagerly at all times. And the other difference is that in Trax, we try to keep it a smaller package and make sure that everything in the code can be very easily related to the papers where it's written, while PyTorch has grown to a much larger size, but sometimes it's getting hard to find. If you have a code in the paper, finding it in PyTorch may be challenging. There is a lot of optimizations. If you look at Datum Optimizer in PyTorch, there's a lot of code details that go into it. While in Trax, we rely on the XLA compiler to make it fast. And we don't try not to do hand tweaking to speed things up. And we've been quite successful. It runs really fast with very clean code. So I think the main wish we have is to not to keep things really simple and not too large, but still run fast. So. Do you know of a combination of transformers and autoencoders? I think people have tried. There are style transfer papers on text and on sounds. There is the jukebox work from OpenAI that plays music. It does VQVAEs and transformers. There is a fair bit of autoencoders and transformers, but you can always do more. Sorry, one moment. Do we need multi-head attention? Isn't single enough? I guess it depends what you mean by need a little bit. If you have a lot of layers, then indeed, I think you can do with single head attention and just have a lot of layers. But this will be a model that will be very slow, while the multi-head attention model will give you the same performance faster. So we don't need it exactly, I think, but for performance, and it's really needed. What should we do to create small models that work as well as the bigger models? There is nothing we can do. Small models will not work as well as the bigger models. I think there is a fundamental problem with capacity and also problems with learning. So I'm really afraid that small models will never work as well as big models. Nevertheless, there is a lot that can be done to make them a little smaller. So one thing is using smarter feed-forward layers, grouped convolutions instead of convolutions in vision, or factorized feed-forward, factorized dense layers. That helps a lot, and it can be trained directly, and it has less parameters but gives the same performance. And the other point is, after training, you can train a big model and use distillation to make a smaller model out of it, and that also works well. Nevertheless, at the end of the day, then you use these things and get even bigger models, and they work even better. So it's in a sense it's a chase where the smaller models are always behind a little bit, but we can get far with these techniques. Would it make sense to replace softmax with gumball softmax to make attention more discrete? Yes, and you can even just, when you're attending, instead of taking softmax over everything, you can take softmax over the top 30, which people call hard attention. It's not totally hard. If you take just one, it will not train. But if you take 30, it trains as well as softmax attention. And actually, in some cases, it generalizes better. So yes, you don't even need gumball softmax. You can just simply take the max, say top 16 elements and zero out the weights to all others. And we've tried this, and it trains really well. And in a sense, Reformer does this with the buckets, but But yes, it's using harder attention, I think, is a very good idea. It doesn't improve that much over the softmax, and it doesn't improve the speed much. That's why I think it hasn't become that popular. But I do think it has a potential to improve generalization in some cases. So it's a good thing to try. Okay, FAIR published a transformer for object detection. Yes. Can you predict some other tasks where transformers can be useful? I think the idea of attention and also the idea of hashing can be useful on almost any task you can think of. People are now using them for music, video generation, video understanding. There's really hardly a task where they're not useful. They are useful for images. They are useful for time series. So yes, I think they're really very widely useful models. Are transformer not appropriate for robotics since it is not made to deal with the restriction to access only one time instance at a time? No, I think transformers are appropriate for robotics, and actually there are a few of our colleagues in robotics that are starting to use them. The problem was always, we mentioned this in the question about RL, if what you're seeing right now has the whole state of the world, like if the robot is in a place and has sensors all around the head, then there is no need to look at history. And then it's just not clear whether this time series is necessary. But if your robot, can have occlusions and moves around the office and there are things it saw but it doesn't see anymore, like moves in a labyrinth or so, or then it becomes useful again. How do you calculate training cost in flops? So there's been a number of ways to calculate it. In the earlier papers, I think we just multiplied, calculated how many weights are getting, how many multiplies are actually in the model, because in a feed-forward layer, for example, it's very easy to calculate. You know your input vector, you have your matrix, so you know how many multiplications are happening. So the number was calculated just using layer sizes. It was never fully accurate because the implementations of matrix multiplications and what the compiler does and fuses and does not fuse can affect that. So these days, from the XLA compiler, if you go a little bit deeper into it, you can get a number of flops. So that's what we're starting to use. I'm not sure if that number is actually fully accurate either yet, but they're close enough. Like they're definitely accurate in the orders of magnitude. It's yes, calculating the accurate real number of flops is not that easy. And unluckily, the same model on GPU and TPU may have different number of flops because the compiler does slightly different things. So it becomes like calculating it in theory just gives one number, right? This is what it's the number of flops in the abstract. Measuring it in practice is harder and can give different numbers on different hardware. But luckily, they're all within the same range, right? They don't differ by that much. So that's, yes, so we calculate it in a few different ways. And unluckily, none of them is fully accurate, but I think they give a good idea. One problem with transformers is that you can't attend over really long sequences. Could we combine the seek-to-seek approach? So the seek-to-seek, I assume you mean RNNs, like LSTM networks. The problem with them is that they also don't work over long sequences. The gradient is just so unstable. It either vanishes or is not learning, that it doesn't really solve this. Actually, attention is much better over long sequences than RNNs. RNNs are very useful for local context. It's still useful to run them. Like instead of attending to the last 3 position or wasting your heads or attention layers for that, you can just run a small RNN. But yes, attention is much better for longer contexts and like reformer, and there's more work coming, from other groups like linear transformers. We're starting to make it practical to run. What is the next step in research when it comes to reformer? Well, we want to scale it up, train larger models on long text. One problem was that we didn't have data sets of really long text because all data sets were kind of like at best paragraph level or website level. Now there is a data set from DeepMind called PG19 from Project Gutenberg. It's a data set of books, and I'm very excited to, we want to train and tune it on that data set and see what will come out. There is also the ideas that we should probably do music or speech recognition, see how it performs on data that is not text. I think that's another avenue. Using it for reinforcement learning is another one. But also there is more research in hashing is one way to make attention work. For long sequences, how are there other ways? As I said, there is the linear transformer that was accepted to EEML just a while ago, which does a different approximation of attention with kernels. I think the question is still, will it work? How well does it work actually on different tasks? So there is a lot still to be done, both in creating data sets for long sequence models and actually evaluating the models on them. Ultimately, I hope to do models that can produce videos that are convincing. There are video transformers, but it feels like the videos are for now short and low res. Yeah. So there is still more work to be done on that. What is the best recipe to fine-tune a transformer on your data set? Take a pre-trained transformer and then fine-tune with a decreasing learning rate schedule. I think that's it's exactly as the T5. There is a paper about T5, which is the standard transformer model, but on the BERT loss and made for fine-tuning. And I think they have it works very well, and they have a number of collabs on how to fine-tune it. So I think that's a very good recipe. Is transformer useful when the next input of sequence is only available after it makes a prediction? Yes, I think the transformer can also be useful in the case where you need to predict something when not all input is given yet. You need to train it with the proper masking. So there is this mask thing in attention that you need to adjust to. So say you need to predict a time step without seeing the 10 steps before you can just mask it out. And it can be trained like this and it can be used. The question is, does it give you the speed you need, or that depends more on the task, but yes. What do you think of linear transformers? Yes, so I just read that paper also recently. It's a very interesting paper. I'm very happy. This is a different way to approach the making attention fast. I think it's a very exciting idea and a very exciting avenue. The results are not very... So they tested only on CIFAR and MNIST, which are not very long sequences, right? CIFAR is only 1,000 or 3,000, and MNIST is even smaller. So unluckily, the results are not convincing yet. So we really need to, what the community or the authors need to do is to re-implement this, run it on longer sequences, on larger tasks. I think one problem may be that the authors, I think they're at a university, they only run on a single GPU. We have access to these 8 TPU machines. So it's 8 times faster in training, right? It's very hard to train on really long sequences on a single accelerator. So we hope to re-implement it, or Google is giving cloud TPU credits for researchers. I hope they will apply. I think the idea is very convincing, but the results need to be stronger to be really certain that this is really there. But it's a very interesting avenue that we should pursue. Do we only attend to the same bucket because of the idea that we only need to attend to the small neighborhood of 30-ish neighbors? Yes, generally, yes. So in hashing, right, we try to attend only to the small subset of the space that's in the same hash bucket. And the idea is that, yes, we'll find the interesting neighbors there. And when we don't, we probabilistically redo that. So we have a few hashes, and we hope that one of these neighborhoods will be really good, and we can actually even collect the neighborhoods from different hashes and make these are neighbors. But yes, the idea is that we don't need to look at everyone, only at the selected ones. Can you explain how LSH attention works when... Oh, sorry.
It's fine, it's just below, yeah.
Where key and query vectors are different. So our implementation of LSH assumes queries are keys. It does not work when they're different. In theory, it can work in the sense you group the keys into buckets depending on the query, and the query looks into the bucket that, you group queries and keys into hash buckets. And the queries from the corresponding bucket attends to keys from the corresponding hash buckets, right? So if you just implement it on CPU, it works, and this is not a problem, right? It all works fine. The place where it breaks down is the chunking part. So if you have queries and keys bucketed by hashing, then these variable-sized buckets of queries need to attend these variable-sized buckets of keys. And if you try to chunk them, then the lengths differ, and it's not like the corresponding chunk can attend to the corresponding chunk, because the chunks move with respect to what hash buckets they actually represent. So the LSH attention on CPU, where you can use like different shapes and don't care about speed and acceleration, will work for different queries and keys. And in the same way, you hash them, and the corresponding hash buckets attend to each other, and that should be fine. But we have not managed to find a way to make it work well on accelerators, like on TPUs and GPUs, really fast when they are not the same. So for it to run at reasonable speeds, we really need to require that they are the same, which creates some problems in an encoder-decoder attention models. But yes, so it's like in theory it works. In practice, we haven't managed to make it work well yet, but it's a task for you. I think maybe it just needs a smart idea to get it to work. Can you explain why is the complexity of an RNN equal to n times d times d? So the RNN has, in general, some dense matrix inside. And this dense matrix, it takes a vector of size d and produces a vector of size d, let's say, right? In LSTMs or other models, it can be like 3D by D or 4D by D or a little bit more, but it's up to a constant. Usually it's a D by D matrix or up to a constant. And this matrix is applied at every step. So it's n time steps applications of the D by D matrix. That's why it's n by D by D. Are transformers applicable in other areas like time series? Yes, we've talked about it. They can work in time series. You need to tune them, but they can work really well. How do you compare transformers against recurrent models with respect to data set size? So we've run a number of experiments. In the paper Attention is All You Need, these are the parsing experiments. And it turns out that transformers actually work much better with smaller data sets than RNNs. It seems like the attention just generalizes, like trains quicker and generalizes a bit better than trying to train a full recurrent model. So with a smaller model, it's definitely an attention model should probably work better than an RNN. What works even better, we found out, is an attention model that shares weights across depth of attention layers. It's called the universal transformer. And on small data set, that works even better. What is the input sequence length required for, say, a 1,000-word sequence? Well, if it's 1,000 word, it would be probably around 1,000 if you embed word by word. In subword tokens encoding, it may be a little more, like 1,200. If you embed character level, it will be like 5,000, but generally it would be about 1,000. If reformer to be used in RL for partial observations, does that mean we need to store all past observation? This is the choice you'll make, right? And in the best world, you will store all of the past, sure. This will cause some memory overhead, even though it's not clear how much of a memory overhead, because you are storing these things in your replay buffer somewhere anyway, right? But it will cause like time overhead because you're running at least the feed-forward layers on them. So in practice, you may want to decide, okay, maybe I just take into account the 100 last observations or something like this. And there is the question, how do you implement it to not waste memory? But yes, and we would prefer to store everything, but maybe in practice we just make a threshold and store up to 100 or something like that, or up to 1,000 or up to 1,000,000. Yes. Can positional encoding be used for anomaly detection? I don't know about that. I don't see any way it can, but you never know. Have transformers been used for sequential classification for an NER model, for example? Yes. They have been used for NER and they work very well. My language has only 100 million tokens when crawled from the web. Do you think it would make sense to build a BERT model? Yes. 100 million is actually a fair number of tokens. And you can train transformers with way less than that. Like the parsing data has probably under 1 million. And it will not train a great model, but with 100 million, I think you can regularize to train a really good transformer or BERT, or yes. Can you elaborate a bit on how to use transformers for text classification? So the way people do this most of the time these days is the following. You imagine you train a BERT, which is just a transformer encoder model, where you remove, say, 15% of the inputs. On the input, you mask them out, and on the output, you predict them. So you train this, it takes a sentence and just predicts the gaps that you've introduced to the sentence. So there is no classification yet, and you pre-train this, as we said in the previous question, say on 100 million tokens. That's a fair bit, and it learns a representation of the sentence that allows to predict things well. And then for classification, so after you've done that, you take this model and put one more layer that does, you take the average of all the vectors in the last layer, the average or the sum. So you can just sum them up. Maybe you sum them up and divide by length. So it's a single layer that has no parameters, right? It just adds up. And then you have one dense layer into the number of your classes and a log softmax. And so this is a new model that has only new parameters are of the dense layer at the end. You initialize them randomly, and you train the whole model onto your classification task for a number of steps, depending on how much data you have, but way less compared to the pre-training. Usually with the learning rate schedule that goes down, so it quickly trains, and that's how you do a transformer for text classification, and that usually gives very good results. What would be potential challenges when using transformer for RL? Well, RL on partial observable tasks is a challenging domain on its own, right? RL comes with a lot of challenges. The data distribution is not stable and so on. And people have started trying transformers, and they found, for example, it's very important where you put the layer normalization part. If you put it after the feed forward, it doesn't seem to work at all. So you need to be sure your model is really stable, really able to adjust to the changing data distributions. It's an emerging work where there is still a lot of challenges people are encountering, but it feels like when you put the layer normalizations in the right places and use the right RL algorithms, which is also challenging because some of them just don't work well with partially observable data, or some of them just don't work well even with fully observable data, but with powerful models, they can like forget exploration when you overfit. So it's still challenging to do partially observable RL, especially with more powerful models like transformers, because you have much more potential for overfitting. It can just latch onto something in the history that it's now seeing, but that's totally actually irrelevant. But there's only so much data in RL, usually often not that much. You need to regenerate it. So there are challenges, but I think these are challenges of the sorts we need to work on them, and they can be overcome, and then we can hopefully have very good RL models.
Yeah. Okay, I think you've gone through all the questions. Thank you so much. Yeah, this has been great. And thank you for the lecture.
Thank you very much for the invitation. And
thank you to have you in person, hopefully to a future edition.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.